After the rain, the clear spring village feels cool and fresh. Gu Jiaonyang, sweating heavily, runs to the village entrance. Little Qin Xiangong, little Qin Xiangong, splash. She slips and falls flat on the ground. The carriage in front of her speeds away, splashing mud all over her face.
Ha ha ha.
People around burst into laughter. Gu Jiaonyang is known as the village fool. Her family has a lame husband, but she refuses to stay with him and instead chases after the town's young master, Little Qin. Who is Little Qin Xiangong? His father is a wealthy merchant. He's a scholar, handsome, and well-mannered. Why would he look at someone like her? Dreaming of a swan when you're a frog. Exactly. Look at yourself in the mirror. Little Qin Xiangong would never like her. Good for nothing. Ugly monster. Stupid girl. Gu Jiaonyang gets angry. She puts her hands on her hips and scolds fiercely. You're not allowed to call me names. A child jumps out and mocks. Ha, just calling you stupid. Stupid girl. Stupid girl. Ugly monster. Ugly monster. Gu Jiaonyang, embarrassed and angry, rushes toward the child but unexpectedly trips and falls into the water. At the cold bottom of the lake, the unconscious woman suddenly opens her eyes. What's going on? She was on a mission when her plane hit an iceberg and crashed. How did she end up in the water? Gu Jiao struggles to swim toward the shore. But perhaps because she fell badly, she finds herself unable to use her strength properly. Finally reaching the shore, she feels close to exhaustion. The villagers who saw her sink initially planned to fish her out with a pole, but she floated back up on her own. They all stared at each other in surprise and then quickly dispersed. Gu Jiao didn't understand what had happened. Then she saw a group of strangely dressed people running swiftly away. She lay on the cold grass, wiped the water from her face, and then froze in place. She looked at her hands in shock. They were small, delicate hands of a girl around 14 or 15. But she was 28. How could her hands be so tiny? And as a top agent, she knew how to take care of herself. Yet her hands were covered in frostbite, some parts cracked open. Soon, Gu Jiao realized not only her hands had changed, but her clothes and body shape were also very different. A bold guess flashed through her mind. She leaned over the water, trying to see her current appearance, but almost fell in. What are all these bright colors? Gu Jiao scooped up water to wash off the cheap rouge on her face. But the more she washed, the uglier she looked. She was pale and thin, and there was a large red mark extending from her left eye to her cheek. In her past life, Gu Jiao would have freaked out over a small pimple for 3 days. Now, she was suddenly faced with such a terrible face and wished she could die again right there. By the way, where am I? What dynasty is this? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a sharp pain in her head, and a memory that didn't belong to her flooded her mind. It turned out she had traveled to a dynasty that never existed in history. The village was called Qingchuan Village, located at the foot of Qingchuan Mountain. The original owner was also named Gu Jiao, the only child of the third branch of the Gu family. Old Master Gu was a scholar in his youth, once passing the imperial exam for common scholars and later became the village head of Qingchuan. He held this position for many years. Qingchuan village was poor, and being the village head didn't bring much profit, but at least they wouldn't starve. Old Master Gu had 3 sons and a daughter, who was already married. The eldest son, Gu Changhai, had a son and a daughter with Zhou. The second son, Gu Chonglu, had 2 sons with Lu. The first 2 branches were quite prosperous, but the third branch seemed cursed. No matter what, they couldn't have children. Finally, they had Gu Jiao, but she was a girl, and she was ugly and naturally slow-witted. In the village, people said, she was a burden. No, she was so ugly she couldn't even be sold for a profit. Since Gu Jiao was born, the third branch had no more children. Gradually, rumors spread that Gu Jiao was unlucky and that she had cursed the family's sons. At first, the Gu family just listened and didn't take it seriously, but after her parents died one after another, they finally believed she was truly a cursed child. The Gu family tried to find someone to marry her off, but who would dare to marry her? One day, Gu Jiao was wandering at the village entrance when she met a man who had fainted from hunger. She took him home. While digesting the memories in her mind, Gu Jiao headed toward a dilapidated little hut on the west side of the village. That was her current home. Suddenly, halfway there, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her head. Gu Jiao reached back and found her hand covered in blood. It must have been from hitting a stone underwater earlier. The blood was quite a lot. She needed to stop the bleeding quickly. Thinking this, she entered her yard. This is called a yard, but it's really just a small open space surrounded by a fence. The little thatched cottage has 2 rooms besides the main hall. The larger room on the east side belongs to Gu Jiao. And even that is not as big as her wardrobe in her previous life. What a bleak crossing this is. Gu Jiao sighed as she pushed open the door. But the moment she stepped over the threshold, she keenly sensed someone inside. From their breathing, she guessed it was a man. The man was hiding behind the door, trying hard to hold his breath. A cold smile appeared on Gu Jiao's lips. She walked into the room casually, closed the door with a bang, and almost at the same time, she swiftly grabbed the man hiding behind the door and pulled him forcefully to the ground. The man was taller than she expected. In her previous life, even if he had been tall, Gu Jiao wouldn't have been afraid. But now, faced with this weak little figure, she used a clever move and pressed her whole body down on him, just barely locking him in place. She tore off his hair tied to bind his wrists and held his neck with her other hand, her expression cold.
Speak. Who are you?
What are you doing in my house? The man was stunned at first, then a wave of shame and anger flooded his face. Gu Jiao, you're crazy. It's me. Recognize him? A familiar person committing a crime? That made it even more disgusting. Gu Jiao didn't loosen her grip. Instead, she sat down more heavily, pressing his waist and abdomen even harder.
Come down. Now.
The man gritted his teeth, his tone icy. Gu Jiao sneered coldly. Usually, she was the one giving orders to others, not the other way around. Besides, this was her house, and she hadn't even asked what he was secretly doing inside. Gu Jiao raised her fist, planning to give him a lesson, but accidentally hit the window frame behind her. Bright light shone in, illuminating the man's handsome face. Gu Jiao's eyes widened in surprise. 02 husband. As someone who loves handsome men, Gu Jiao had collected many in her previous life. But none, no, all of them combined, could compare to the one in front of her now. He had a very clean face, with delicate features like carved jade. His eyes were cold and sharp, deep as a dark pond. His face was pale from illness, but a blush of embarrassment appeared because of his anger, making him look somewhat alluring. And his age, more like a young man than a grown man, made Gu Jiao think he was more of a boy. Are you done looking? Xiao Lulang clenched his teeth and asked, I haven't seen enough. But Gu Jiao glanced at his build and slightly squinted her phoenix eyes. I'm afraid I might break you. After saying that, Gu Jiao pretended to get up. However, even though she stood up, her eyes remained fixed on him, meaningful and thoughtful. Gu Jiao, you. Xiao Lulang was annoyed and embarrassed by her gaze. Want me to help you? Gu Jiao smiled sweetly and reached out her hand. No need. Xiao Lulang turned away coldly, leaning on a nearby chair to stand up. It was clear he was disabled, yet he still refused Gu Jiao's kindness. Then he ignored Gu Jiao and limped out of the house. At this moment, Gu Jiao remembered who he was. He was the original owner's husband, Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was someone Gu Jiao had picked up. After he woke up, the Gu family asked about him and learned he was an orphan with nowhere to go. They decided quickly, since they believed in strict propriety, and since their daughter had saved his life, they suggested he marry Gu Jiao to preserve her reputation. They forced Xiao Lulang to marry Gu Jiao. But it was more like he was a son-in-law living in their house. The shabby house they lived in was provided by the Gu family, and the land they farmed was also given by the Gu family, all of the worst quality. When they married, Gu Jiao didn't know Xiao Lulang was lame. After learning this, she gradually started to dislike him and turned her attention to the young Master Qin from the town. The villagers all felt sorry for Xiao Luling, saying he was a flower stuck in cow dung. He was the flower, and she was the dung. Gu Jiao didn't know what Xiao Luling thought, but she could see how he ignored her miserable state, which showed his clear dislike for the original owner. Gu Jiao opened the wardrobe, planning to change her wet clothes, but sadly found there were no clean clothes inside. "Big Brother Xiao, are you there?" Suddenly, a sweet voice came from outside the door. It was a small woman dressed in a purple floral coat. She had shiny hair styled in a neat bun, wore makeup, and carried a basket in her arms covered with a floral cloth, hiding what was inside. Gu Jiao quickly recognized her from the original owner's memory. She was Xuaningxiang, the widow from Qingchuan village. Xuaningxiang was their neighbor and often came into their house, mostly when the original owner was not around. Sometimes, the original owner also saw her. The original owner was naive and had suffered many losses at her hands. This time, the news that young Master Qin was coming to the village was also leaked by Xuaningxiang. "Hey, isn't that Sister Ningxiang? Why are you here in the daytime?" Xuaningxiang was startled by Gu Jiao's sudden appearance, then looked disappointed and said, "Why is it you?" Gu Jiao smiled softly and knocked gently on the doorframe, saying, "This is my home. Do I look strange to you? What are you disappointed about?" Xuaningxiang choked a little. Of course, she was disappointed because she didn't see Xiao Luling. She looked at Gu Jiao again. The person was still the same, but she seemed a bit unfamiliar. She wasn't as dull as before. Her eyes had life. Even though she was soaking wet, she didn't look embarrassed. Instead, she seemed to have a quiet, commanding presence. Maybe she was just seeing things. How could a fool change so much? Xuaningxiang raised her chin and said, "I'm here to see Brother Xiao." Gu Jiao smiled faintly and said, "You call him Brother Xiao so affectionately. Are you very familiar with my husband? Get out of the way." Xuaningxiang didn't bother with her. "What if I don't move?" Gu Jiao blocked her. Xuaningxiang ignored Gu Jiao completely and reached out to push her away. Gu Jiao gently stepped aside and tiptoed. "Oh no." Xuaningxiang fell flat on her face, along with her basket. "Foolish Gu. You tripped me." This kind of tripping scene had happened many times before, but this time, the person who fell was Xuaningxiang. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe, looking at her as if to say, "So what if I tripped you? If you have the guts, trip me back." Xuaningxiang seriously doubted she was seeing things. Actually, she and the original owner had long been at odds, two of the most talked about women in the village. One was the foolish Gu Jiao, and the other was the widow Xuaningxiang. But Xuaningxiang looked good and was hardworking, so she thought she was more decent than Gu Jiao. When Xiao Luling fainted at the village entrance, it was Xuaningxiang and the original owner who found him. The difference was, Xuaningxiang was afraid of trouble and called people from the village, while the original owner simply took him home. Later, it was confirmed that Xiao Luling was an innocent scholar, and Xuaningxiang felt regret. Xuaningxiang was about to start scolding when Xiao Luling appeared with a cold expression. Seeing him, her face changed, and she weakly cried, "Brother Xiao, she bullied me. She tripped me with her foot." Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Luling and helplessly spread her hands, saying, "She pushed me first." Xuaningxiang was instantly excited and said, "Big Brother Xiao, listen, she admitted it. Is Sister Ningxiang here for something?" Xiao Luling interrupted her. Xuaningxiang paused for a moment. She looked at Xiao Luling, then at Gu Jiao, and picked up the basket from the ground.
Well.
Last time you helped me read the letter, and I haven't properly thanked you. Your family didn't have enough food, right? I dug some sweet potatoes from the field to bring to you." Xiao Luling said, "No need, Sister Ningxiang. We still have cornmeal at home. You can take these back and eat them yourself." Xuaningxiang bit her lip.
But
Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. "I told you to take them back. Didn't you hear me?" Her voice was soft, but her smile held a cold look that was a little frightening. Xuaningxiang felt a shiver and dared not stay any longer. She hurriedly left, looking embarrassed with her basket. Gu Jiao smiled and looked at her own kind husband. "Who would have thought? You're just a little, but you're quite charming to women." Xiao Luling glanced at Gu Jiao coldly and leaned on his cane to go back inside. Ouch! Her wound hurt again. Gu Jiao supported her head and went back to her room. She sat on a stool, touched her wound. It was a big cut, not too deep, but if she didn't disinfect it soon, it would probably get infected. But this was ancient times. Where could she get disinfectants? I wish I still had my medicine box. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Gu Jiao felt a sharp pain in her head, and she fainted from the pain. When she woke up, she saw a box on the table in front of her. 03 medicine box. The box was small and looked very old, as if it had been knocked around or dropped somewhere, with dents and peeling paint. Someone might think it was just trash they found in a pile. But despite being so battered, the box made Gu Jiao feel a deep sense of familiarity. She hesitated and opened the box, and inside, she saw medicine. Her mind immediately buzzed. Could it be? Her medicine box. How did it get here? Am I dreaming? Gu Jiao pinched herself hard. She felt the pain. It wasn't a dream. The box was real, and the medicines inside were genuine. She remembered that when the plane crashed, her small medicine box was right beside her. Could that be why it ended up here?
But
why is it so broken? Where is the shiny gold color? In the past, when the small medicine box was still shiny and golden, Gu Jiao disliked it. Now that it is torn and worn out, she thinks it looks even uglier. However, her feelings of affection are stronger than her dislike. Gu Jiao can't help but hold the box tightly in her arms. Sister won't think you're ugly anymore. Sister will take good care of you from now on. Gu Jiao carefully wipes the small medicine box. Luckily, only the outside is damaged. The contents inside are still intact. She takes some gauze and a bottle of iodine from the box, disinfects her wound, and applies some antibacterial ointment. Then she takes 2 anti-inflammatory pills. She initially thought she would need to bandage her wound, but later decided it wasn't necessary. After taking care of her injury, Gu Jiao feels a bit hungry. She puts the medicine box back in the cabinet and plans to find something to eat in the kitchen. But first she needs to change into clean, dry clothes. Gu Jiao hesitates for a moment, then walks through the main hall and knocks on Xiao Liulong's door. What's the matter? Xiao Liulong's cold voice comes from inside. Gu Jiao says, I want to borrow some clothes. The outer shirt in the cabinet hasn't been washed, so I have nothing to change into. There is no response from Xiao Luling for a long time. Just when Gu Jiao thinks he won't lend her the clothes, the door opens and Xiao Luling hands her a clean, dry long shirt. The fabric of the shirt isn't very good, and the color looks a bit old, but it has been washed very clean. In her previous life, Gu Jiao would never wear a man's clothes. But circumstances are different now. If she doesn't wear this, should she wear the moldy clothes in the cabinet? After changing clothes, Gu Jiao washes her dirty clothes and then heads to the kitchen. The kitchen is quite clean, probably tidied up by Xiao Luling. The rice jar is empty, but as Xiao Luling said, there is still half a jar of cornmeal. Additionally, Gu Jiao finds 2 eggs and a bunch of green onions in the cupboard. She takes out the eggs and makes 2 cornmeal and egg pancakes, sprinkling chopped green onions on top. There is a little batter left, so she boils a small pot of cornmeal dumpling soup. Gu Jiao carries the prepared food to the main hall. Xiao Liulong's door is slightly open. In her memory, they usually ate separately. Xiao Luling would cook and leave a bowl for the original owner, but most of the time, she would go to the Gu family to eat. Gu Jiao pauses for a moment, but still knocks on Xiao Liulong's door. What's the matter? Xiao Liulong's cold voice responds from inside. Gu Jiao said, I made dinner. Do you want to eat together? Gu Jiao rarely cooks, and even when she does, she doesn't make his portion. So, he plans to wait until Gu Jiao comes out before making his own. Xiao Luling suspiciously looked at the closed door. I'll eat first, I won't wait. Gu Jiao wanted to wait for him, but she was so hungry she felt faint and almost collapsed. She needed to quickly regain her strength. Gu Jiao just sat down, about to pick up her chopsticks, when the door creaked open. Xiao Luling came out. He wasn't here to eat, but when his gaze accidentally fell on Gu Jiao, he froze. The long gown he gave her was a piece he could no longer wear himself, but it was too big for Gu Jiao's small, thin body. The gown looked loose and a bit awkward. Probably for convenience, she had tied her hair and rolled up her sleeves, revealing a slender, white neck and thin wrists. No longer the arrogant, wild girl she used to be, she sat quietly, focused on eating her food. She didn't look like herself at all. Xiao Yulong's eyes paused slightly, but he eventually looked away coldly. At this moment, Gu Jiao noticed him and said, "You're here, sit down and eat." Opposite her, there was another set of bowls and chopsticks. It was clear she had prepared food for Xiao Luling, not just calling him over casually. But Xiao Luling didn't move. Gu Jiao understood what he was worried about. The original owner didn't get along well with him, and suddenly cooking for him might seem suspicious. But Gu Jiao couldn't explain that she was no longer the same person. After thinking for a moment, Gu Jiao said, "There's not much firewood at home. If we don't eat now, we'll waste firewood heating another meal later." Maybe this remark touched Xiao Luling, because he finally sat down across from her. The original owner was impressed by Xiao Yulong's looks when they first met, or she wouldn't have taken him in. Her dislike for Xiao Luling was seen by outsiders as because of his leg injury, but Gu Jiao didn't see it that way. The original owner was naive, but Gu Jiao was not. She couldn't see through some things, but after reviewing her memories, she understood everything. Xiao Luling was deliberately provoking the original owner. He didn't want to be intimate with her, or have her get close. Actually, she had the same idea. Though she teased him verbally, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to do anything more with him. Gu Jiao quickly finished eating, took her bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen, and carried out a basket. Xiao Luling didn't ask what she was going to do, and she didn't say either. That was their usual way. When Gu Jiao reached the door, she suddenly turned back and said, "I wasn't lying earlier. The firewood is really almost gone. Before it gets dark, I'll go to the back mountain to cut some wood. It might rain soon, so if I don't come back, remember to put away your clothes." Xiao Luling looked at her deeply. In the past, Gu Jiao wouldn't notice changes in the weather or tell him where she was going. After Gu Jiao left, only Xiao Luling and the uneaten meal remained in the house. Life was hard at home, but Xiao Luling, who didn't like Gu Jiao much, wouldn't let food go to waste. He frowned, picked up his chopsticks, and took a piece of scallion egg pancake. 04 saving someone. Gu Jiao went to chop wood partly because she really needed it and partly because she wanted to find something to fill her stomach. The family wasn't completely broke, but they were close. Xiao Luling could probably manage for a few more days alone, but with her, they were running out of supplies. It was late autumn now. Maybe because the air was so clean, Gu Jiao felt the sky above her was especially blue, more blue than she'd ever seen. The air was fresh and made her feel relaxed. She didn't know why she was here or if the crazy people at the research institute would be looking for her. Most likely, they were angry because she disappeared without sending her latest research results. But on the surface, she was a medical doctor from the research institute at M University, though in reality, she was a spy. She had joined the organization at age 8, and all her experiences since then had been to hide her true identity. Of course, she didn't plan to live her life risking her neck. She had promised the organization this was her last mission. After completing it, she would leave. But then the plane had an accident. Looking back now, the plane crash seemed too coincidental. But there was no point in dwelling on it now. She was dead. She couldn't go back to seek revenge. No one would be sad about her death. Her parents divorced when she was 2, and later each remarried and had new children. She had always been extra, not really part of the family. In a way, her fate was similar to the original owners. The original owner's parents died early, and she was also an outsider in the Gu family. When the original owner died, no one truly mourned her. Gu Jiao chuckled self-deprecatingly, her brow slightly cold. Worried it might rain, she didn't go too deep into the woods. Still, she found many good things: mushrooms, wild fungi, and wildwood ear mushrooms growing on tree stumps. The wood ears were thick and lush, covering most of a large stump. Gu Jiao picked the biggest ones. This area had obviously been cut down by villagers, so there were many such stumps and plenty of wild mushrooms. She picked them one by one, and soon her basket was heavy. Seeing she had gathered enough, Gu Jiao stopped and cut some dry branches. She tied the branches to her basket with a rope, ready to go down the mountain. But as she turned around, she suddenly felt a squish under her foot, as if she had stepped on something. Right after, she heard a faint, weak groan. She blinked and slowly moved her leg away. Could I be so unlucky? She took a deep breath and looked down. In the weeds, she saw an old man with a white beard who had fainted after she stepped on him. Gu Jiao. No, how could someone be lying in a ditch? Was it just her luck to step on him? She carefully stepped over him, feeling her conscience was clear. But in just a moment, she returned with a blank expression. Let me make this clear, I'm not helping you out of kindness. Suddenly, from a tightly tied cloth bag beside the old man, a wild chicken flapped its wings and squawked. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow and nonchalantly glanced at the bag, which immediately stopped moving. Then she looked at the old man with the white beard. His face still bore a large, ugly footprint she had made, looking quite terrible. His clothes looked like those of an ordinary villager. But there was an unexplainable sense of authority in his expression. Gu Jiao put down the dry branches and began to check his pulse. She had studied Western medicine in school, but later, to carry out a very special mission, she had secretly trained under a renowned traditional Chinese doctor for 5 years, pretending to learn from him. From his pulse, she judged he didn't have any serious illness. She guessed he might have caught a cold, developed a high fever suddenly, fallen into the ditch, and dislocated his left arm. Gu Jiao took her small medicine box from her basket and placed an ice pack on his forehead. Then, Gu Jiao reattached his arm, chopped a piece of wood, and tore off his sleeve to immobilize his arm. After finishing these tasks, she took his temperature again and found it was still high, so she gave him an injection to reduce the fever. Nearby, there was a small grass shelter for villagers to rest on the mountain. Gu Jiao moved him there. Once the fever subsided and he was about to wake up, Gu Jiao got up to leave the mountain. Before leaving, she left her umbrella with him. I don't treat people for free, she said, then took a bag of wild chickens and left. When Gu Jiao reached home, it started to rain, and soon it became a heavy downpour. The distant mountains, the village, and the grass shelter were all covered in rain mist. Gu Jiao went straight to the kitchen. Xiao Luling had already cleaned up the dishes and wiped the stove, and put away his clothes. Gu Jiao set down the firewood and the bag, then looked at the cupboard and asked curiously, "Are they all finished eating?" She had left quite a lot of food. She didn't expect that the boy, who looked thin and delicate, had such a big appetite. Maybe it was because he was growing? Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow, then took a cage and put the wild chickens inside. She separated the small and large firewood, picking out the ones that needed splitting. By evening, she had finished splitting the firewood, but the rain hadn't stopped. The house was damp and cold. She found a fire basin and planned to light a fire for herself. Suddenly, she thought of something and went to knock softly on Xiao Yulong's door. "Want to warm up by the fire?" she asked quietly. There was no response inside. She called again, but still no reply. Seeing the door slightly open, Gu Jiao gently pushed it open and peeked inside. Under the dim yellow oil lamp, she saw a thin, delicate figure lying on the old table, asleep. He was holding an unfinished book. The book was clearly yellowed, and the cover was torn, patched with oil paper. Rural readers had a hard life, especially Xiao Luling, who had been oppressed by the Gu family and the original owner, unable to attend private schools, relying only on himself for learning. Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment, then quietly approached and took a cotton coat from the cabinet to drape over him. Xiao Luling woke up in the middle of the night. He hadn't slept well in the past few days and didn't expect to fall asleep at the table. When he opened his eyes, he saw a cotton coat on him, frowned, and a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. He frowned as he looked at the book in his hand. Suddenly, he heard a crisp crackling sound. Turning his head, he saw a lit fire basin on the ground, which he hadn't noticed before. The cold, quiet room was instantly warmed by the firelight. Xiao Yulong's gaze fixed on the fire basin, and he looked thoughtful. There was only one fire basin at home. After Xiao Luling used it, Gu Jiao's side had none. Gu Jiao quickly hid her small medicine box and crawled into bed, wrapping herself up like a little silkworm. Perhaps the day's exertions had tired her out, so despite feeling cold, she fell asleep quickly. Gu Jiao hadn't dreamed in many years, but tonight, she had a dream. She dreamed that a doctor came to town. Xiao Luling went to see him for his leg, but the clinic where the doctor worked was involved in a medical dispute, causing harm to many people. Xiao Luling, who had a limp, was already slow, and someone injured his healthy leg as well. Although this injury didn't kill Xiao Luling, it caused him to miss his exam 3 days later. 05 Bully's Gu Jiao was very surprised to realize she had dreamed, and she even dreamed about a man. Are you that worried about him? Gu Jiao wondered curiously, touching her chin. But it was just a dream, so she didn't really think much of it. It was dawn now, with a few stars still visible in the sky, so it looked like a clear day. Gu Jiao couldn't remember the last time she woke up so early. Although she worked at a research institute in her past life, everyone knew she was a complete night owl. Most of her research and surgeries were scheduled in the afternoon. Tasks assigned by her organization rarely followed a sunrise to sunset routine. Today, Gu Jiao was wearing her own clothes. Last night, after bringing the fire basin into Xiao Yulong's room, she sat by it for a while, drying her clothes. She moved quietly and didn't wake Xiao Luling. Gu Jiao went to the backyard to fetch water and wash up. Xiao Yulong's door was open, but he was no longer inside. She thought she had woken early, but someone had woken even earlier. Gu Jiao checked the front and back of the house but didn't see Xiao Luling. She only noticed that a water bucket was missing from the water tank. She looked at the half-full water tank, touched her chin, and said nothing. The latch on the front door was still in place. Xiao Luling had gone out through the back door of the kitchen, and it was locked from the outside. As a result, outsiders cannot enter freely, but if Gu Jiao wants to go out, she can open the front door and leave. After washing up, Gu Jiao applied ointment and took anti-inflammatory medicine. At this time, Xiao Luling had not yet returned. Gu Jiao first used the last bit of cornmeal, which was their final food supply. Gu Jiao needed to find a way to sell the wild chicken she brought back in town to exchange for some grain for her family. However, the original owner had never left the village, so Gu Jiao was unsure of the way to the town. It would take some time for the dough to rise, so Gu Jiao swept the backyard, the main hall, and her own room with a broom. Xiao Luling was not home, so she did not enter his room. She only washed half of her clothes yesterday. A few more were in the wardrobe. Gu Jiao took them all out and placed them into a large wooden basin in the backyard. This era had soap nuts. The original owner had seen them on the merchant's stretcher before. But the villagers were poor and couldn't afford to buy soap, so they used soap nuts picked from trees. Gu Jiao crushed the soap nuts and spread them evenly on the clothes, pounding them with a stick until a fragrant foam appeared, then repeatedly scrubbed the clothes. The cleaning power of soap nuts was not as strong as expected, but Gu Jiao was determined to wash her clothes thoroughly. Finally, her undershirt developed a small hole from scrubbing. Gu Jiao. When she finished washing her clothes, half a basin of water was nearly used up. By then, the noodles had also risen, so Gu Jiao made some cornmeal buns and steamed them in the pot. Xiao Luling still hadn't returned. There were 2 wells in the village, the old well near the village's end, closer to them but almost dry, and the new well at the village entrance. Gu Jiao guessed Xiao Luling would go to the new well to fetch water. That well was only a few dozen steps farther than the place where Gu Jiao had fallen into the water yesterday. A normal person could make a round trip in less than 15 minutes. Xiao Luling was slow to walk and was carrying a bucket of water, so Gu Jiao thought he should have been back in about 20 minutes. Gu Jiao stood in front of the stove, looked toward the front door, and finally decided to open it and go out. She found Xiao Luling behind a large locust tree near the old well. He was surrounded by a few fierce-looking thugs, with his water bucket spilled on the ground and water splattered everywhere. Each had 2 chicken feathers stuck in their hair. The ancient version of gangsta style? Gu Jiao recognized that these thugs were not only from their village, but also from the neighboring village. They caused trouble every day, committing minor crimes, not necessarily killing or setting fires, but they often disturbed the neighbors. Xiao Yulong's cane was snatched away by a small troublemaker. The troublemaker was not very old, probably around 13 or 14, but very arrogant. He pushed Xiao Luling to the ground and pointed his cane at Xiao Yulong's face. "I've warned you so many times. Don't show up in front of me again. Are you deaf or what? Hurry up and get out of Qingchuan village." The troublemaker still sounded like he was going through puberty, his voice a bit familiar. He waved his cane at Xiao Luling. Gu Jiao didn't have time to think much and quickly stepped forward, raising her hand to block Xiao Luling, then kicked the troublemaker in the backside.
Hey.
"Who the dares to kick me?" The troublemaker kicked hard, almost fell flat. He turned around to curse, but suddenly choked. Gu Jiao didn't care if he choked or not. She grabbed the cane from his hand, twisted his arm behind his back, and pressed the cane against his neck. The troublemaker was uncomfortable and shouted loudly, "Sister! Sister! What are you doing?" Gu Jiao was stunned. Nearby, the gang of bullies saw their leader being bullied and rushed toward Gu Jiao. The troublemaker yelled angrily, "Everyone stop! That's my sister!" The bullies froze in place. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao remembered who this troublemaker was: Gu Xiaoshan, the youngest son of the second branch of the Gu family. Gu Xiaoshan was 13 years old, the youngest among the grandchildren of the Gu family, and the only one close to the real and original owner. He didn't mind that the original owner was simple-minded or ugly. Perhaps because Gu Xiaoshan was quite mischievous, he refused to study properly and spent all his time fooling around. His older brothers and sisters often scolded him, and his parents frequently beat him. Only the original owner would foolishly hold his hand and cheer him up with candies saved from his own mouth. Gu Xiaoshan was good at fighting, really strong. He knew Gu Jiao was acting this way because she was simple-minded, but he wasn't very clever either. He simply thought that anyone who was kind to him, he would be kind to in return. "Sister! Sister! I hurt!" Gu Xiaoshan shouted sadly. Gu Jiao released him, turned her right hand behind her back, and pulled him up with her left hand. She asked calmly, "Why did you bully your brother-in-law?" "Brother-in-law?" Gu Xiaoshan doubted he heard correctly. "Didn't you tell me to beat him up?"
Me?
Gu Jiao looked confused. "Yes." Gu Xiaoshan glanced at Xiao Luling and lowered his voice. "You told me you didn't want this little anymore, and to chase him away so you could be with little Qin." He thought his voice was quiet, but everyone present heard him clearly. Xiao Luling looked cold and calm. The troublemakers couldn't bear to look at him. Gu Xiaoshan said, "Sister, you haven't forgotten, right? You told me yourself." Gu Xiaoshan wouldn't lie to her. It seems the original owner did say something like that, but she doesn't remember now. However, her younger brother hasn't forgotten a single word. "Did you just say that casually and you took it seriously?" Gu Jiao felt a toothache.
"So, what do we do now?"
Gu Xiaoshan realized he might have done something wrong. He hung his head and stood there like a small quail. 06 selling chickens. Gu Jiao bent down and picked up the cane from the ground with her left hand, then walked over and handed it to Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling calmly took the cane and stood up. He went to pick up the water bucket on the ground. "Go," Gu Jiao said to Gu Xiaoshan.
"Oh."
Gu Xiaoshan happily ran over, ahead of Xiao Luling, and lifted the water bucket. "Go fetch water," Gu Jiao told Gu Xiaoshan. "Go fetch water," Gu Xiaoshan said to under his command. The twitched his mouth and went to fetch water with the bucket. Xiao Luling walked back silently, not saying a word the whole time. Only after he was far away did Gu Xiaoshan speak again. "Sister, what's going on? Don't you dislike him anymore? And, sis, how did your strength become so big? What move was that just now? Show me again. I want to learn it too." Gu Jiao shot him a sharp glare. Gu Xiaoshan sulked and closed his mouth.
"Boss."
"The water's here." The carrying a full bucket hurried over. "Don't forget to bring it back to my sister."
Cough.
Under Gu Jiao's intimidating gaze, Gu Xiaoshen took the bucket. All right, give it to me. You all can leave now. Later, we'll go to the neighboring village to fetch more. What's there to fetch? Get lost. All of you, get out of here. The thugs dispersed. Gu Xiaoshen smiled happily at Gu Jiao. Sister, don't be mad. If you don't dislike brother-in-law anymore, I won't bully him in the future. Do you often bully him?
Gu Jiao asked.
Gu Xiaoshen scratched his head.
Well,
not often. Maybe 3 or 4 times a month. 4 or 5 times. 6 or 7.
8.
The more he spoke, the softer his voice became. He had a bad memory and didn't know how many times he had bullied him. Let's go home, Gu Jiao said.
Hey.
Gu Xiaoshen giggled and carried a water bucket, following Gu Jiao. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Gu Jiao's stiff right arm. Sister, did you hurt your hand? It's nothing, Gu Jiao said. It's not nothing. You're bleeding. Gu Xiaoshen put down the bucket, grabbed Gu Jiao's arm, and rolled up her sleeve. He saw blood on her wrist. Did I hit you just now? I said it's fine. Gu Jiao pulled her arm away. And what happened to your head? I bumped it before falling into the water. The wound was hidden in her hair. Why does this kid have such sharp eyes? Gu Xiaoshen added. You fell into the water?
When?
Gu Jiao kept walking without turning back.
Hey.
Sister. Wait for me. When Gu Xiaoshen and Gu Jiao returned home, they were surprised to see a young scholar standing at the door. He wore a long robe, refined and gentle, with an elegant demeanor, but a hint of pride between his brows.
Who are you?
What are you doing at my sister's house? Gu Xiaoshen asked, hands on his hips. The other person didn't look at Gu Xiaoshen. Instead, he gave Gu Jiao a cold glare. Did you let someone bully Brother Xiao again? You wicked woman. How dare you insult my sister? Gu Xiaoshen put down the water bucket and clenched his fists, ready to fight. Though only 13, he was quite capable of fighting. Otherwise, he wouldn't be known as the toughest troublemaker in 10 miles. A weak scholar was no match for him. Xiao, Gu Jiao called out. Almost at the same time, Xiao Luling changed his clothes and came out of the house. I'm a classmate, Xiao Luling said to Gu Jiao and her brother. The classmate snorted dismissively, walked over, and helped Xiao Luling with a heavy bag. Let's go. Seeing Xiao Luling carrying his bag, Gu Xiaoshen was surprised. Where are you going? Could it be that he's scared after being beaten and plans to leave? The classmate didn't want to bother with Gu Xiaoshen.
Gu Jiao didn't ask much.
She silently entered the house. As she passed by Xiao Luling, he glanced at her stiff right hand. Gu Jiao covered her hand with her sleeve, hiding the blood from her wrist. But once inside, she suddenly heard Xiao Yulong's somewhat cold voice behind her. I'm going to town. To treat your leg? Gu Jiao asked instinctively. For some reason, Gu Jiao thought of that dream. She didn't really believe it, but still. Do you have an exam in 3 days? Gu Jiao looked at him. Xiao Yulong's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he nodded and said, yes. A classmate said impatiently, why are you telling her this? Be careful, she might stop you from going. Don't forget, the last time you missed an exam, it was because of her. And about your leg, if she hadn't kept you at home, you wouldn't have missed your chance with Dr. Zhang. Gu Jiao turned to look at Gu Xiaoshen. She didn't remember any of these things. Gu Xiaoshen pointed at him and said, are you talking? What do you mean I stopped him? My sister was sick, and he just got married and left her alone. Is that right? When he mentioned that, Gu Jiao remembered. Not long after her sister got married, she did get sick, but it wasn't real sickness. She was pretending. Someone told her that Xiao Luling had left and wouldn't come back, so she and Xuaningxiang became widows. She didn't want to be a widow, so she locked Xiao Luling up. She didn't know that because of this, Xiao Luling missed an exam 6 months ago, and the only chance to treat his leg. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Yulong's leg. Actually, Brother Xiao, let's go. The carriage is waiting at the village entrance. The classmate interrupted Gu Jiao and pulled Xiao Luling, walking quickly toward the village. I want to eat osmanthus cake. Gu Jiao suddenly came out, looking at Xiao Luling.
Elias osmanthus cake.
I only eat theirs. If you don't buy it for me, I won't let you in. And I'll burn your books. Bad woman. The classmate gritted his teeth, helping Xiao Luling onto an old carriage at the village entrance. Brother Xiao, don't listen to her. Li Ji is an old brand. Their osmanthus cake is hard to get. By the time you buy it, Dr. Zhang will have left. He's a doctor from the capital, better than the town doctors, and only he can treat your leg. You mustn't let that wicked woman hold you back. That's my sister, and she should be able to boss him around like that. Gu Xiaoshen gave Gu Jiao a thumbs up. Gu Jiao rubbed her forehead. Do you know where the market is? Gu Xiaoshen nodded.
Yes.
Why do you ask? Are you going? What for?
To sell chickens.
Chickens? Where did you get chickens, sister? Wild chickens. She didn't mention that she forcibly took the money for treatment. Gu Xiaoshen naturally thought her sister caught the chickens herself. Sister, I see you've changed. You're more capable than before. It's not that he's become less clever, but that he's grown smarter than before. Gu Xiaoshen never considered the original owner to be foolish. Gu Xiaoshen pointed out the direction of the market. Both the market and the clinic are in the town, just on opposite sides, one in the west, one in the east. Gu Xiaoshen insisted on going with her, but Gu Jiao refused. The Gu family didn't like Gu Xiaoshen getting too close to Gu Jiao, worried she might be simple-minded and cause him to become the same. Gu Jiao went back to her room, opened her small medicine box, cleaned her wound with iodine, and applied some antibacterial ointment. She was very hungry. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen. 07 director after Xiao Luling arrived in town, he was immediately taken to the clinic by his old classmate. There was a long line outside the clinic, all waiting to see the famous doctor. The two stood at the end of the line. His classmate tiptoed to look ahead. It's not too late. We should be able to get in. I'll pay for the carriage later, Xiao Luling said. His classmate patted his chest. We're classmates and from the same hometown, no need to be so polite. By the way, are you hungry? He left in a hurry and hadn't eaten anything, so Xiao Luling hadn't eaten either. He took out a clean small cloth bag from his wide sleeve, opened it, revealing 3 beautiful cornmeal buns. Where did these buns come from? Xiao Luling thought they looked familiar. His classmate replied, They're from your stove. I just steamed them when I left. Xiao Luling frowned. Did you leave some? His classmate looked strange. Aren't there only 3 in total? You made these buns yourself, don't you remember? Xiao Luling kept silent. After a moment, he asked, Why didn't you leave one for her? His classmate was surprised. You mean that wicked woman? Why would I leave her one? She's caused you enough trouble already. Besides, she doesn't eat what you make. He picked up a bun and took a bite, his eyes suddenly wide. Brother Xiao, why are these buns so delicious today? Xiao Luling stepped out of the line. His classmate was stunned. Brother Xiao, where are you going? It's almost your turn. Xiao Luling didn't reply, just kept walking forward. His classmate looked at the long line almost reaching into the alley, frustrated, and said to the woman behind him, Auntie, we need to go to the restroom. We'll be right back. He hurried after Xiao Luling. What are you doing? Buying osmanthus cakes, Xiao Luling replied, crossing the alley to Li's shop. Li's shop is a 100-year-old brand. It's just as crowded as the clinic. Your friend was anxious. Are you crazy? You're really buying osmanthus cakes for that wicked woman. Do you know Dr. Zhang only sees patients in the morning? By the time you buy the cakes, the daylilies will be cold. Xiao Luling is stubborn. Once he makes a decision, nothing can change his mind. An hour later, Xiao Luling bought the osmanthus cakes from Li's shop. Hopefully, Dr. Zhang hasn't left yet. Your friend grabbed Xiao Luling and hurried toward the medical clinic. However, when they reached the clinic's door, they saw that the long line was gone. Only a group of curious villagers and a team of serious soldiers remained. Your friend looked at a middle-aged man nearby and asked, Sir, what happened here? Why are there no patients? The man replied, Just now a crazy person rushed into the clinic. He said the doctor had caused his wife's death. He started attacking with a knife, injuring everyone inside. Did you see that woman at the door? She was the last to go in. As soon as she entered, the crazy man arrived. She was lucky and ran out, but she fell and hurt her head. That woman was the one standing behind them in line earlier, wasn't she? If they hadn't left, Xiao Lulang would have been the last to go in. With Xiao Yulong's leg problem, he definitely couldn't have run out. Most likely, he was among those injured too. On the way back, neither of them spoke. As the sky darkened, the carriage moved along a quiet path, the wheels creaking. At this time, the town's carriages no longer went to the countryside. They rented a mule cart for 20 copper coins. It had no cabin, only a simple black canopy, and it was drafty at both ends. They were freezing, their hands and feet stiff. Suddenly, a thin, small figure appeared in Xiao Yulong's sight. His eyes paused. It was a fork in the road. Ahead was the way back to the village. West led to the market. From the market road, Gu Jiao was walking, carrying a heavy basket on her back, panting heavily. The sunset glow had faded. She was wrapped in the last bit of dusk, her bones thin and fragile. She wiped her sweat with her hand, revealing a piece of gauze on her wrist, with faint traces of blood. "Stop the cart," Xiao Lulang said. The driver stopped the mule cart. "Why stop?" your friend asked, puzzled. Then he saw Gu Jiao walking toward them. Gu Jiao didn't seem to notice them. She thought it was an ordinary mule cart. She didn't lift her eyes and turned around without looking sideways, walking past the carriage. "Come up," Xiao Lulang said. Gu Jiao finally turned her head in surprise, looking at Xiao Lulang on the mule cart, where the classmate from the daytime still sat beside him. The classmate still looked annoyed but didn't say anything about not letting Xiao Lulang talk to her. "Come up," Xiao Lulang repeated, his voice cold. Although he was only about 16 or 17, he carried a calm and commanding presence beyond his years. Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment and then climbed up. She sat opposite Xiao Lulang and took the basket on her back, placing it on the ground. Xiao Lulang glanced at the basket and asked, "Did you go to the market?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, I sold 2 chickens and bought some rice and flour. Also did a few other things." Xiao Lulang looked at her deeply, as if he saw something but said nothing. The classmate cast a strange look at Gu Jiao, thinking, "Is this silly woman still doing business?" Gu Jiao seemed unaware of his gaze and asked Xiao Lulang, "What about you? Did you see the doctor in town today?" "Of course. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on eating osmanthus cakes, we wouldn't have missed Dr. Zhang's clinic." The classmate wouldn't tell her that Xiao Lulang avoided trouble because he went to buy her osmanthus cakes.
"That
is really unfortunate," Gu Jiao murmured, lowering her eyes. She said she was disappointed, but somehow it didn't seem like she was at all. Could she already know about the clinic?
Impossible.
With her personality, would she be so calm knowing she accidentally saved Xiao Lulang? Last time, she saved him and forced him to marry her. If she saved him again, wouldn't the heavens intervene? The classmate sneered, "I ate the osmanthus cakes. Not cheap for you at all." Gu Jiao remained calm.
"Oh."
The classmate then punched the cotton pillow. After that, no one spoke again. A very elegant carriage approached from the front. The classmate's mind was stirred, and he sat up straight, saying, "Look, that's the director's carriage." "Director?" Gu Jiao asked. The classmate explained, "The head of Tianxiang Academy. Xiao Ge is taking the academy exam in 3 days. The director is from the capital, once the top scholar among the 4 great talents of a city, learned and knowledgeable. His exam results from 20 years ago are still unbeaten. A single word from him is better than 10 years of study. I wish I could become his disciple. I heard that the headmaster hasn't taken on any apprentices for many years. I've been at the academy for half a year, but I haven't even seen his face." My classmate kept talking excitedly, so much so that he forgot he was speaking to the person he disliked most. On the carriage, the headmaster, dressed in white robes, sat politely beside me. Opposite him was an old man in simple cloth clothes. The old man's left arm was bandaged, and he held a small, broken umbrella. There was a large, faint footprint on his face, which looked like it came from somewhere unknown. This scene made the headmaster feel a bit helpless. He didn't know what to say, and didn't dare ask. He bowed respectfully and asked, Why did you suddenly come out of hiding? You didn't tell the students. We could have sent someone to pick you up. 08. Solitude. The road to the village was difficult, especially the part leading to Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao's homes. There were many potholes, making it easy for the cartwheels to get stuck. The mule cart stopped at the village entrance. Brother Xiao, my classmate, was the first to jump down and helped Xiao Luling out of the cart, then took his bundle. Xiao Luling stood still, then looked back at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao jumped lightly from the cart, carrying a basket on her back. Xiao Luling looked away and told his classmate, "You can go back now. No need to see me off." It was indeed getting late, and the driver was starting to get impatient. My classmate said, "All right, I'll go. Don't forget the exam in 3 days. The academy isn't on holiday that day, so I won't come to pick you up. Remember to go yourself." Xiao Luling nodded quietly, taking his bundle. The night was dark and difficult to walk, and they didn't have a lantern. Gu Jiao stayed silent, waiting for Xiao Luling. My classmate gave her a cold look, pulled Xiao Luling slightly away, and whispered, "Brother Xiao, study hard in 3 days. If you pass, you can live in the academy and won't be bullied by that wicked woman anymore. Don't worry about your leg. I'll keep asking Dr. Zhang for news. Oh, and eat the osmanthus cake yourself. Don't let that wicked woman get it cheap." When Gu Jiao returned from the market, she was sweating all over, but it dried on the mule cart. Her small face was now pale from the cold, looking quite striking under the moonlight. Xiao Luling glanced at her. My classmate wanted to say more but was interrupted by Xiao Luling. "Got it.
You can go now."
My classmate opened his mouth, but Xiao Luling ignored him. He held his bundle in one hand and his cane in the other, then turned toward his home. Gu Jiao followed closely behind. Gu Jiao kept a comfortable distance from him, not too close, but she could still catch him if he fell. However, Xiao Luling was very familiar with this path, and they reached home without any problems. It was already dark outside, and every household had their doors closed. Only Xuaning Xiang came out to fetch bathwater and stood at the door for a moment. "Ah, Xiang, why don't you come in? What are you looking at?" Inside, Xuaning Xiang's mother-in-law, lying on her sickbed, asked her in a hoarse voice. Xuaning Xiang blinked blankly and said, "Nothing, nothing." She must have seen it wrong. How could Xiao Luling be walking with that silly girl? They are a couple, but they are more like enemies than friends. At the Gu family old house, today the eldest branch was cooking. Zhou Shi and her daughter Gu Yue brought steaming dishes to the main hall and set the bowls and chopsticks. In the Gu family, women did not eat at the table. Only old Master Gu, his eldest son Gu Chonghai, second son Gu Chonglu, and 3 grandsons sat there. Grandmother Wu, along with 2 daughters-in-law and granddaughter Gu Yue, sat in the kitchen eating from bowls. Old Master Gu was the village chief, more successful than most villagers who only farm the land. The family rarely ate meat, maybe twice a month. Today was one of those days. Braised pork belly with cabbage, the broth filled with a rich, meaty aroma. But there wasn't much pork, only enough for 2 bites each. Gu Chonghai and Gu Chonglu each took a piece, then, under their father's stern gaze, they dared not take more and turned to pick pickled vegetables instead. Old Master Gu didn't eat much himself, only a small piece, and also gave a small piece each to Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Ershun. The rest he gave to Gu Dashun. Gu Xiaoshun counted carefully. There were 5 pieces, all large. Why does he get all of it? Gu Xiaoshun muttered resentfully while eating. Gu Ershun whispered, "That's because Big Brother is a scholar. Our family relies on him to get ahead." When he said this, he couldn't help but glance at the meat in Gu Dashun's bowl. He was craving it, really craving it. But he was used to this kind of special treatment. There were many men in the family, but only Big Brother was a student. This year, he even got into the county school, which was an achievement higher than Grandpa's. TCH, Gu Xiaoshun rolled his eyes. "My brother-in-law is also a scholar. Why don't you call him to eat meat? How can they be the same? Big Brother has already been accepted into the county school. How can he compare to him? My brother-in-law just didn't take the exam." The 2 brothers kept arguing, but old Master Gu suddenly slammed his chopsticks on the table, making both of them fall silent. When old Master Gu got angry, It wasn't just the three grandchildren who couldn't handle it. Even Gu Chonghai and Gu Chonglu looked a bit nervous. The room became very quiet. Second brother, have I shown you the book I gave you?
It has my notes on it.
Read it carefully, and if you don't understand something, come ask me. It was Gu Dashun speaking. Only he dared to speak up against old Master Gu's anger. His voice was clear and gentle, calm and steady, showing a bit of a scholar's manner. Old Master Gu liked this grandson very much, so his anger quickly faded. Gu Ershun was surprised and smiled, saying, "Thank you in advance, big brother." Old Master Gu had taught all three grandchildren, but only Gu Dashun had passed the exam. After that, Old Master Gu couldn't teach him anymore, so he sent Gu Dashun to a private school in town. Private schools were expensive, and the Gu family could only afford the best one. Gu Ershun always dreamed of being just like Gu Dashun. Old Master Gu, feeling authoritative without anger, said, "Don't bother your older brother these days. He has an exam coming up." Gu Ershun nodded respectfully. "Got it, Grandpa." Gu Shaoshun didn't want to stay long. After eating a little, he left. He wanted to go outside, but he couldn't get through the front door of the main hall or the back door of the kitchen. Wu Shi was not as easy to deal with as old Master Gu. Gu Shaoshun decided to climb over the wall. But halfway up, Lu Shi caught him. "Gu Shaoshun, come down now." Gu Shaoshun was pulled down by Lu Shi. She slapped his head and scolded him softly. "Your grandparents are right here. Do you want to die? Don't hit my head." Gu Shaoshun said impatiently. "It's so late. What are you going out for?" "I'm worried about my sister. She hasn't come to eat all day." Lu Shi snorted. "It's better she doesn't come. Why are you going to see her? She's already married, and she keeps running back to her parents' house. What kind of behavior is that?" Gu Shaoshun pouted and said, "Uncle San and Aunt San didn't say that before they passed away. Grandpa and Grandma promised Aunt San that our sister would find a husband here. The man named Xiao is her husband, and she's still part of our family." Lu Shi couldn't argue with him, so she pinched him hard. Gu Ershun was obedient but useless. Gu Shaoshun was disobedient and also useless. It was a waste that she had two sons. Gu Jiao bought rice and flour at the market. She didn't expect Xiao Luling to buy some too, and he even bought a few plain steamed buns. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to warm the buns. It was Xiao Luling who lit the fire. Gu Jiao was not picky. When she left, her wrist wound was not serious, but after doing some work at the market, the wound tore open. Luckily, she thought her home was unsafe, so she carried a medicine box and bandaged it on the spot. Neither of them mentioned the 3 cornmeal buns they ate that morning. Xiao Luling didn't explain, and Gu Jiao didn't ask. "Let's eat here. It's warm," Gu Jiao said. She was really cold and kept shivering. Xiao Luling hesitated for a moment, then nodded and sat down on a small stool beside Gu Jiao. They sat so close for the first time, with Xiao Luling sitting on her left side, able to clearly see the birthmark on her left cheek. Usually, Gu Jiao covered it with thick makeup, but now she was barefaced and confident, with no concealment. Xiao Yulong's handsome lips twitched slightly, but he didn't speak. Just as she wouldn't ask about him, he wouldn't ask about her. They were two unrelated people, and there was no need for deeper involvement. The plain steamed buns didn't taste special, but Gu Jiao was hungry all day, so she didn't mind. She ate a little too quickly and choked, so she went inside to drink some water. When she returned to the kitchen, Xiao Luling was gone, and a package was left on the small stool. Gu Jiao opened it and saw it was osmanthus cake. Soon, the day of Xiao Yulong's exam arrived. Gu Jiao woke up early, kneaded dough, steamed a batch of solid white buns, and cooked a pot of wild mushroom soup. The mushrooms were foraged from the mountains. She had already eaten the first batch, and these were freshly picked yesterday. There were still many left, and she planned to sell them at the market later. She also picked some wood ear mushrooms, but fresh ones are poisonous and must be dried before eating. While waiting for the meal, she took her medicine in her room. Her wrist and back of head wounds had healed, and she was almost out of medicine, but the ointment was still mostly full, with more than half left. Meanwhile, Xiao Luling also got up. Gu Jiao knew he had stayed up late studying last night and didn't disturb him in the morning. She didn't expect him to wake so early. She set the bowls and chopsticks and served him half a bowl of wild mushroom soup, carefully not filling it completely, worried he might need to use the toilet before the exam. I'm not sure if it's Gu Jiao's imagination, but I feel like Xiao Lulang's subtle glance carries a hint of sadness. Since the exam lasts all day, Gu Jiao packed some steamed buns and water for him. After a while, she thought of something and added 10 copper coins to her bag. Xiao Lulang watched her put the coins away, but said nothing. Gu Jiao handed him the packed bag and said, "I've already paid for the carriage. I've also arranged for you to be taken directly to the nearby academy." "Okay," Xiao Lulang replied softly, took the bag, and stepped out with his cane. Gu Jiao looked at his injured leg and held back the idea of accompanying him to the village entrance. He probably wouldn't want that either. When Xiao Lulang reached the village entrance, Uncle Luo's ox cart was already parked under the locust tree, with several villagers sitting on it. They were all people going to sell their small vegetables and eggs in town. Villagers saw him and greeted him with smiles. Xiao Lulang is a scholar. Usually he appears cold, but he doesn't have much airs. If someone needs to send a letter or get a reply, they come to find him. Although Gu Dashun is also a scholar, he spends his days studying at the private school and only returns home at night to study hard. Villagers rarely bother him. There was one last seat on the ox cart, probably reserved for him. Just as Xiao Lulang was about to get on, he felt a figure flash past and block his way. The person, one hand on the ox cart, the other supporting another figure behind. "Shunzi, hurry up." It was Mother Zhou from the Gu family's main house, with her son. Mother Zhou blocked Xiao Lulang completely, not giving him a chance to get on the cart. On the cart, a woman spoke up. Shunzi's mother, Xiao Lulang, was here first. Xiao Dashuan paused his action of getting on the cart. He turned his head, looked past his mother, and glanced at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang's face was calm and indifferent. Mother Zhou scoffed casually. "Shunzi has an exam. What's it to you if he arrived first? Does arriving first mean he can delay Shunzi's exam?" Everyone in the village knew Xiao Dashuan was promising. Recently, he got into the county school, which was a prestigious position, and it was said he didn't even need to kneel before the county magistrate. Although Xiao Lulang is a good young man, his future isn't as important as Xiao Dashuan's. If Xiao Dashuan succeeds, it would bring honor to the Gu family and shine on the entire Qingchuan village. Everyone fell silent. Uncle Luo awkwardly said, "Xiao Lulang. He's also going to take the exam." Last night, Gu Jiao clearly explained to Uncle Luo that Xiao Lulang needed to attend an academy exam. Since Xiao Lulang was not good with his legs, she asked him to make sure he took the person there and even gave him 2 copper coins as a tip. Uncle Luo was quite confused. The simple-minded son of the Gu family, who usually was not very smart, seemed to have changed completely in his words and actions. But he didn't have time to ask more, because Gu Jiao left quickly. When he heard Xiao Lulang was also going to take the exam, Mrs. Zhou didn't pay much attention. Could Xiao Lulang compare to her son in the exam? Instead, Deshungu looked surprised at Xiao Lulang and asked, "Are you also going to Tianxiang Academy?" "Yes," Xiao Lulang replied calmly. When Xiao Lulang first came to the village, he was already a student. At that time, Deshungu was also a student, and later he became a scholar. Xiao Lulang was still a student, so Deshungu didn't think much of him anymore. "You haven't gone to private school for half a year," Deshungu shook his head. This clearly meant Xiao Lulang probably couldn't pass the exam. The Uncle Luo, who had planned to persuade some villagers to give Xiao Lulang a spot, silently decided not to say anything anymore. If he couldn't pass, there was no point in bothering. Uncle Luo took out some coins. It cost 2 copper coins to go to the market and a few more coins for smaller places. Gu Jiao had given him 2 extra coins, so he had 5 in total. While Uncle Luo was counting the coins and returning them to Xiao Lulang, Mrs. Zhou pushed Mr. Gu onto a bull cart. But before he could sit steady, a thin, bony hand suddenly reached from behind him, grabbing his collar and pulling him off the cart. Deshungu, who was 2 years older than Xiao Lulang and already 19, was a strong young man. But he was almost pulled off balance and nearly fell to the ground. Mrs. Zhou was very scared and quickly helped Shun Gu.
Who is that?
She angrily turned around and cursed. Then everyone saw the small, thin Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's eyes were cold, with a sharp, rebellious chill. Everyone was stunned. What is wrong with you, Gu Jiao? Mrs. Zhou thought someone was being too bold, but it turned out to be this little fool. Take back the coins, Gu Jiao said plainly. She didn't pay attention to Mrs. Zhou and looked coldly at Uncle Luo, who was frozen in place, frowning impatiently. I booked the bull cart last night. If you want to change your mind, you can refund everyone's money. What do you mean?
Mrs. Zhou asked.
Literally, today Xiao Lulang can't ride the ox cart, so no one else is allowed to ride it either, Gu Jiao said. Why should you get to decide? A woman snorted. Gu Jiao calmly pulled out a sickle from behind her back. Because I am a fool? Everyone saw her face with the sickle and turned pale. Zhou, who wanted to rush forward and pull Gu Jiao's hair, was also too scared to move.
Fool.
Fools really do anything. But in the past, fools didn't like Xiao Lulang. Why would they cause trouble for him and the Gu family members close to him? Not only did the villagers wonder, but even Xiao Lulang's eyes showed a hint of surprise. If you want to ask old Master Gu for help, do it quickly, Gu Jiao said, shining her sickle. Zhou really wanted to go but was stopped by Shun Gu. Talking reason with a fool is useless.
Missing the exam would be bad.
Although Xiao Lulang might also miss the exam, he usually can't pass anyway, so missing it isn't a big deal for him. But for Xiao Lulang, it was different. In the end, Uncle Luo came up with a plan. He told Zhou to spend money to buy a village friend's vegetable, and that friend gave up their spot for Gu Deshun. Gu Jiao didn't care who bought the spot. But to prevent any surprises on the way, Gu Jiao carried her sickle and went along. There was no extra space on the ox cart for her. She, small and thin, walked more than 10 miles on foot, safely delivering Xiao Lulang to the exam hall. 10. Fighting after Xiao Lulang entered the exam hall, Gu Jiao left with her basket on her back. She went to the market to sell the wild mountain mushrooms and dried black fungus from her basket and do a few other things. The Tianqiang Academy was famous, and many people came to take the exam, locals and outsiders like Xiao Lulang. Everyone had a recommendation letter from their village, county, or prefecture school, and each entered their designated exam room. Because of different levels, Xiao Lulang and Shun Gu were assigned to different rooms. Xiao Lulang was in the back row. The steps of Tianqiang Academy were tall. Usually, students were at least scholars. Passing the scholar exam was difficult nowadays. It was rare for someone like Shun Gu, under 20, to pass. Xiao Lulang was only 17, the youngest among all the candidates. He was also the most handsome. Unfortunately, he was A. Other candidates looked at him strangely, but it didn't last long. They all focused on filling out their exam papers. This morning, they took a poetry and essay exam, and in the afternoon, they tested on classical texts. Most students here are well-educated, so writing poetry and essays was not difficult for them. The real challenge was the afternoon exam on classical texts. The questions all came from the original texts of the 4 books and 5 classics, and students had to strictly follow the 8-legged essay format. The 8-legged essay has 8 parts: opening, continuation, elaboration, entry, first section, middle section, concluding section, and final summary. No metaphors are allowed, and the tone must be respectful and wise, using only interpretations from the Qingzhou school of thought. This made the exam very strict and difficult. The questions this time were especially hard, and after a day of testing, most students looked very tired, almost as green as vegetables. When Xiao Lulang came out, his classmate had already been waiting outside the exam hall for about half an hour. Lulang, over here. His friend waved. Xiao Lulang leaned on his cane and walked over. His friend said, I just heard many people complain that the questions on classical texts were very tricky. It's unlucky for you. They were personally set by the dean. If you hadn't had that trouble earlier and had taken the exam with me, it wouldn't be so hard. It's all that wicked woman's fault. Xiao Luling shot him a glance, frowning slightly. His friend continued, by the way, she hasn't been bothering you these days, right? I've been worried you might not make it today. Actually, Xiao Luling almost couldn't come. He paused for a moment. Suddenly, for some reason, he looked up and gazed ahead. The exam had just ended. Outside the school gate, the street was busy with people coming and going. A slender girl, carrying a small basket and standing with her arms crossed, leaned against the wall, looking somewhat indifferent. People passed by her, casting various glances, but she didn't seem to care, neither angry, nor embarrassed, nor shy. Soon his classmate also saw Gu Jiao. His brow furrowed. Why is she here? Is she here to cause trouble for you? Tell me honestly, did you run away from home today? Actually, Xiao Luling wasn't sure if Gu Jiao came to find him. He only knew she was standing there, clearly waiting for someone. Perhaps because more students had come out, Gu Jiao finally noticed her. She turned her head and looked in their direction. Among the crowd, she immediately saw the handsome young boy with a pure and noble appearance. She smiled slightly and walked over to Xiao Luling.
The exam is over, she said.
Xiao Luling nodded. Have you been waiting long? Not really, Gu Jiao replied, tugging at her small ear. Didn't you go to the market? Why haven't you gone home? Xiao Luling saw that her basket was filled with wood ear mushrooms and wild mountain fungi, so he knew she had been to the market. But the market usually closes by noon. Just happened to be nearby for something, Gu Jiao replied. What could you possibly be doing? Her classmate rolled his eyes. However, Gu Jiao's words did remind him of something. He finished class early today and went to the medical clinic. He found that Dr. Zhang was there again, saving a person who was almost dead. Are you sure it was Dr. Zhang? Xiao Luling looked surprised. Last time there was a medical dispute and Dr. Zhang got some minor injuries. Actually, it wasn't Dr. Zhang who caused the trouble. He was just involved. But since he was angered, he declared he wouldn't come back for the rest of his life. Her classmate confidently said, Of course. I saw that person being carried in, covered in blood, with a crooked neck, and no longer breathing. Besides Dr. Zhang from the capital, who else could save him? Gu Jiao silently watched the tiny ants on the ground without speaking. Her classmate continued, If Dr. Zhang can save someone like that, he can definitely treat your leg. You don't need to worry about it. I'll ask when Dr. Zhang will be available for consultations. When will you go? Gu Jiao suddenly asked. Her classmate sneered. Why should I tell you? Gu Jiao was silent. They had dinner in the town. Her classmate insisted on taking Xiao Luling to try the local noodles, claiming they reminded him of home. After eating, Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao took a mule cart back to the village. This time, Xiao Luling ordered a cart with a compartment. Night fully fell. Inside the cart, there was no oil lamp, but the bright moonlight shone through. Gu Jiao sat opposite Xiao Luling, stretching out her small long legs, nervously bouncing her toes. She had bought new shoes. They weren't embroidered shoes for a wealthy young lady, just a simple pair of cheap cloth shoes. The black fabric had no extra colors, but looked surprisingly good on her feet. She played with her shoes gently, her eyes shining like broken stars. The mule cart was still parked at the village entrance. After they got off, Gu Jiao kept a short distance behind him as they walked. News about Gu Jiao's falling out with Gu Dasun had already spread through the village. Xuan Ningxiang was waiting at the door, and she saw the two of them walking out of the darkness, one after the other. Could it be that she wasn't mistaken last time? Are these two really together? Gu fool. A loud sound broke the quiet around, and Xuan Ningxiang turned back into the house. Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling stopped outside their door, turning to look at the young man rushing toward them. Gu Ershun from the second branch of the Gu family. Both Gu Ershun and Gu Xiaoshun are children of Lu's family, but compared to his younger brother, Gu Ershun has always been closer to their cousin, Gu Dasun. Gu Jiao only glanced briefly and then looked away, unlocked the door, and went inside with Xiao Luling. Gu Ershun strode over quickly, standing with his hands on his hips at the door, angrily shouting, Stupid Gu! I think you've really gone crazy. How dare you treat Big Brother like that? Do you know you almost ruined his exam? And you did it in front of the whole village, making Big Brother lose face. He ignored him, muttering to himself. Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold and was about to close the door. Seeing that she ignored him, Gu Ershuan's anger boiled over. He stepped into the house with a kick, one hand on the doorframe.
How dare you?
Grandpa asked me to find you. Hurry up and go apologize to Big Brother, or I'll beat you to death. Gu Jiao impatiently tugged at her small ear. Annoying. Did you hear me? If you don't settle this today, don't even think about. He hadn't finished his sentence. Gu Jiao lifted her foot and kicked him out of the house with a swift. Gu Ershun was stunned by her kick. Although his status in the Gu family was not as high as Gu Dashuan's, he was still spoiled by Lu's family and used to not doing farm work. Instead, he was allowed to study inside the house like Gu Dashun. Whether he studied or not, only heaven knew, but he was genuinely delicate. He collapsed onto the ground and didn't move for a long time. What kind of madness was this little fool on today? How dare she kick him? He really wanted to rush over and slap her, but he wouldn't admit it. That kick had scared him.
You.
Just wait and see. He spat out harsh words, clutching his stomach and running away. Gu Jiao locked the door, turned around, and entered the house. She saw Xiao Luling standing in the main hall, watching her with a curious look. She thought for a moment and calmly said, "He fell out himself." Xiao Luling. The Gu family was originally waiting for Gu Ershun to bring Gu Jiao over for a scolding, but only Gu Ershun returned, looking disheveled and clutching his stomach, as if he had been beaten. Lu hurried forward. "Ershun, what's wrong? And where's that girl?" Gu Ershun exaggerated the story about what happened in front of Gu Jiao's door, saying, "I kindly advised her to come over and clarify things, to apologize to my older brother. She didn't listen and even kicked me. I treated her like a little sister and didn't fight back." Mrs. Lu's scalp tingled at these words. That little brat. S daughter. Even her own brother, she dares to kick. In comparison, Mrs. Zhou remained calm. That girl even dared to hit Dazhong, so what about Ershun? But deep down, she was a bit suspicious. Recently, that girl had been acting strangely. This is outrageous. Mrs. Lu was angry that her son was beaten. She rolled up her sleeves and slapped Gu Xiaoshan on the side.
Go.
Teach that little brat a lesson. Let her see what happens when she messes with us. I won't go. Gu Xiaoshan rolled his eyes at Gu Ershun. Who knows what he did? Gu Ershun confidently said, I didn't do anything. I just talked to her nicely. But she suddenly attacked me. I think she's just a fool. A lunatic, a bad omen. Who are you calling a fool? Gu Xiaoshan stood up with a rough attitude. Gu Ershun quickly hid behind Mrs.
Lu.
You're still defending that little troublemaker. Who's your real brother? Mrs. Lu was so angry she wanted to hit Gu Xiaoshan, but Grandpa Gu was there, so she didn't dare. She turned and gave her husband a look. You should say something. What could Gu Chenglu say? When that girl hadn't come to eat for a few days, no one asked about her. Now, suddenly, they wanted to confront her.
He didn't want to go.
Not because he felt sorry for Gu Jiao, but because among the three brothers, he was the most timid. When the third brother had an accident, he was right there. If he had pulled the third brother out in time, maybe he wouldn't have died. But the flood was too fierce. He was so scared that he ran away, leaving the third brother behind. He didn't dare tell anyone about this. Only Grandpa knew. He had always felt guilty about the third family. Changhai, Grandpa Gu called his eldest son, you go over there. Changhai hesitated for a moment and said, Dad, Jiao isn't very smart. I think we should just forget about this. We don't want to cause trouble and let the villagers talk. It's just our cruel third brother's family. Mrs. Lu exploded. How can you just forget? Are you saying the injury isn't serious? Look at how badly Ershun was kicked. Gu Ershun covered his stomach in grievance. That kick from the troublemaker was really strong.
He's still in pain now.
Grandpa Gu looked serious and hesitant. Gu Changhai softly said, Father, if we cause too much trouble, it won't be good for Dashun's reputation. In the end, it was Gu Ershun who got hit, not Dashun. Dazhun was only pushed by Gu Jiao in front of everyone, which was a bit embarrassing. But Dazhun wasn't hurt, and Urshuan's exam wasn't affected, so there was no need to ruin their good name just to vent anger. Dazhun also realized that scholars care a lot about their reputation. Otherwise, the Gu family wouldn't have forced Xiao Lulang to comply. He couldn't afford to make a mistake over this. He gently said, "Forget it, Grandpa. My sister is a bit foolish. If we argue with her, it makes us seem unreasonable." Lu Shi was so angry she almost fell back. Why didn't she say this earlier? If they truly didn't care, why didn't they stop Ershun from going after her just now? Old Master Gu was clearly pleased with the eldest grandson's words. "You're sensible. You should learn more from your older brother. Don't always argue with a girl, or you'll lose your status as the elder brother." The last few words were naturally directed at Gu Ershun. "And you, don't go out and cause trouble. It will only damage your older brother's reputation." Gu Xiaoshun also wasn't spared. Gu Xiaoshun simply ignored it, letting the words go in one ear and out the other. Gu Jiao didn't know that her actions had caused a fuss in the Gu family. Today, she made some money in town and bought a lot of things. Of course, she also used some supplies. One anesthetic was used up, 2 blood-clotting agents were gone, and she took some sutures and other wound medicines. She took salt, star anise, fennel, and some ingredients to the kitchen, boiled water, and lit a fire in the stove. She also brought a small fire basin with firewood from the stove. She handed the fire basin to Xiao Lulang. Since it was close to the Lunar New Year, the nights were still very cold. She could go to bed early, but Xiao Lulang had to stay up late reading by lamplight, and his injured leg couldn't stand the cold. The door was slightly open. Gu Jiao knocked and said, "It's me." Xiao Lulang replied. Gu Jiao pushed the door open. Xiao Lulang was sitting at his desk, copying books by the light of a small oil lamp, which was dimly lit. Gu Jiao placed the fire basin on the ground, went over, and turned the oil lamp to the brightest setting. After thinking for a moment, she also took her own lamp from her room, saying, "The light is too dim and hurts my eyes." Xiao Liulang's eyes moved slightly. "Use the fire basin." "I'll sleep soon, so I won't feel cold," Gu Jiao said. After a pause, she seemed to think of something and asked, "Can I come to your room before I sleep to warm up the fire?" Xiao Lulang nodded, sitting upright and continuing to copy his book. Gu Jiao knows that he earns money by copying books for others. Although he doesn't earn much, only a few coins a month, the Gu family takes 1 or 2 coins from him, claiming it is for paying the land tax for the original owner. The original owner doesn't realize that she is paying for her meals at the Gu family and believes they are genuinely kind to her. Honestly, Xiao Lulang's attitude toward the original owner is just unfriendly, but this is because their relationship is poor, not because Xiao Lulang has bad character. Gu Jiao pauses and says, "You don't need to give money to the Gu family anymore. I will eat at home from now on." Xiao Lulang's hand holding the brush pauses. Gu Jiao takes the unwashed quilt and clothes to dry by the fire. She moves quietly and breathes softly. If Xiao Lulang hadn't occasionally seen her out of the corner of his eye, he might not have noticed that someone was in the room. When the clothes are dry, she suddenly asks him as she leaves, "By the way, what's your classmate's name?"
Feng Lin, Xiao Liulang replies.
Xiao Lulang copies books until midnight. When he gets up, he notices that Gu Jiao has also dried his clothes and neatly folded them on a chair. He picks up the clothes to put them in the wardrobe but notices a pair of new shoes at the bottom.
12.
Going to the doctor since losing his nightlife, Gu Jiao wakes up earlier than a rooster every day. Before dawn, she carries a water bucket and leaves the house. She goes to the old well at the village entrance to fetch water. Villagers wake early, and now several women and young wives are already drawing water by the well. When they see her, they look surprised. Gu Jiao's loud incident with the ox cart has become well known in the village. Everyone knows she pulled Guda Shun down from the ox cart. People think she's foolish, getting sick because her cousin caused trouble.
But
why did she come so early to fetch water? The little fool never works and always sleeps until late morning. Gu Jiao ignores everyone's gazes, calmly walks to the well, lowers the bucket, and draws water. She carries it back home with a pole. Only after she leaves do the villagers come back to their senses. Did they see wrong? The little fool didn't seem foolish at all, and her way of fetching water was very graceful. Her walking was also very pretty. After fetching water, Gu Jiao steams a big batch of meat buns. Yesterday, she bought some cured meat, soaked it in water before sleeping, which removed the excess salt, leaving the flavor intact. The aroma of the big meat buns drifts out, making even the neighboring dogs drool. Gu Jiao takes 2 buns and heads up the mountain. The wood ear mushrooms she had picked almost finished, but there were still many wild mountain mushrooms left. Actually, villagers going up the mountain to gather firewood could also see these ingredients, but most of them didn't dare to pick them. One reason was they couldn't tell poisonous mushrooms from edible ones, and the other was they didn't know how to remove the toxins from fresh wood ears. After Gu Jiao finished picking mushrooms, she went straight to the market. The eastern part of the town is quite wealthy and lively, with the best clinics and restaurants. The government offices and schools are also there. In contrast, the western part is more complicated, with markets, workshops, gambling houses, and brothels. Everything mixed together. Gu Jiao found a free spot at the market to set up her stall. Next to her, an older woman remembered her and smiled. "You're here. Do you still have those mushrooms you picked last time? My grandson likes to eat them. Can I exchange for a few more?" The woman was selling sweet potatoes. Their price was much higher than the mountain mushrooms, but Gu Jiao didn't mind. She handed her the basket, letting her pick. The woman grabbed 2 handfuls and put 2 big, red sweet potatoes into her basket. Soon, another older woman came over, smiling happily. "Can I exchange some carrots with you? I want to cook something for my family." "Sure." Gu Jiao nodded casually, signaling her to help herself. The woman then traded her 2 large carrots for Gu Jiao's 2 handfuls of mushrooms. After that, several other vendors came, exchanging their small vegetables for Gu Jiao's mushrooms one after another. This scene was observed by 2 men sitting across from her in a tea house. Manager Wang. "Is she the one you mentioned?" asked a well-dressed man in his 30s, with sharp features and a tall build. Next to him, a middle-aged man in his 40s replied, "Yes, sir, it's her." The second man looked at Gu Jiao with a frown. Such expensive mountain goods, and she exchanged them for cheap vegetables. Is she foolish? And she didn't say anything about the rotten ones she put in. Maybe she's really naive. Manager Wang was speechless. He always thought she wasn't foolish, just indifferent. "Are you sure you didn't mistake her?" the second man asked. "I was right beside her when she was saving a patient. I saw her sew a deep, long cut with my own eyes. I wouldn't mistake her." Wang gestured as he spoke. What Wang didn't say was that he had actually seen her twice. The first time was at this market, which is how he knew she came here to do business. "How old is she?" Second master frowned tightly and could not believe she was the great doctor who could bring the dead back to life. She was too young, too poor, and had a birthmark on her face. But Manager Wang would not lie to him. The last medical dispute caused a big problem, offending Dr. Zhang and upsetting the main hall in the capital. Second Master's position was in danger, and he urgently needed a capable doctor to stabilize the situation. Second Master said, "Ask her where she learned her skills. I am willing to pay a high price to invite her teacher to come and treat patients. Her medical skills couldn't have been learned out of nowhere. Her teacher must be more reliable than her." Manager Wang thought this plan was good. He turned to ask, but just as he took a step, he saw a young man fall down. He happened to fall in front of a chicken vendor's stall, scaring all the chickens out of their cages. "Oh no! My chickens! My chickens!" The chicken seller hurried to catch the chickens. The scene became chaotic. Manager Wang and Second Master looked at the young man and both froze in surprise. The young man showed symptoms of chest tightness, bluish skin, and shortness of breath, almost the same as a patient who had died at their clinic, but this time, the symptoms were more severe and urgent. That patient had at least made it home, but this young man was about to suffocate and die. This was a hopeless illness. Even if their doctors came, they couldn't save him. At a critical moment, a thin, agile figure rushed out from the crowd. She knelt on one knee in front of the young man, tore open his clothes, and quickly stabbed something at his chest. Everyone gasped in shock. Was she trying to kill him? The next second, Gu Jiao pulled out the needle core from the syringe, releasing a tiny stream of air. Everyone saw that the young man's chest, which was about to suffocate, suddenly sank, and he immediately started breathing normally again. Manager Wang was stunned. Do we still need to ask her about her teacher? Ask what? They thought if their clinic had such a doctor, they wouldn't have caused any deaths that day. Second master decisively pushed aside Manager Wang, stood up, and walked directly toward Gu Jiao. You mean to say you want me to be the doctor at your clinic? Hearing second master's words, Gu Jiao looked at the young man. He had a fractured rib causing a torn lung, which led to a pneumothorax. The air in his chest was released, but he still needed follow-up treatment. Unfortunately, after he started breathing again, he left alone. Gu Jiao looked away and asked the second-in-command, "Which medical clinic are you from?" The second-in-command smiled and said, "In Qingchuan town, the only place that can be called a medical clinic is Hui Chun Tang." She stroked her chin. The second-in-command thought she wouldn't agree easily and prepared for her to negotiate, but Gu Jiao only responded with a hum and said, "It's a good time. I was just about to look for you. I can work with Hui Chun Tang, but I want to say up front, I will only see patients once a month." Once a month? The second-in-command was surprised. Wait, she agreed? Or was she just joking? Or trying to raise the price? No, she only sees patients once a month. I'm very busy, Gu Jiao said seriously. Busy? Selling vegetables? The second-in-command looked at her basket and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Honestly, once a month isn't enough for him, but doing business is about taking small steps. He would let her into Hui Chun Tang first, get to know her, and then slowly negotiate later. The second-in-command said, "All right. Once a month, just once." Gu Jiao looked at him steadily, as if the next part was more important. Also, I have one more condition. After class, Feng Lin hurried straight to the medical clinic. Since the medical dispute, business had become a bit slow, and the staff were listlessly organizing herbs in the main hall. Is Dr. Zhang here? Feng Lin called out to a staff member. The staff member replied, Dr. Zhang has gone back to the capital. When will he come back? Feng Lin asked politely. Not sure, the staff said. Can you help me ask? My friend's leg has been injured for half a year, and only Dr. Zhang can cure him, Feng Lin said persistently. The staff looked at him with some impatience. Honestly, Dr. Zhang won't be coming back. If you really want to see him, you can go to Hui Chun Tang in the capital, but his consultation fee is very expensive. How much? Feng Lin asked. 10 taels. What? 10 taels? Feng Lin was stunned. Even if he combined his money with Xiao Lulang's, he couldn't come up with that much silver. Feng Lin was disappointed and left. Just as he was about to step out of the hall, he heard a polite voice ahead. Young master, are you here to see a doctor? Huh. Feng Lin paused, looked over, and saw a young man dressed in fine clothes, with a strong presence, but a gentle attitude. Feng Lin did not recognize him. Sir, who are you? The servants recognized him and all tried to bow, but the second-in-command stopped them with a look. Oh, I am from Huichun Hall, the second-in-command said kindly. Is this young master feeling unwell? Feng Lin shook his head. No, I am not sick. I am here on behalf of my classmate to ask for a consultation. May I ask your name, young master? My name is Feng Lin, he said, bowing slightly. My surname is Hu, the second-in-command replied with a bow. So you are Dr. Hu. Feng Lin thought he was a doctor from the clinic because he said he was from a medical hall. The second-in-command did not correct him and smiled. May I ask where your classmate is feeling unwell? Feng Lin sighed. His leg was injured half a year ago. We saw many doctors, but no one could cure him. I thought only Dr. Zhang from the clinic could help. But I heard Dr. Zhang will never come back to the clinic. Who said he won't come? The second-in-command coughed lightly. He will come just tomorrow. Consultation fee. One fixed price, 100 coins. Cough. Everyone in the room choked. Feng Lin also choked. 100 coins? Is it expensive? The second-in-command blinked quickly. I meant to say 10 coins. Feng Lin. The servants. Even Feng Lin, who was not very smart, knew that medical treatment was expensive. Not to mention Dr. Zhang from the capital. Even barefoot doctors from the countryside couldn't charge just 10 coins. Didn't you say Dr. Zhang's consultation fee was 10 taels? He asked doubtfully. The second-in-command remained calm. In the clinic, consultations are cheaper than house visits.
Cheaper.
By so much? Our clinic has caused people to die before, so business isn't good, especially in the off-season. Feng Lin again. The servants again. 3 days later, the exam results were announced. Gu Das-hun ranked second. The examinees came from all over the country, totaling hundreds, including children from wealthy families. They had been studying with private teachers since childhood and had much better learning conditions than Gu Das-hun. Despite that, Gu Das-hun still managed to come in second, which was a great honor for the Gu family, especially since the exam questions were personally set by the dean himself. Rumors spread that the dean might be stepping into official duties again, intending to select a direct disciple from this batch of students. Gu Das-hun felt very hopeful about his chances. How did sixth brother do? Old Master Gu asked. Gu Das-hun smiled and said he also passed. He ranked second as well, but he was at the bottom of the list. Out of 100 students accepted, Xiao Lulang was 99th. Thinking about how far behind Xiao Lulang was, Gu Das-hun couldn't help feeling proud, though he said he hasn't gone to private school for half a year, only studying at home diligently. Just achieving this result is already impressive. His dedication for so long almost got him in, which shows that studying requires talent. You are much better than Lulang in that regard. Old Master Gu rarely spoke so much. Originally, he didn't have high expectations for Gu Das-hun, but now that the results were out, he believed Gu Das-hun was almost certain to succeed in the next imperial exam. Old Master Gu was very pleased and told his second son to go to town and buy 2 jin of pork belly. Today, it was the second household's turn to cook. Lu Shi knew that most of the pork belly served would end up in Gu Dashuan's stomach, so she secretly hid 2 pieces in a jar. Mom, you're hiding meat. Gu Shaoshun, with sharp eyes, ran in quickly. Lu Shi trembled in fright and almost knocked over the jar. She turned around and hit Gu Shaoshun lightly. Be quiet. Don't make noise. Gu Shaoshun raised an eyebrow. I want to eat meat. No, Lu Shi replied, turning her back and holding the jar tightly. Gu Shaoshun huffed. If you don't give me any, I'll tell Grandpa and Grandma that you're hiding meat.
You.
Lu Shi was so angry she raised her fist. Having a son was supposed to be a blessing, but having her son only made her angry. Lu Shi knew Gu Shaoshun was capable of revealing her secret, so she painfully opened the jar and cut a small piece of meat for him. Before he could taste it, it was gone. Why only half a piece? There are 2 big chunks in the jar. That's for second brother. Among her 2 sons, only second brother was diligent in studying. Lu Shi was counting on second brother to succeed, so she could benefit from him. Xiao Shun is no longer reliable. He's become a troublemaker. If he doesn't come home to cause trouble in the future, she will just accept it peacefully. Gu Shaoshun wanted to send some meat to his sister, but he couldn't just forcefully take his mother's jar. So, when his mother wasn't paying attention, he quickly lifted the lid of the pot and grabbed a few plain steamed buns, then ran away. Little brat. Mrs. Liu was furious. Plain steamed buns are good stuff. Only Gu Das-hun usually gets to eat them. They usually eat millet flour bread. Mrs. Liu was so angry she grabbed a stick and chased after him, but Gu Shaoshun was too quick and disappeared in an instant. Gu Shaoshun ran straight to his sister's place, his hands red and sore from the hot buns. Sister. He rushed into the kitchen, but suddenly smelled something and froze. He sniffed and said, "It smells so good, sister. What are you cooking?" Wild chicken. Last time, she sold 2 of the 3 wild chickens, leaving 1 to raise for a few days before killing it today. What are you holding? Gu Jiao looked at his hands. Buns. Gu Shaoshun lowered his head, wanting to give her some tasty food. But when he saw that his sister was already eating chicken, the plain buns suddenly seemed less impressive. Gu Jiao took a bowl and told him to put the buns in it. She also brought a basin of cold water. Your hands, put them in.
Oh.
Gu Xiaoshun didn't ask why and obediently did as told. His hands felt better once submerged in the water. Eat here, Gu Jiao said again.
Huh.
Gu Xiaoshun was surprised. I left you a bowl. I was thinking of how to deliver it to you, but now that you're here, I don't have to go myself, Gu Jiao said as she opened the cupboard, took out a bowl of chicken and poured it back into the pot. Seeing that bowl of chicken, Gu Xiaoshun knew her sister wasn't just talking politely. She really did leave it for him. Inside was a whole big chicken leg and he saw it clearly. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoshun's nose felt a bit sore. He went behind Gu Jiao, bent down, pressed his forehead against her back, and rubbed against her, saying, Sister, how can you be so good? Do you think maybe you're actually my real mother? Gu Jiao. 14. Gratitude. Gu Jiao finally understood why the original owner and Gu Xiaoshun could get along so well. Their intelligence levels were just the same. Today, Gu Jiao was making wild chicken stewed with mushrooms. Although the wild chicken tasted delicious, its meat was firmer than that of domestic poultry. She simmered it in a large iron pot for 2 hours until it was tender. She also made a refreshing cold salad with wood ear mushrooms and shredded white radish. The main dishes were plain rice and cornmeal pancakes cooked on a hot iron pan. Although Xiao Luling only scored the lowest, Gu Jiao still paid close attention, so she killed a chicken to celebrate for Xiao Luling. However, she didn't talk about this openly. Go call your brother-in-law to eat, she said, lifting the cooked pancake and speaking to Gu Xiaoshun. Okay. Gu Xiaoshun happily ran off. Xiao Luling had just finished copying a book. Some top students who pass the imperial exams often borrow books and notes with their own annotations from bookstores, copy them, and sell them to other students. Xiao Yulong's handwriting was very pleasing to the eye, and the books he copied were the bestsellers. Brother-in-law.
Dinner is ready.
Gu Xiaoshun peeked his small head through the door. Having a thick skin was good. Just a few days ago, he had been mean to people, but now he was acting very friendly. Xiao Yulong's expression remained calm and cool, showing no surprise at Gu Xiaoshun's change in attitude. Of course, he also didn't get angry at Gu Xiaoshun for his previous misbehavior. Gu Xiaoshun suddenly felt that getting along with brother-in-law was quite comfortable. The three of them sat down to eat. Gu Xiaoshun first took a piece of mushroom. He remembered that his sister didn't cook, so this was his first time tasting her cooking. He didn't expect it to be so delicious. He then took a piece of chicken.
Wow.
It was so tasty, he almost cried. Gu Jiao scooped out 2 large chicken legs, one for Xiao Luling and one for Gu Xiaoshun. The chicken legs were also well seasoned, full of juice. When Gu Xiaoshun took a bite, he felt like he was ascending to heaven. Xiao Luling remained very calm. But if Gu Jiao knew how much he used to eat, she might not think so. They finished a bowl of rice quickly. Gu Xiaoshun went to serve more rice and noticed Xiao Yulong's bowl was also empty, so he said, Brother-in-law, I'll serve you a bowl too. Okay, Xiao Luling agreed, without hesitation. Whether he was refusing his kindness or just the word brother-in-law itself was uncertain. Gu Xiaoshun quickly went to serve rice. This was the most comfortable meal Gu Xiaoshun had ever had, delicious food and a good atmosphere at the table. Although his sister and brother-in-law didn't talk much, he could talk. All 3 of them ate happily. After the meal, Xiao Luling helped Gu Jiao clear the dishes, and Gu Xiaoshun went to chop firewood in the backyard. Inside the kitchen, Xiao Luling suddenly placed a small pouch of money beside Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely.
Just for home use, he said.
Xiao Luling gave Gu Jiao 2 taels of silver, earned over a month of copying books. He only had about 10 copper coins left. His current book was almost finished, and in a couple of days, he planned to go to the town to exchange it for money. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow and glanced at the money bag on the stove, then took it and put it away. After tidying up the kitchen, Gu Jiao went to the village entrance to fetch water. Gu Xiaoshun snatched her bamboo pole. Big sister, you rest. I'll do this rough work. He grabbed the pole and left before Gu Jiao could stop him. Everyone was inside eating. No one was outside fetching water. Gu Jiao was alone at the old well, drawing water, when suddenly two strong men rode toward her. Without saying a word, they stopped beside Gu Xiaoshun. They dismounted from their horses. Gu Xiaoshun felt a cold, threatening aura. He was a small troublemaker in the village, and he immediately sensed that these men knew martial arts. Not a single local troublemaker could compare to them. "Are you from this village?" one of the strong men asked.
"Ah, yes."
"Do you need something?" Gu Xiaoshun asked nervously. "We're here to find someone." The strong man revealed a broken umbrella and asked fiercely, "Have you seen this umbrella?" He hadn't seen it? That was his sister's umbrella. Gu Xiaoshun felt terrible. "Have you seen it?" The strong man narrowed his eyes dangerously.
Ger Xiaoshun stammeredd.
What had his sister done? Why were such scary people coming for her? "Kid," the strong man reached out a rough hand and gently pressed Gu Xiaoshun's shoulder. "I advise you to tell the truth, or I'll ask others." This man was so strong that half of Gu Xiaoshun's body couldn't move. Gu Xiaoshun gritted his teeth. "It's mine." The strong man was stunned. They exchanged a look with his companion. He retracted his hand and asked cautiously, "Your umbrella? Are you sure?" Gu Xiaoshun's legs were already trembling, but he stubbornly said, "Of course I know my own umbrella. There's a mark on the handle, a little character I carved myself." The last few words were true. He was bored and carved his name on his sister's fan handle, but he only knew how to write the character for a little. The men knew there was writing on the umbrella handle, so after hearing this, they mostly believed him. "So, that day, the person who went to the back mountain was you?" "It's me." "Are you the one who stepped on our master's face?"
"Yes."
"Did you also hurt our master's arm?"
"Yes."
"All of it? And the needle marks on his backside, did you do that?" Gu Xiaoshun nearly stumbled and fell. "Sister, my dear sister, what's going on? Why did you go around poking people's butts for fun?" Gu Xiaoshun took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "Yes, yes, yes. All of it. If you don't believe me, go ask around. Besides me, Gu Xiaoshun, who else would do such a thing?" Gu Xiaoshun felt like he was about to get beaten to death today. But surprisingly, he didn't feel any pain. Carefully, he opened his eyes and saw two strong men step back quickly and bow deeply to him. "Hero, we've finally found you." Gu Xiaoshun. "Sister, sister." Gu Xiaoshun ran into the kitchen as if he had been reborn. "I think I caused trouble." "Quiet. Your brother-in-law is studying," Gu Jiao whispered to him with a shush gesture. Gu Xiaoshun, looking miserable, told Gu Jiao everything about what happened at the village entrance. "Sister, what should we do now? What hero? Are they trying to accuse me?" "Oh, I see." Gu Jiao remembered what happened on the mountain that day, nodding thoughtfully. "Did you ask who they are?" Gu Xiaoshun drooped his little head. "I forgot to ask." "Are they gone?" Gu Jiao asked. "Not yet," Gu Xiaoshun cried. Gu Jiao put down her broom. "All right, wait here for me." "Sister, don't go." Gu Xiaoshun grabbed her. "It's okay." Gu Jiao smiled and headed toward the village entrance. Gu Xiaoshun didn't know what she said to those two men, but they left quietly. The next morning, just as dawn broke, a carriage arrived at the village and stopped outside the Gu family's gate. A refined middle-aged man stepped down from the carriage. Today, the main house was preparing food. Zhou Shi and Gu Yuwei woke early. Gu Yuwei carried a basket to the fields to harvest pig grass. When she opened the door, she saw a middle-aged man about to knock on their door, with a large carriage behind him. Gu Yuwei had never seen such a scene before and froze in place. The middle-aged man smiled kindly and asked, "Excuse me, is this Gu Lijing's home?" Gu Yuwei turned around and ran into the house. "Mother! Mother! Someone's looking for Grandpa." Out came Gu Chonghai. Gu Chonghai is the eldest son of Mr. Gu. Occasionally, he goes with his father to the government office for work, which gives him more knowledge than most villagers. The visitor clearly has a notable background. Gu Chonghai politely said, "My father is washing up. May I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man clasped his hands and smiled. "I am the manager of Tianxiang Academy. I came today to deliver the admission letter for young Master Gu. Aren't the admission letters usually picked up by oneself in town? How could someone from the academy deliver them personally? Could it be that the exam at Dashun was too successful? Gu Chonghai felt his posture straighten proudly and called into the house. Dashun, the academy has brought your admission letter. 15. Facing embarrassment, Gu Dashuan's ability to read so well is not only because he's clever, but also because he works hard. He gets up earlier than Zhou and Gui Wei and is now studying in his room. When he hears his father call him, he puts down his book and comes out. Father, what is it? As soon as he speaks, he sees the middle-aged man outside the door. He vaguely feels that the man's face looks familiar, but can't remember where he's seen him before. What is certain is that the man's clothing and demeanor are quite distinguished. He wonders what the visitor wants with their family. Father, what did you just say? I was reading and didn't hear clearly. He turns to Gu Chonghai and asks. Gu Chonghai points at the middle-aged man and smiles. This is the manager of Tianxiang Academy. He came to deliver your admission letter. Admission letter? Gu Dashun looks confused, just like Gu Chonghai. The academy had already notified them that the results would be out 3 days after the exam, and the admission letters would be issued on the 7th day. He was supposed to go to the east gate of the academy to pick it up himself. It's only 3 days until the 7th day. Why has it already been issued? And why is it being delivered personally? The middle-aged man also seems to have realized the situation and smiles, saying, It turns out there is another examinee in your family. However, Mr. Gu, there might be a misunderstanding. The document I have is not for this young man, but for another young Master Gu. Gu Chonghai said strangely, We only have Dashun as the examinee. The middle-aged man maintained a polite smile. I didn't explain clearly enough. May I ask, is young Master Gu Shaoshan here? The father and son are both stunned. Gu Chonghai finally found his voice after a long pause. You must have made a mistake. Gu Shaoshan didn't take the exam. Gu Shaoshan is just a troublemaker. A scoundrel. He would never take the exam in his life. Even if he did, he definitely wouldn't pass. The middle-aged man smiled gently and said, I am not mistaken. It is indeed young Master Gu Shaoshan. It was personally recommended by my family's master, and I can enroll without exams. When Gu Chonglu, who had just woken up, heard his son's name, he came over and asked, Little Shun, what's wrong? Did he cause trouble again? Naughty boy. I'll go scold him right now. Gu Chonglu had just gotten up, looking quite messy, but his smile as a middle-aged man didn't change at all. Our master went up the mountain and accidentally fell. Luckily, young Master Gu saved him. So, this matter is settled. Please, 2 gentlemen, hand over the admission documents to young Master Gu. He will start school in 4 days. We can't afford 2 sets of tuition. Gu Chonghai suddenly said. Gu Chonglu was still confused and didn't quite understand what was happening. The middle-aged man looked at Gu Dashun and then at Gu Chonghai. This time, his eyes were no longer smiling. The documents say that tuition is fully waived. Also, I have prepared books and school uniforms. Please pass them to young Master Gu as well. While his own father and second uncle didn't notice, Gu Dashun saw that the man called him the examinee, but he always referred to Gu Shaoshan as young Master Gu. Moreover, he ranked second in the exam, yet the man didn't seem to know he was from their family. Gu Dashuan's face looked a bit unhappy. He wanted to ask more about the identity of the man and the master, but after handing a redwood box to Gu Chonglu, the middle-aged man simply got into a carriage and left. Gu Chonglu was a bit stunned. Big brother, that person. Does he mean Shaoshan can also go to school now? At breakfast, the whole family learned about this. When did you go up the mountain? Who did you save? Why didn't you tell the family? Lu asked several questions in a row. I don't know. I just saved someone, he replied. His sister didn't want him to say too much, so he kept quiet. But he didn't expect it to turn out like this. How could he go to school now? Well, since they won't take tuition, let Shaoshan go. It saves him from causing trouble outside all the time, Gu Chonglu said. But he's gone. Who will do the work in the fields? Zhou was unhappy. No money, but fewer people working in the fields means more work for them. Gu Das-hun looked at Zhou. Mother, having more scholars at home is a good thing. After school, I can help with the chores. There's no way you'll do that, Zhou refused. My son is born to study, not to work in the fields. Lu didn't like hearing this. So, her son was noble, but her son was also lowly? However, Gu Xiaoshun was indeed useless. When Ershun was prevented from studying, Lu Shi responded firmly.
Just.
Xiaoshun needs to change his temper. He should at least sit still like Ershun, Gu Das-hun said again. His words touched everyone's hearts. Yes, with Gu Xiaoshun's impatient nature, how could he study well? If he offended the teacher, Gu Das-hun would also suffer. Maybe. Let Ershun go study. Lu Shi asked. Ershun is smarter than Xiaoshun and more disciplined. If he goes to study, he will surely become a talented scholar. Actually, Zhou Shi was still somewhat against it. She thought Ershun just looked eager to learn, but several times when Das-hun explained questions, he didn't really understand. He wasn't cut out for studying. Lu Shi was just dreaming of him becoming a scholar's son-in-law. But this time, the men in the family didn't oppose, so Zhou Shi said nothing. Throughout the process, no one asked Gu Xiaoshun for his opinion. 3 days later, on a clear morning, Xiao Luling put on his new courtyard clothes. Gu Jiao had seen others wear similar clothes, Feng Lin and many students from the academy, but no one looked as tall and elegant as Xiao Luling, with a white outfit like snow and handsome features like a painting. He truly looked like a jade figure on the road, a rare noble son. Soon, Gu Jiao's gaze fell on his feet. She saw he was wearing the new shoes she bought him, and she slightly curved her lips.
Do they fit?
Gu Jiao asked. Yes, Xiao Luling nodded calmly. Gu Jiao handed him her cane, and they left together. When they reached the village entrance, Uncle Luo's ox cart was already waiting. Today, not many people were going to the town. Besides them, only Gu Das-hun and Gu Ershun. Both of them also wore courtyard clothes. Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling knew that Gu Xiaoshun was the one going to the academy because of what Gu Das-hun had told them about saving a connection at the academy. However, when they saw Gu Ershun, who was clearly wearing a smaller size of courtyard clothes, get on the ox cart, they didn't show much surprise, as if they had already expected the Gu family to do something so shameless. Gu Jiao sneered coldly. Xiao Luling fiddled with his bundle and noticed Gu Jiao had again given him some coins. This time, 20. Humph. Gu Ershun rolled his eyes at both of them. The ox cart quickly arrived near the academy.
Stop here.
We'll walk from here, Gu Das-hun said. But Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao continued sitting all the way to the gate of the academy. After Xiao Luling entered the school, Gu Jiao carried her basket and went to the market. There are 4 classes for new students, ranked from highest to lowest: Heavenly First Class A, Heavenly First Class B, Earth First Class A, and Earth First Class B. Gu Das-hun, who scored second, naturally joined Heavenly First Class A. Xiao Luling, who ranked second to last, was placed in Earth First Class B. As for Gu Xiaoshun, a relative, he was also assigned to Earth First Class B. Gu Das-hun initially thought Gu Xiaoshun had saved someone important, but in the end, he was just in the worst class. It seemed that the other person didn't have much influence at Tianqiang Academy. That's Earth First Class B. You go there, Gu Das-hun said, pointing the way before turning to Heavenly First Class A. Gu Ershun had dreamed since childhood of going to school like Das-hun. Now that his wish was fulfilled, he was very happy. However, he was a bit upset when he realized he was in the same class as Xiao Luling. He didn't understand what the rankings of Heavenly First Class or Earth First Class really meant, but since Xiao Luling was second to last, he thought his class wouldn't be good. He decided he needed to find the old master Gu Xiaoshun had saved and ask him to transfer to Gu Dashun's class. Gu Ershun naturally thought this way, not feeling there was anything wrong with it. He looked down on the students sitting there, raised his chin, and was about to go in when suddenly the teacher at the podium spoke. Who are you? Gu Ershun replied, I am a new student, Gu Ershun. The teacher looked away and said calmly, who is sneaking into the class? This person isn't in this class. Get out. Gu Ershun was stunned. All the students looked at him. His face immediately turned red. I am, he stammered. Has Gu Xiaoshan arrived? The teacher interrupted him. The classroom was very quiet. Has Gu Xiaoshan arrived? The teacher asked again. The students whispered among themselves. Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Ershun clearly had some connection, but the teacher didn't even ask about it. The students whispered, and when they looked at Gu Ershun again, their eyes carried a hint of curiosity. Gu Ershun couldn't hold his embarrassment and looked around for Gu Dashun, hoping he could help solve this problem. But he didn't expect that Heavenly First Class A had already started class. Gu Ershun had nowhere to go and felt so awkward he wished he could find a hole to hide in. After the class ended, Gu Dashun was called out by his teacher. Master Chen. Gu Dashun respectfully bowed. Master Chen thought for a moment and asked, You know about your brother's school admission, right? Gu Dashun nodded. Yes, I know. A steward from the academy personally delivered my brother's admission papers to the village. May I ask, has something happened? Master Chen frowned. The person accepted is Gu Xiaoshan, but the one who came is Gu Ershun. Do you know about this? Seeing Master Chen's expression, Gu Dashun felt something was wrong. His eyes flickered, and he lowered his gaze. I don't know. I left first. Those two are my second uncle's brothers. I understand. You should go to class now, Master Chen said. Master, my brother. Gu Dashun looked at Master Chen a bit worried. Master Chen waved his hand. It's nothing. It's your second uncle's family matter, not yours. Focus on your studies. You did well on the exam and the dean thinks highly of you. Gu Dashun went to class. He looked toward the corridor. Gu Ershun, being timid, probably wouldn't talk nonsense. Meanwhile, Gu Jiao went to the market and headed straight to her old stall. Everyone seemed to know she was coming to sell mountain produce, and they had already reserved spots for her. Today, Gu Jiao brought freshly picked mushrooms and dried black fungus. Can I eat this? I heard it's poisonous, asked the aunt selling sweet potatoes, pinching a piece of black fungus. I sell it, and it's safe to eat, Gu Jiao replied. The black fungus dried in the sun had lost tannic acid and porphyrins, so it wouldn't cause poisoning. The aunt believed her. Can I trade sweet potatoes for it? Gu Jiao nodded.
Yes.
Most of the black fungus and mushrooms in her basket were exchanged by nearby vendors with small dishes, leaving only a small amount to sell to passing pedestrians. Gu Jiao picked up her basket with one hand. The basket was heavy, filled with radishes, sweet potatoes, winter melons, and pumpkins, yet she easily lifted it. Everyone watched in amazement as she walked out of the market. Gu Jiao didn't return to the village, but headed into a dull, gray alley. Xuaningxiang also came to the market. Her mother-in-law's old cold leg was acting up again. She had no money to go to the town clinic, so she came to the market to buy some herbs from a barefoot doctor. After buying the medicine, she was about to leave when she accidentally caught sight of a familiar figure. She looked carefully and confirmed she hadn't mistaken her, which made her even more confused. Why is she here? Why did she go to that kind of place? That alley is not a good place to go. Only Xuaningxiang knows about the gambling houses, brothels, and black workshops there. Xuaningxiang really can't understand what Gu Jiao was doing there. Was she tricked or... Xuaningxiang frowned and quickly followed. But as soon as she crossed the alley, Gu Jiao was gone. Across the street was a big gambling house. On the left was a brothel, and on the right was something unknown. Sometimes, sharp cries of pain could be heard, and people with bruised faces would stumble out, then spit blood and fall to the ground, unable to get up again. Xuaningxiang was terrified. She turned around to leave, but was blocked by a few rough-looking men in the alley. Hey, where did this young lady come from? You're really pretty. Yeah? Want to play with us? The two men in front reached out their dirty hands toward Xuaningxiang. The other two behind didn't move, but sneered lecherously. The four men surrounded her tightly. Xuaningxiang wanted to shout but was covered by one of the men. It seemed they had done this kind of thing before, working together smoothly. One holding her mouth, the other two lifting her up, then all of them started to touch her. Xuaningxiang couldn't scream or move. Tears of despair welled up in her eyes. Just then, a cold voice came from behind the men. Hey, let her go. They were in the middle of their fun and were surprised to hear a woman's voice. Could it be someone coming to save her? But when they turned around, they saw a young girl with red spots on her face. Her face was so ugly and she was so thin, obviously not well grown. Suddenly, they lost interest in forcing her down, and the man holding Xuaningxiang's mouth shouted, "Get out of here." I said, "Let her go." Her voice was soft, and her tone was casual, but somehow, everyone felt a strange chill. The man who was holding her mouth sneered and released her, then walked over to Gu Jiao. He threw a punch at Gu Jiao. Xuaningxiang closed her eyes, unable to watch. The sound of bones breaking and a scream shocked everyone. Gu Jiao didn't give anyone a chance to react. She grabbed the second man by his collar and threw him forcefully against the wall, knocking him out instantly. The remaining two men rushed toward her, but they didn't even manage to touch her clothing. She kicked them twice in vital spots, causing them to fall to the ground and be unable to get up. Just then, the first man who had fallen suddenly struggled to his feet and grabbed a piece of brick, swinging it toward Gu Jiao's back of the head. "Ah!" Xuaningxiang screamed. Gu Jiao spun around and kicked the man away. Xuaningxiang was stunned, unable to understand how Gu Jiao managed to do that. After hitting the man, Gu Jiao turned and left with her basket, not even glancing at Xuaningxiang. It seemed as if she only fought because these shameless men blocked her way. Xuaningxiang snapped out of her shock, trembling as she stood up.
"You, wait."
Gu Jiao kept walking forward. Xuaningxiang wanted to follow her, but her clothes were torn by those men. If she went out like that, everyone would see her body. She was so anxious she started to cry. Gu Jiao stopped walking, annoyed, and brushed her hair aside. She took her cotton coat from her basket and threw it to Xuaningxiang. Xuaningxiang paused, looked at the coat, then at Gu Jiao. "Aren't you cold? Give it to me if you're not wearing it," Gu Jiao said, holding out her hand.
"Yes."
"I'll wear it." Xuaningxiang quickly put on the coat. Gu Jiao's coat was a bit tight, especially around her chest, making Xuaningxiang feel uncomfortable. She bent down to pick up the herbs that had fallen on the ground and whispered to Gu Jiao, "Thank you."
Just now.
She didn't expect to encounter such a situation, nor did she expect Gu Jiao to rescue her. Her feelings were complicated, but no matter what, her gratitude was genuine. At that moment, she was sure that Gu Jiao was no longer the same as before.
Are
you not foolish anymore?" she asked cautiously. Gu Jiao didn't answer. Or maybe you're still foolish. Otherwise, why would she save her? She had bullied Gu Jiao so much before. Gu Jiao. Suddenly, Xuaningxiang saw blood dripping from Gu Jiao's left hand. "You're hurt." Gu Jiao replied calmly, "It's not my blood." She wasn't lying. It really wasn't her blood. However, for some reason, she still took a handkerchief and wiped away the blood. Xuaningxiang looked back at the four men lying on the ground. She thought to herself that they weren't bleeding, so where did the blood on Gu Jiao's hand come from? What had she been doing just now? The two of them left the alley. Gu Jiao looked at the sky. Xuaningxiang suddenly grabbed her sleeve, looking at her pitifully. "Can I go back to the village with you?" Gu Jiao slightly frowned. She did not plan to go back to the village. Xuaningxiang thought that if Gu Jiao refused, it would be understandable. After all, their relationship was not good, and Gu Jiao had already gone out of her way to help her, which was enough. There was no need to bring her back to the village. Xuaningxiang silently withdrew her hand. Gu Jiao calmly said, "I need to go to the academy first." Xuaningxiang's eyes lit up. She raised her head. "Can I go with you?" Gu Jiao did not reply. She turned and headed toward the east of the town. Xuaningxiang hesitated for a moment, seeing that Gu Jiao did not stop her, and happily followed. Xuaningxiang was footbound, so she walked slowly. Gu Jiao felt annoyed and scratched her head, but she still stopped to wait for her. When they arrived at the academy, class had just ended. Xiao Luling came out carrying a book bag and saw Gu Jiao at the alley entrance. He paused for a moment. He walked over as usual and asked, "Are you nearby today too?" "Yes," Gu Jiao replied vaguely. Xuaningxiang was surprised. From the market to here was at least 7 or 8 miles. How could this be considered nearby? Only then did Xiao Luling notice Xuaningxiang beside Gu Jiao. A hint of surprise flickered in Xiao Yulong's eyes. Even he couldn't understand how these two were together, especially since Xuaningxiang was still wearing Gu Jiao's clothes. Uncle Luo's ox cart was waiting in the alley, as arranged earlier in the morning, to pick them up at the hour of yu. The three of them got on the ox cart. Gu Jiao sat in the middle. Xuaningxiang used to have a good impression of Xiao Luling, but after what just happened, she was still scared and didn't even greet him. Xiao Luling didn't mind Xuaningxiang's attitude toward him. He found it strange, but didn't ask. Gu Jiao's padded jacket was given to Xuaningxiang. She only had a thin jacket on herself. It didn't feel cold while walking, but once seated, she started to feel chilly. Xiao Luling looked down at his own official robes and hesitated. If he gave her his coat, their relationship didn't seem that close. If he didn't, she might freeze. While he was hesitating, he saw Xuaningxiang gently lean closer to Gu Jiao, using her body to keep her warm. Xiao Luling. After the cart passed through the alley, it saw Gu Dashun waiting there. Gu Ershun had already been sent home, so only Gu Dashun was waiting for the cart. Gu Dashun didn't pay attention to Xuaningxiang on the cart. He only looked at Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling, both calm and expressionless. Thinking about how they also looked so composed this morning, he suddenly felt that they had guessed the outcome from the start. But they said nothing, just watched silently as Gu Ershun was driven out, nearly causing him to be suspected by the teacher. Whose idea was it? Xiao Yulong's? Or this silly kid's? A gentle breeze blew, and Gu Jiao gently brushed her hair away from her face, showing her birthmark without hesitation. Gu Dashun had never seen Gu Jiao like this before. No, he had seen her that way once, on the morning of the exam. She pulled him down from the cart, and she was just as calm and relaxed then. But back then, he was angry and didn't pay attention. What exactly happened to this little fool? Suddenly changed her attitude, stopped coming to Gu's house for meals, and suddenly got close to Xiao Luling. Are you thirsty? Xuaningxiang took the water pouch from her waist and handed it to Gu Jiao. Even the widow Xue, who often disagreed with her, had become her friend? Gu Dashun furrowed his brows deeply. The cart arrived at the village and Gu Dashun jumped down quickly. Gu Jiao didn't compete with him. She just sat on the cart, faintly smiling as she looked at him. Remember to send Xiaoshun to school tomorrow. Gu Dashun clenched his fists tightly. After returning home, Gu Jiao felt unusually cold today, her hands and feet icy. By night, she developed a water-related illness. In the countryside, people often lack nutrition and water illnesses tend to come late. She was already 14, yet this was her first time catching it. Perhaps it was because it rained recently, the cold was heavy, and today there was wind. Her stomach hurt badly. She had endured many pains over the years, but was especially intolerant of menstrual cramps. Xuaningxiang came to help her with her clothes. When she entered the house, she saw Gu Jiao sitting pale on a chair and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Gu Jiao said calmly. The woman who could punch 4 men to death during the day was now so weak she could hardly stand. Could it really be nothing? Xuaningxiang looked at her clutching her stomach and exclaimed, "You got your water illness?" Gu Jiao had no strength to respond. Xiao Luling heard the noise from the house and came over to ask, "What happened?" Gu Jiao didn't speak, but Xuaningxiang said, "She came down with gout and is in a lot of pain. Do we have any brown sugar at home? Please make her a bowl." Xiao Luling suddenly froze. Xuaningxiang didn't think much about it. She thought that the two of them had been married for half a year and had probably already shared a room, so there was nothing shameful about talking about this. Xiao Luling felt embarrassed and left quickly. There was no brown sugar at home, and the market had closed so late. If he wanted some, he would have to borrow from someone else. He usually didn't borrow things, especially not red sugar meant for women during childbirth. He stood under the eaves, feeling his cheeks flush. After taking a few deep breaths, he decided to go to the east end of the village. He knocked on Zhang Auntie's door. When Zhang Auntie opened the door and saw him, she smiled and asked Luling, "It's so late. What do you need?" I want to borrow some brown sugar," Xiao Luling said, trying to sound calm. In the countryside, brown sugar was rare and usually not kept at home. Zhang Auntie's daughter-in-law had just given birth and was resting after her confinement. Xiao Luling heard that her second uncle had gone to the market to buy some. Why do you need brown sugar? Did Gu girl get pregnant? Zhang Auntie asked. Xiao Yulong's cheeks burned again. No. Oh, so it's for gout. What's wrong? First time? Zhang Auntie, experienced in such matters, quickly understood what was going on. He didn't expect Lulang to be so caring. Zhang Auntie went inside, brought out a bowl of brown sugar, and teased. When a woman gets gout, it's good news. It means she might have a baby soon. Xiao Lulang was at a loss for how to leave quickly. He carried the boiled brown sugar water to Gu Jiao's room. Xuaning Xiang had already gone back. Gu Jiao was lying on the bed, looking a little weak. He entered quietly, placed the bowl on the table, and said, "Drink this first. If it's not enough, call me." Then he turned and left. Although he left quickly, Gu Jiao noticed that his ears were red. She chuckled softly and finished the brown sugar water in the bowl without leaving a drop. She didn't expect that the brown sugar water would really work. Her body warmed up, and she felt much better. Soon, she fell asleep again. That night, she had another dream. She dreamed that she woke up late the next day. Xiao Lulang went out alone, and at the village entrance, he met Gu Xiaoshan. They went to the academy together and ended up in the same class. Gu Xiaoshan was a careless person. He fell asleep during the first morning class, leaving a very bad impression. When it was time to go to the dorms, no one wanted to share with him, except Xiao Lulang, who stepped forward. They were assigned to the westernmost dorm, an old, poorly maintained building. As soon as they entered, the roof collapsed. Xiao Lulang was seriously injured, and Gu Xiaoshan was lightly hurt. The next day, Gu Jiao indeed woke up late. Because she remembered her dream, she stayed calm this time. Xiao Luling was not there, probably at school. Uncle Luo's ox cart had gone to town, so she walked. When she arrived at the academy, it was just noon. Gu Xiaoshan was lying on the desk, sleeping deeply until a student in front of him poked him with a pen. Hey, it's time to eat. Gu Xiaoshan rubbed his eyes and sat up. Oh, is it time to eat? The students around him saw the wrinkles on his face from pressing against the book and all burst out laughing. Everyone knew Gu Xiaoshan was from a well-connected family, admitted through connections, but no one expected him to be completely lazy and irresponsible. Even the worst class at Tianxiang Academy had never seen such a student waste time like this. The others looked at Gu Xiaoshan with some disapproval. Soon, Teacher Zhang from their class arrived. Teacher Zhang said, "Today we will assign the dorms, for people per room. Discuss among yourselves, and come to me for the keys." There are 26 students in Class B, which means one room will only have 2 people. They quickly finished dividing the rooms. Xiao Yilong's desk mate was one of his childhood friends, so he called Xiao Luling to share the room. Gu Xiaoshuan's situation was more difficult. No one wanted to share a room with him, so he ended up alone. Another student, who had taken a day off yesterday and just returned today, also ended up alone because he didn't know anyone. But it was obvious that this student also disliked Gu Xiaoshan. I don't want to share a room with him. Humph. I'll live alone. Gu Xiaoshan crossed his arms and looked at the sky. Of course, he couldn't really live alone. The student who was alone wouldn't sleep pressed against the wall, would he? Xiao Luling calmly said, "I'll swap with you." The student was so grateful he thanked him several times, almost calling him father. Gu Xiaoshan grinned and said, "Brother-in-law, you don't have to share a room with me. I'm not unwilling to live with you. I just feel that." Xiao Luling took the key from Teacher Zhang's hand and walked away expressionlessly. Gu Xiaoshan clicked his tongue, reluctantly following behind. All the good houses had been chosen, and the only remaining one was the furthest. The two carried their bundles and walked forward. Halfway there, a young servant ran over, sweating profusely. "Are you Xiao Luling?" Xiao Luling stopped and turned to him. "That's me." The servant panted and said, "Your family member has arrived. She's waiting outside and says it's urgent. She wants you to see her immediately. Xiao Lulang is an orphan and the only person who can be called his family is her. He paused and said to Gu Xiaoshan, "It's your sister." "My sister is here?" Hearing it was Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshuan's face lit up. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find my sister quickly." The dormitory was only a few steps away. It wasn't wrong to put down their things and see her first. But she said it was urgent. Xiao Luling quickened his pace, carrying his bundle, leaning on his cane, and went with Gu Xiaoshan to the college gate. The street was busy with people, and he was dressed plainly, but Xiao Luling still recognized her at a glance. She stood in the cold wind, her face slightly red from the cold. Maybe because she didn't like noisy places, her brows often furrowed. "Jia."
Jia.
Gu Xiaoshan ran happily toward Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at him briefly, then quickly looked away to Xiao Luling behind the crowd. Xiao Luling was also looking at her. Their eyes met. Xiao Luling was momentarily stunned, and Gu Jiao smiled slightly. Xiao Luling averted his gaze and walked toward her. "Jia, what are you here for?" Gu Xiaoshan asked. "Oh, nothing much," Gu Jiao said lightly. "Just came to have a meal with you." After saying that, seeing Xiao Luling looking at her doubtfully, she straightened Gu Xiaoshuan's collar and said seriously, "I'm worried about you on your first day at school." They went to a nearby noodle shop and ate 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles. It was the same shop where Feng Lin had taken Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao last time. Xiao Luling didn't eat much. Gu Jiao asked, "Isn't this your hometown's noodles? Don't you like them?" "Not as good as yours," he blurted out, and after saying it, Xiao Luling was surprised himself. Gu Jiao was also stunned for a moment, then looked at him with her chin resting on her hand, smiling. "All right, I'll make some for you tonight." Gu Xiaoshan has a big appetite. After finishing 1 bowl of food, he wanted to eat another, but suddenly he felt full. "Why am I full after just 1 bowl?" After eating, Xiao Luling and Gu Xiaoshan returned to the academy, only to be told their dormitory had collapsed. "When did it fall?" Xiao Luling asked. The student replied, "It fell not long after you left. Many people saw you going to the dorm and were worried you might be buried inside. They had planned to go, but..." Xiao Yulong's expression darkened slightly. Gu Xiaoshan ran to look at the collapsed dorm. The ground was covered with broken walls and debris, and the floorboards had been shattered by beams. Thinking about what would happen if a beam hit someone's head, he was frightened and patted his chest. "Luckily, my sister came to find us for dinner. Otherwise, we might have been buried alive." This was the second time, counting the incident at the medical clinic. Each time, it was because of her that they avoided a terrible accident. Xiao Luling looked in the direction where Gu Jiao had gone, showing a thoughtful expression. The dormitories at Tianxiang Academy have always been quite crowded. This time, they admitted 101 students, the largest intake ever, so there were no extra dorms available. They had to continue living as day students. Since accommodation fees were included in the tuition, they usually wouldn't refund if students didn't stay. But considering it wasn't the students' fault, the academy took the initiative to cover Xiao Luling and Gu Xiaoshuan's daily transportation costs. Gu Xiaoshan didn't mind. He didn't like the Gu family, but he also didn't love the academy much. Everywhere was the same to him. "Brother-in-law, are you pretty happy?" Gu Xiaoshan whispered on the way back to the classroom. "Why do you think I'm happy?" Xiao Luling asked in return. "Because you can go back and sleep with my sister." Gu Xiaoshan spoke without much caution. He's 13 years old. He might not fully understand everything, but he wasn't entirely clueless. To him, men should sleep holding their wives, and he didn't really know what happens after they sleep. So, he said this without feeling shy. Xiao Luling coughed and said, "Don't talk nonsense."
Oh.
He didn't say anything wrong, did he? Brother-in-law can go back and sleep with his sister. They entered the classroom. In the afternoon, they had mathematics. The imperial exams didn't include mathematics, only the 8-legged essay, so the court didn't value mathematics much. The reason this subject was offered was entirely the dean's idea. He hoped to cultivate talented people for the country regardless of traditional rules. As soon as Xiao Luling sat down, Teacher Zhang called him out. "The dean wants to see you." Xiao Luling went to the dean's office in the Zhongjing Hall. Just as he reached the door, he unexpectedly met Gu Dashun coming out of the hall. Gu Dashun still wore a proud smile that hadn't yet faded. When he saw Xiao Luling, he frowned. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Luling ignored him and walked past him with his cane. Gu Dashun's brow furrowed even more. Was Xiao Luling here to see the dean too? On his first day at school, Teacher Chen told him that the dean admired him very much. Later, he secretly hinted that the dean planned to select one student to be his personal disciple, so he should work hard. Of course, he would work hard. With such talent and the dean's guidance, a literary master, he believed he could surely succeed. Last night, he stayed up almost all night writing an essay, which he showed to Teacher Chen in the morning. At noon, Teacher Chen took it to show the dean. The dean called him in and asked him some questions about the essay, which he answered well. He could tell the dean was very pleased. He thought his chances of becoming a disciple were almost certain. But he didn't understand why Xiao Luling was also here. Maybe about the dormitory? He heard that his and Gu Xiaoxuan's dorms collapsed at noon. Such bad luck must have brought him here too, showing he was just unlucky. Thinking of this, Gu Dashun sneered coldly and arrogantly returned to his classroom. Inside the Zhongjing Hall, the dean pointed to the 8-legged essay on the desk and asked Xiao Luling, "Did you write this yourself?" "Yes," Xiao Luling replied. The dean's sharp gaze fixed on him. The boy looked only 17, with a youthful face that still showed some innocence, but his calm and cold expression revealed maturity beyond his years. He had a limp leg, yet seemed more noble than any healthy student. "Why didn't you answer the first 2 exams?"
the dean asked.
Others only knew that this student ranked last, but they didn't know he had submitted blank papers for 2 exams. He shouldn't have been accepted, but his essay was so impressive that it changed everything. The student named Gu Dashun also wrote a good essay, but it was only good for a new student. Compared to Xiao Yulong's, it immediately lost its shine. Xiao Luling didn't answer the dean's question. He was a stubborn child. The dean thought silently, waving his hand. "All right, go to class." Xiao Luling bowed politely to the student and then turned to leave. Behind the curtain, an old man in plain clothes came out. "Teacher." The dean immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. The old man in plain clothes picked up Xiao Yulong's essay, looked at it, then shook his head. "This student of yours has a lot of anger." After Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling said their goodbyes, they went to the nearby market. The market in the east of the town is similar to the one in the west, but it is more upscale and the prices are higher. However, the market is already closed now, so if she wants to buy something, she can only go to shops or stores. Gu Jiao bought 5 jin of white flour, cut 2 jin of good quality 3-line pork belly, and ordered 2 jin of salt, spending over 100 copper coins in total. Passing by a fabric shop, she remembered that a few days ago, when she was collecting clothes for Xiao Luling, his shirt and inner garment were both torn. She went inside and bought a new set, then asked the shopkeeper for some scraps of cloth. She planned to mend what could be fixed. Although she had never sewn clothes before, she had sewn a heart before. If she thought of fabric as human skin, she believed she could sew it well. Gu Jiao packed all her purchases into a basket and prepared to return to the village. As she stepped out of the shop, she noticed many soldiers suddenly appearing on the street. Nearby, some villagers were whispering, "What happened? I heard that the patients from Mount Leprosy ran away and the officials are searching the streets." "Oh no, leprosy patients? That's terrible." "Exactly. They haven't been going out much these days. Be careful not to run into them. This disease spreads easily, and once infected, there's no cure." In ancient times, leprosy was incurable. After infection, the only option was to be sent to Mount Leprosy to die. Gu Jiao suddenly remembered that Xiao Yulong's older brother had apparently died from leprosy. The soldiers finished searching the street and moved on to the next. Gu Jiao returned to the village. She didn't pay much attention to what was happening on the street. After returning home, she started making spring noodles. While kneading the dough, there was a sudden loud bang outside the door, as if something had hit the door panel. Gu Jiao wiped her hands with a dry cloth, then went to see. She saw an elderly woman lying at her doorstep. 20 choices. The old lady was lying on the ground, her messy hair covering her face. She looked dirty and was wearing simple cloth clothes. Gu Jiao's first thought was that she was a villager from this village, possibly just returning from the fields, but somehow she had fainted at her doorstep. The loud noise earlier was caused by her head hitting the doorframe, causing a small cut and some blood. In her previous life, Gu Jiao had encountered scam artists before, but never someone risking their life for such a trick. The woman was truly fainted. Gu Jiao crouched down, trying to see which family she belonged to so she could help her home. When she turned the woman over to lie flat, she noticed something strange. The woman's face had symmetrical light-colored skin injuries and faint red spots, with blurry borders between the spots. There were also similar marks on the backs of her hands. Gu Jiao frowned slightly, realizing that this was clearly Big Sister. We're back. At this moment, Gu Xiaoshan ran over quickly, carrying an old book bag. Gu Jiao turned to look at him, her eyes sharp. Don't come closer. Gu Jiao had never spoken to Gu Xiaoshan in such a strict tone before, so he froze in place. Big Sister. He took a few more steps forward. I said, don't come closer. Gu Jiao's tone became even colder. Now, Gu Xiaoshan didn't dare move anymore. He stood about 10 steps away from Gu Jiao, staring at her and the old lady lying at her door. His instinct told him that this matter was related to the old lady. He asked, Big Sister, who is she? Gu Jiao looked at him sharply. I don't know. You should go back home. She had originally planned to call Gu Xiaoshan over for dinner, but now that something like this happened, the safety of her home was not fully assured. She couldn't risk harming Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaoshan wasn't happy about that, but since his sister said so, he decided to go back first. Well, brother-in-law, I'll be leaving now, he said, turning to Xiao Luling behind him. Gu Jiao was slightly surprised Xiao Luling was here too. Not only Xiao Luling, Feng Lin had also come along. Feng Lin was helping his classmate review homework, and his classmate had given him a basket of pomelos as thanks. He had handed half of them to Xiao Luling. Worried that Xiao Luling might not be able to carry them all, he brought them back to the village. As for Gu Xiaoshan, he often bullied Xiao Luling, and Feng Lin was a bit worried about Xiao Luling going home with him, watching over both of them. At this moment, Xiao Luling and Feng Lin both noticed the elderly woman on the ground. Better not come any closer, Gu Jiao told the two of them. Feng Lin frowned strangely. Is she dead? Did you kill her?
Hey, what are you talking about?
Gu Xiaoshan couldn't stand this little white face who kept criticizing his sister. Feng Lin snorted. Am I wrong? That old lady must have had something happen to her. Otherwise, why wouldn't she let us go near? Xiao Luling walked over with a calm expression. Don't come any closer, Gu Jiao said. But Xiao Luling still approached. He had already sensed something was wrong from afar. When he got closer and looked carefully, he was sure of his suspicion. Feng Lin saw him walking over and hurried after him. Hey, why are you all going over there? Sister, Gu Xiaoshan was so nervous he scratched his head. Feng Lin stood beside Xiao Luling, looking at the face covered with red spots of the elderly woman, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Brother Xiao, this is leprosy, Xiao Luling said with a frown. Feng Lin staggered, nearly falling over. This old lady has leprosy. Feng Lin stammered in shock. Leprosy was one of the most contagious and frightening diseases. It was said that if one person in the village caught it, the whole village would be infected. There was no cure. Once infected, people could only wait for death. In the previous dynasty, there had been a tragedy where thousands of people died because leprosy was not taken seriously enough. The founding emperor of this dynasty established Leprosy Mountain, where all leprosy patients were sent to be managed together. Did you touch her? Xiao Luling looked at Gu Jiao calmly. Gu Jiao nodded. She had only touched her briefly, and her skin was not broken, so the chance of infection was low. But others might not think so. If people found out Gu Jiao had contact with a leprosy patient, they would surely send her and the patient to Leprosy Mountain. Once on Leprosy Mountain, there was no way down. Feng Lin pulled Xiao Luling a few steps away and said in a frightened voice, You heard what she said. She touched that leprosy patient. We must send her away immediately. Otherwise, your whole village will be infected. Xiao Yulong's brows furrowed slightly. Feng Lin stomped his foot. Come on, Brother Xiao. What are you hesitating for? Haven't you always wanted to get rid of that wicked woman? She herself had touched a person with leprosy, and there was a high chance she was infected. According to the law, she should be sent to Leprosy Mountain. This was a perfect opportunity to escape her. Feng Lin thought it over. Xiao Lulang was a scholar. If he really abandoned his wife and family, it would ruin his reputation. The current situation was like a timely gift, saving his reputation and getting rid of that wicked woman. No one will be sent to Leprosy Mountain, Xiao Lulang said calmly. Feng Lin was stunned. Xiao Lulang leaned on his cane and walked over to Gu Jiao. Bring a dry cloth. Gu Jiao didn't ask much. She went inside and brought out a clean piece of cloth. Xiao Lulang took the cloth from her hand and crouched in front of the old lady. Realizing what he was about to do, Gu Jiao said, "Let me do it." "No need," Xiao Lulang said. He wrapped the cloth around the old lady's face, covering her mouth and nose. "Help carry her inside." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded.
Hey.
Xiao Xiong. Feng Lin tried to stop him. Gu Xiaoshan had also overheard everything. He realized that the old lady was a leprosy patient from somewhere, and his sister was worried he might get infected, so she didn't let him go near. But was Gu Xiaoshan the kind of person to abandon his loyalty? He ran over to help his sister and brother-in-law carry the woman into the backyard. Feng Lin was so anxious, he stamped his feet. Crazy. All of you are crazy. Then, he clenched his teeth, risking infection, and entered the house. 21. Treatment. They laid the old lady on a straw mat in the backyard. Fortunately, their backyard was big enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to fit a leprosy patient and themselves, who needed to keep a distance. Now what should we do? Gu Xiaoshan asked, looking at the old lady on the ground. First, wash your hands, Gu Jiao said. The three of them washed their hands with clean water and soap. Then, Xiao Lulang went into his room and wrote a prescription. Gu Jiao stood behind him and asked softly, "What is that?" Although she inherited the original owner's memories, she couldn't read the characters of this era because the original owner was illiterate. "Medicine formula," Xiao Lulang replied. "What does this character say?" Gu Jiao pointed at the first character on the prescription.
Di, Xiao Liulang Reat, Di Gu Pi.
And this one? Gu Jiao continued to point.
Gu Shen, Xingzi, Si Xin.
Xiao Lulang read aloud as he followed Gu Jiao's finger. Gu Jiao looked very serious, as if she was really learning to read. Although it was a bit inappropriate for the situation, Xiao Lulang didn't think much of it. "How do you have the prescription for treating leprosy?" Gu Jiao asked with doubt. Xiao Lulang paused and said, "My older brother also had leprosy once. A barefoot doctor gave him a secret family recipe. I saw with my own eyes that after drinking it, my brother started to get better." The fact that his brother had leprosy was something the original owner heard by chance. The original was slow-minded and didn't understand what leprosy was, so he didn't pay much attention or tell anyone. Feng Lin knew about this because Xiao Yulong's brother got leprosy, and he was also disliked by the villagers. That's why he left his hometown to study in Qingchuan town. On the way, they unexpectedly met. After learning each other's identities, Feng Lin found out that the other was his childhood neighbor. However, Feng Lin's family had moved away, and after many years, neither of them looked the same, and their names and records didn't match. Feng Lin didn't recognize him at all. Since he's gotten better, why did he die?
Gu Jiao asked.
Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes and said his leprosy was leaked, and the officials and soldiers took him to Leprosy Mountain. Not long after, he died of illness there.
I see.
Xiao Lulang continued, her current symptoms are mild, similar to when my brother had it. With proper treatment, there might be a chance to cure her. Gu Jiao had already understood the recipe. It was effective for the symptoms, but the medicine worked very slowly, only delaying the progress of leprosy. Truly curing it was still difficult. But Gu Jiao didn't say anything. Feng Lin took the recipe and said, "I'll go get the medicine." Xiao Luling advised, remember to go to different pharmacies. Feng Lin paused for a moment and suddenly understood. I get it. They couldn't let anyone see that this was a prescription for treating leprosy, or their secret would be exposed. I'll go too, Gu Xiaoshun said. Why are you going? Feng Lin didn't want him to come. Gu Xiaoshun raised an eyebrow and said, I'm watching out for you to report to the officials. He clearly heard that earlier. Feng Lin was encouraging his brother-in-law to send his sister to Leprosy Mountain. Feng Lin rolled his eyes. If Xiao Luling hadn't touched that old lady, he would have already reported him. But since Xiao Luling had already been involved, if he reported now, he'd be caught together with Xiao Luling. No matter what, Gu Xiaoshun was very determined to follow, so Feng Lin had no choice but to bring him along. It is impossible to ride a bullock cart. If word gets out, it could be dangerous. The two of them walked on foot to the town's pharmacies. After about an hour, they bought all the medicinal herbs and also a medicine jar. Gu Jiao took the herbs to the kitchen to boil. While waiting for the medicine, Gu Jiao asked Xiao Luling, how did you come back? I heard that Gu Dashun has moved to the sleeping quarters. Xiao Luling told her about the collapse of the sleeping area. Gu Jiao thought to herself, luckily you are safe, but she showed a bit of surprise on her face. Xiao Luling looked at her deeply. The backyard was too cold, so Gu Jiao tidied up the small hut where the grains were stored, moved in a bamboo bed, and covered it with cotton bedding. It was barely a proper bed. Go outside, I will feed her, Gu Jiao told the others. Big sister, be careful, Gu Xiaoshun said worriedly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Gu Jiao said as she sent them out and quietly took out a small medicine box hidden in the basket. Xiao Luling was right. This patient was indeed in the early stage of leprosy. She had the less severe form, with few skin lesions and lower contagiousness. With proper treatment, she could fully recover without any lasting effects. However, her coma was not caused by leprosy, but by exhaustion. Her clothes were torn, and her shoes were worn out. Gu Jiao couldn't help but think of the soldiers she met in town. Could she be the patient who escaped from Mount Leprosy? After the old lady regained some consciousness, Gu Jiao gave her chlorphenicin and rifampicin from the medicine box to take. She also added a special medicine from the research institute. As for the herbal porridge, she fed some to the old lady, but she seemed to dislike bitter medicine and spat it all out with a look of disgust. Old lady, where are you from? Gu Jiao tried to ask about her background so she could safely send her back. But the old lady looked at Gu Jiao calmly, snorted, and then fell asleep. Gu Jiao. She packed up her things, washed her hands in the backyard, and then went outside. Big sister, Gu Xiaoshun, who had been waiting in the backyard, came over. Why did it take so long? She was drinking her medicine slowly. I fed her for a while longer, Gu Jiao said casually. Xiao Xiaoshun looked around and whispered, Sister, can she really be cured? I heard that leprosy can't be cured. Gu Jiao smiled faintly. Don't worry, it can be cured. Gu Xiaoshun had never heard that leprosy could be cured, but for some reason, when his sister said this, he believed her without question. If his sister said it could be cured, then it definitely could be. As it grew late, Gu Xiaoshun and Feng Lin prepared to leave. Before leaving, Feng Lin quietly told Xiao Luling, Brother Xiao, I know you are brave and kind, and you don't want to see anyone die. But I want to remind you, leprosy can't be cured. While no one is watching, and if the person wakes up, you should send them away quickly. He couldn't blame Xiao Luling for what he did, because Xiao Luling had once saved him from a big fire at the post station, even though he didn't recognize him at the time. Brother Xiao is such a brave and loyal person. Also, watch out for that bad woman. She has a lot of contact with the patient, and if she has a name, Xiao Luling interrupted Feng Lin. Feng Lin was surprised and looked at Xiao Luling with confusion. Honestly, Xiao Luling wasn't someone who easily became friendly after spending a lot of time with others. He always had a cold aura that kept people at a distance. If it weren't for the kindness he showed when saving Feng Lin might think he was just a very cold young man. But lately, Feng Lin felt that Xiao Luling was acting a bit differently around that bad woman. Brother Xiao, you've changed. 22. Giving medicine. Everyone knew how serious this matter was, but no one spoke about it openly. They all understood and kept it a secret. Gu Jiao told Gu Xiaoshun not to come here for a few days. The early form of leprosy isn't very contagious, but there's still some risk. Gu Jiao stopped going up the mountain to pick mushrooms and stayed at home to take care of the old lady for a few days. Maybe she was taking good care of her, because on the third day at noon, the old lady finally woke up. She was no longer confused, but her mind seemed a little off. Gu Jiao asked her who she was, and she opened her eyes wide to look at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao asked where she lived, and she still looked at Gu Jiao with wide eyes. Could she have dementia? Do you remember what illness you had? Gu Jiao continued to ask. The old lady still looked at her with wide eyes. Gu Jiao was at a loss. It seemed that this old lady not only forgot who she was, but also completely forgot about her illness. Actually, forgetting might be better. Gu Jiao can watch over her without letting her go out, but she can't stop the villagers from visiting. If the elderly lady accidentally reveals her leprosy, then she, Xiao Luling, and Gu Xiaoshun, who are close contacts, will all be in trouble. As for how to arrange her in the future, that's a matter for later. The most urgent thing now is to cure her and make sure no one finds out she had leprosy. Thinking this, Gu Jiao picked up the medicine pot to prepare medicine for the elderly lady. The medicines in the box need to be taken, including traditional Chinese medicine, or the secret of the medicine box might be exposed. When the elderly lady saw Gu Jiao carrying the medicine pot, she turned her face away in disgust. Gu Jiao vaguely heard a resentful hum. This elderly lady has quite a temper. The medicine needs to be simmered over low heat for half an hour. While waiting, Gu Jiao took out her small medicine box to check. She had used many medicines recently and hadn't had a chance to count them carefully. She needed to see how much medicine was left and which ones couldn't be used casually anymore. When she finished checking, she was a bit stunned. The anti-inflammatory medicine she had finished earlier surprisingly had a new bottle, and there was an extra tube of antibacterial ointment as a backup. There were also several medicines she couldn't remember putting in there. Gu Jiao looked at the still and silent small medicine box, stroked her chin, and fell into thought. Near the end of the month, the academy held another exam. Gu Dashun entered the Tianzijia class with the reputation of being the second-best new student. He truly lived up to expectations and performed very well. This time he also ranked second. Teacher Chen was very happy, but Gu Dashun's face showed little joy. Teacher Chen thought he was upset about not winning first place and patiently comforted him. You and Hanji are both outstanding new students. Hanji is 2 years older than you and started learning earlier, so he has studied for several more years. You shouldn't worry about your current results. Of course, Gu Dashun wasn't worried about that. The student named Su Hanji was just relying on having studied a few more years, so he was slightly ahead. But his talent was not as good as Gu Dashun's, and he was confident he could surpass him. However, his ambitions went beyond that. He was aiming to become the personal disciple of the dean, hoping the dean would become his teacher. Since the last time, he had written many good essays, which Teacher Chen showed to the dean. But the dean had not seen him again since then. What's wrong? Is there something else? Teacher Chen noticed that he looked hesitant and wanted to speak. Gu Dashun thought for a moment and then gathered his courage to speak, saying, I heard that the exam questions this time were created by the dean. I wonder if the dean is planning to take on a disciple? That is indeed the case. Teacher Chen pondered for a moment and then nodded. Unfortunately, the person the dean favors is not Gu Dashun. Gu Dashun saw a hint of regret in Teacher Chen's eyes and felt a cold chill in his heart. Is it Su Hanji? Not him. Teacher Chen shook his head. This matter hasn't been finalized yet. Don't ask about it for now. Even if you can't become the dean's disciple, the dean will still find time to guide outstanding students in the academy. How can that be the same? One is to inherit the dean's teachings, to become his successor, gaining not just knowledge, but also the dean's connections. Casual guidance is far weaker. As a child from a poor family, Gu Dashun dreams of soaring to great heights. If he isn't talented enough, that would be understandable. But he has the right qualities to catch the dean's eye. How could he be willing to accept this? Gu Das-hun wanted to ask further, but Teacher Chen was unwilling to say more. In the Zhongjing Hall, the dean looked at Xiao Lulang, whose expression was cold and clear, and asked gently, "Have you thought it over?" Xiao Lulang replied calmly, "You also want the third from the bottom?" This exam, Xiao Lulang ranked third from the bottom. It wasn't because he improved, but because Gu Xiaoshan was at the very bottom. The dean cleared his throat and said, "I won't make things difficult for you. How about this? You go home and think about it for a few days. No need to rush to give me an answer. I will be at the academy before the new year. Whenever you decide, come back and tell me." Hearing these words from the dean, it was clear he was sincere. Although Tianqiang Academy was just a small school in a town, the dean was once the top talent among the 4 great scholars of the capital. His reputation and talent were unquestionable. If not for a family crisis, he wouldn't have left the capital to teach in a small town like Qingchuan. Having seen so many students, Xiao Lulang was the first to truly make him eager to accept as a personal disciple. Just so eager to take him? Aren't you worried you can't control this rebellious kid? After Xiao Lulang left, a plain-clothed old man behind the screen hummed softly. The dean saluted the screen and smiled. "I'm really worried I can't control him. Maybe teacher should take him as a disciple?" There was silence behind the screen. After a moment, an old voice sighed softly. "You forgot. I said I would never take on disciples in this lifetime." The young lord died, and the Imperial College was permanently closed. The teacher's heart was also completely broken. After school, Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshan rode in Uncle Luo's ox cart back to the village. When leaving the town, they noticed several checkpoints on the main road, all searching for leprosy patients. Both became more cautious. When Xiao Lulang arrived home, Gu Jiao told him about the old lady. She doesn't remember anything anymore. Xiao Lulang didn't think this was a bad thing, at least for now. Not knowing meant she wouldn't accidentally reveal anything. Did she insist on going outside? Xiao Lulang asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. No, I told her she has lung disease and can't go out in the wind. The red spots on her face are from the cold. Since lung disease is contagious, it's best she stays in her room to avoid passing the illness to others. She seemed to understand and was quite obedient all afternoon. Xiao Lulang went into the room to see the old lady. Her condition had greatly improved. The skin lesions had faded a lot, and the red spots on her face were hardly visible upon close inspection. What Gu Jiao didn't mention was that after a few more days of treatment, her leprosy would no longer be contagious. Soon it was the end of the month, and the day scheduled for Feng Lin and Dr. Zhang to treat Xiao Liulang's leg arrived. 23. Husband and wife Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang both woke up early. Xiao Lulang went to the village entrance to fetch water. Gu Jiao first checked on the old lady in the small hut. Her red spots had faded almost completely, and the skin lesions on her hands had mostly disappeared. Although she wasn't fully cured yet, her contagiousness had been blocked. Gu Jiao was satisfied and touched her chin, then turned to the kitchen to prepare medicine. Seeing the bitter medicine brought to her, the old lady rolled her eyes in dislike. To help her take the medicine more easily, Gu Jiao had Xiao Lulang bring some candied fruit from town. The old lady loved candied fruit but refused to drink the medicine, so she had no sweet treats. Gu Jiao placed a bowl of medicine and a small dish of candied fruit on the table.
Such a small amount.
Only 3 pieces. The old lady complained about the quantity of candied fruit. Candied fruit is expensive. If you won't eat it, forget it, Gu Jiao said, reaching to take the dish. The old lady looked at Gu Jiao with a resentful gaze, snatched the candied fruit into her arms, and bitterly drank the bowl of bitter medicine. Today, Xiao Lulang needed to go to the clinic for treatment, so Gu Jiao had to go too, but she couldn't leave the old lady alone at home. Gu Jiao had considered bringing the elderly lady along, but the checkpoint on the road was still there. If the officials recognized her, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Although she wasn't sure if the elderly lady was the leprosy patient they were after, caution was always better. After thinking carefully, Gu Jiao called Gu Xiaoshan over. Big sister, you're finally letting me in, Gu Xiaoshan said excitedly. Gu Jiao said, "Today I need to go to town with your brother-in-law. You stay at home and help me watch over the elderly lady. Her condition is very bad now, and I've disinfected the house." Gu Shaoshun didn't understand what disinfecting meant, and he didn't ask how his sister knew her illness was serious. He simply agreed without hesitation, "All right. Don't worry, sister. I will watch her. I've heated up some lunch in the pot. Just take a portion to her." Gu Jiao continued. Gu Shaoshun patted his chest and said, "Sister, you can trust me to handle this." Thinking of something, Gu Jiao warned, "If anyone asks, just say you're a relative of your brother-in-law and came to visit him." Gu Shaoshun obediently replied, "Got it." As Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling left, the gang of thugs who had been following Gu Shaoshun came knocking on the door.
Boss.
"We finally found you. I heard you went to study, but now you're back to your old tricks. Let's go and do a couple of jobs."
Get lost.
"I have important matters to attend to." Gu Shaoshun quickly drove them away. Although he had been itching to act for a while, he had to focus on what his sister asked him to do. When Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling arrived at Huichun Hall, Feng Lin had already been waiting outside for a while. They had agreed to meet at the time of the snake, but he was worried there would be too many people seeking Dr. Zhang's treatment, so he came early at the time of the dragon. He had been waiting for over half an hour without seeing anyone queue up. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he saw Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao approaching. His face immediately darkened. "Why are you here?" Gu Jiao smiled softly. "Just came for a walk." Feng Lin was confused. Hadn't he heard that she was interested in someone else? Why was she still bothering Xiao Luling? And now she was even following him to see Dr. Zhang. Feng Lin said coldly, "I warn you, once you're inside the clinic, don't talk nonsense or touch anything. Don't cause trouble for Brother Xiao or delay his leg treatment." "Okay." Gu Jiao replied calmly, neither impatient nor irritable. Meanwhile, Xiao Luling frowned and looked at Feng Lin, then leaned on his cane and went inside. They were greeted by shopkeeper Wang. Shopkeeper Wang had been waiting for a long time. He cheerfully approached them, subtly glanced at Gu Jiao, and smiled at Feng Lin. "Young Master Feng has arrived. This must be your friend, young Master Xiao?" "I am shopkeeper Wang from Huichun Hall." Xiao Luling nodded faintly. Shopkeeper Wang secretly marveled. Young Master Xiao was perhaps too handsome. Despite wearing very plain clothes, he looked more refined and noble than any young master he had seen. "This is..." Shopkeeper Wang looked at Gu Jiao, seeming to not recognize her at all. Xiao Luling paused. "My wife, Gu Shi." Gu Jiao thought, "Gu Shi, what a nice name." Shopkeeper Wang clasped his hands and smiled.
"So you're Madam Xiao."
My apologies. Gu Jiao thought, when you say it, it doesn't sound so nice anymore." Shopkeeper Wang, has Dr. Zhang really come? Why are there no patients waiting in line here? Feng Lin asked. That's because Dr. Zhang's injury isn't fully healed, so he can't see many patients at once. I didn't send out much news, only told a few truly urgent patients. This morning it was just you. The rest will come in the afternoon." Shopkeeper Wang had anticipated Feng Lin's questions and had prepared his words. "I see," Feng Lin said, believing him. Shopkeeper Wang smiled. "Young Master Feng, please rest in the main hall for a while. I will take young Master Xiao inside to see Dr. Zhang." "Can I go in?" Feng Lin asked. Shopkeeper Wang smiled. "That might not be proper." Feng Lin thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll leave Xiao brother to you." Shopkeeper Wang, "You must make sure Dr. Zhang cures him." Shopkeeper Wang beamed. "We will do our best." After Xiao Luling and Shopkeeper Wang entered the side room at the back, Gu Jiao also stood up. "Where are you going?" Feng Lin asked cautiously. "To the restroom," Gu Jiao replied. Feng Lin blushed deeply. "Go quickly and come back soon. Don't run around." Gu Jiao carried her small basket and went to the backyard. When she entered the side room, Xiao Luling was already lying on a rattan chair, asleep. Shopkeeper Wang and second master were there. "Miss Gu." The second landlord nodded politely. Gu Jiao's eyes swept over the incense burner on the table and then focused on Xiao Liulong's peaceful face. She asked, "Is this incense okay?" The second landlord replied kindly, "It's just calming incense, made by our Huichun Hall. It won't harm the body." "Miss Gu, are you here to treat him now?"
Yes.
Gu Jiao walked over, placed her small basket on the table, which held her medicine box, but she didn't plan to take it out in front of them. The second landlord was actually eager to ask Gu Jiao why, since young Master Xiao was her husband, she didn't tell him directly. Or perhaps they weren't truly married?
But he was a smart man.
In business, you need to listen more and speak less. Things that shouldn't be asked definitely shouldn't be asked. 24. Can it be cured? Gu Jiao pulled the screen aside and checked Xiao Luling inside. Earlier at home, Gu Jiao had observed Xiao Luling and found that his main problem was in his ankle. After a careful examination, she was sure of her guess. His ankle had been broken before, but the doctor didn't realize it. They thought he only hurt his leg, so they only treated his leg. Even without special treatment, since his leg was immobilized, he hardly used his foot, and his ankle healed on its own. But the broken bones inside weren't cleaned out, so when he walks, he feels sharp pain. He never showed it, so Gu Jiao guessed it was just ordinary ankle stiffness, which isn't painful. Now that she confirmed the diagnosis, she understood how much restraint he used to endure the pain. Gu Jiao had performed many surgeries like this in her past life. It was not difficult for her, but she didn't have the necessary medicines and surgical supplies in her medicine box yet. However, recalling what she had discovered a few days ago, Gu Jiao decided to wait a bit longer. Besides, this isn't the best time for surgery. His condition needs some care first, and it would be better to wait until the New Year holiday at the academy. The second landlord and manager Wang waited outside the screen, without peeking. Earlier, the second landlord had considered asking the doctors from Tongchun Hall to observe Gu Jiao's medical skills, but since it was her first time, making such a request seemed a bit abrupt, so he held back. When Gu Jiao went inside for treatment, she pulled the screen aside, which showed she wasn't willing to reveal her medical skills. Thinking this way, the second landlord felt a bit relieved that he hadn't asked to observe earlier. But he was wrong about one thing. Gu Jiao wasn't unwilling to share her skills. She just couldn't let others discover her small medicine box. Gu Jiao stayed inside for quite a while. She checked for about 15 minutes and admired the beauty for half an hour. Ahem. No clothes were removed, no. Gu Jiao packed the small medicine box into a basket and carried it out. Second master came forward politely and smiled, saying, "Miss Gu has been inside for so long. Is young Master Zhao's injury very complicated?" Gu Jiao remained calm and replied, "Yes, it is quite complicated. I need to perform surgery on him." It was true that the injury was serious, and it was also true that she was beautiful. Hearing about surgery, second master looked a bit stunned. Surgery is usually used on the battlefield. It's rarely seen in the countryside. First, because it's risky, and second, because it requires very high medical skills. Even the doctors at Huichun Hall rarely dared to operate on patients.
Are you
sure? Second master asked doubtfully. The last doctor at Huichun Hall who dared to operate was over 50 years old, and he was from a family of doctors. Yes, Gu Jiao nodded. I need some time to think about it. Once I decide, I will inform you. Also, there are some things I need to prepare. Please trouble second master, and I will deduct the cost from my upcoming consultation fee. No problem, second master said with a smile. Huichun Hall is not a charity. Patients here have to pay. The better the medical skills, the higher the consultation fee.
But
can you cure all kinds of illnesses? Second master asked. Not exactly, Gu Jiao replied. You'll know after you see it. It's best if you bring some difficult cases for me, so I don't waste my chances to diagnose. Listen to that confidence. Second master didn't think she was bragging. In fact, anyone who had seen her medical skills knew she had every reason to believe she could bring someone back from the dead. Gu Jiao needed to find some medicinal herbs for Xiao Lulang and headed to the main hall with her basket. Second master chuckled strangely, saying, Old Wang, with her medical skills so good, do you think she could treat the one in the capital? The one in the capital? Manager Wang was stunned for a moment before reacting. Are you talking about the young master from the Marquis' estate? Second master's eyes lit up. Exactly him. Manager Wang hurriedly waved his hands.
No, no, no.
That's not possible. That's not allowed. He was a noble from the capital. Huichun Hall was just a commoner's place in front of them. It wasn't enough to impress. I think Miss Gu's medical skills are pretty good. Second master. We only have one head. Master Wang cruelly dismissed the second master's idea. It's not that he didn't want to earn money for the Marquis estate, but the young master's illness was truly difficult to treat, and if mishandled, it could be fatal. The young master was also quite unfortunate. When the Marquis wife gave birth to him, she was less than a month pregnant, in a broken temple, without a midwife, so they had to find one from a nearby village. Premature birth, poor conditions, and the midwife's limited skills meant that the Marquis wife nearly lost her life after giving birth. To make matters worse, she was pregnant with twins. After the first child was born, her strength was almost gone, and the second fetus was held inside her for too long, turning purple when born. The young master was the second child, and he had an older sister. He was born with a weak constitution, taking medicine since he was young, practically raised on medicine. The Marquis family sought many famous doctors over the years to cure him, but his condition never improved. Instead, frequent medication made him even weaker. It is said that now he is barely holding on, just with one breath left. If they give him the wrong medicine, he might pass away. If he truly dies because of them, all the doctors at the rejuvenation hall wouldn't be able to pay for his life. The second master understood the risks, but he was still not willing to give up. He was a very ambitious man, otherwise, he wouldn't see the great value in Miss Gu. It seems that the young master and Miss Gu are about the same age. The second master said thoughtfully, then how about this? First, let Miss Gu treat Xiao Lulang's wound. If she really heals him, then she can try at the Marquis estate. Master Wang was silent. When Xiao Lulang woke up, an old doctor with a white beard was in the room.
Who are you?
The old doctor smiled and said, I am Dr. Zhang. You just fell asleep, and I forgot to remove the calming incense. Xiao Lulang paused and asked, It's okay. Let me see your leg.
All right.
The old doctor followed the method instructed by Miss Gu. Honestly, he was quite surprised. He had seen Xiao Lulang's leg condition before, and with the current medical skills of Rejuvenation Hall, it was impossible to cure. Does that girl really have a way to make him stand again? Xiao Lulang took the prescription from the old doctor and went to the main hall. Feng Lin quickly stood up and asked, You finally came out. What did Dr. Zhang say? Can your leg be cured? Xiao Lulang nodded and replied, Dr. Zhang said to use medicine and steam the leg for a few days. Come back next month. To avoid affecting her classes, Gu Jiao temporarily didn't let the old doctor mention surgery. I knew Dr. Zhang could definitely cure it, Feng Lin said happily. But Xiao Lulang was looking around carefully. At that moment, Gu Jiao came from the backyard carrying a small basket on her back. Why did it take so long to go to the toilet? Feng Lin muttered quietly. Xiao Lulang's gaze fell on Gu Jiao. When she got closer, he asked, Are you feeling unwell? Let the doctor check you. No, let's go, Gu Jiao said. She didn't seem sick at all. Xiao Lulang went to get some medicine. When paying, he found that a half-month's worth of medicine cost less than 1 silver coin. Is there a mistake? No, that's the price, the shopkeeper said. Like I told you earlier, their business isn't good, so they lowered the price, Feng Lin whispered to him. But the discount was too extreme. Besides that, Xiao Lulang couldn't think of any other reason. Surely no powerful person was secretly helping him. The group left Huichun Hall. Second master personally saw them to the door. When he passed Gu Jiao, he smiled and held up 5 fingers. The medicine fee was 5 taels of silver. Keep it on the account first. Gu Jiao shot him a confident little look and secretly deducted it from the consultation fee. By the way, second master hadn't asked her to see anyone else yet, so she didn't know what kind of business she might get next time. Brother Xiao, I'll see you back, Feng Lin said. Xiao Lulang replied firmly, No need. Uncle Luo's ox cart is right there. You should go back to the academy and review carefully. You'll have to compete next year. Hearing that, Foam Lin felt worried. His studies weren't very good. The teacher always said his essays were too stiff and lacked freshness. He might do okay with conservative examiners, but with progressive ones, he'd definitely fail. Foam Lin sighed. All right, I'll go to the academy first. Be careful on the way. After that, he glared at Gu Jiao again, as if worried she might cause trouble for Xiao Luling. But ever since Xiao Luling mentioned her name, he hadn't called her little evil woman again. After Foam Lin left, Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling did not return to the village immediately. Instead, they went to the shop to buy some things. Gu Jiao bought some preserved fruits, peanuts, and melon seeds. She found that the elderly lady was quite easy to please. As long as she gave her something to eat, she could stay inside all day. Xiao Luling bought some brown sugar. Last time, he borrowed some from Aunt Zhang's house and had not yet returned it. When they carried the items onto the ox cart, Uncle Luo smiled and said, "Shopping for the new year? It's about time. The new year is coming soon." Both of them paused for a moment. Suddenly, they realized the new year was approaching. Actually, they were not living a careless life without awareness of the days. It was just that they had no tradition or plans for celebrating the new year in their hearts. The bright lights of many families and a family reunion on New Year's Eve always felt very lonely to them. In her past life, Gu Jiao left home at age 8 and moved into an experimental base organized by the authorities. When the new year came, the base would close for a holiday, leaving her alone in the empty base. Gu Jiao knew little about Xiao Liulong's situation. Perhaps he had once enjoyed lively times too, but those days were gone. She was a lonely soul from another world, and he was a stranger in a foreign land. Uncle Luo's words made the two feel somewhat at a loss. But neither of them said anything. They simply silently carried their belongings onto the ox cart. The cart moved slowly, and by the time they reached the village, it was already dark. Uncle Luo drove the cart back to his house. Gu Jiao threw all her things into her small basket and, with Xiao Luling, headed toward her home. Halfway there, she saw from afar that something seemed to be happening at her door. A crowd was gathered, 3 layers deep, blocking the way, and muffled voices could be heard. At the door, Aunt Zhang, who was busy feeding her 2 grandsons and couldn't leave, was shouting at them. "Oh, Luling, why are you so late? Something's wrong at your house." "What happened, Aunt Zhang?" Xiao Luling asked. "A member of the Gu family came and argued with your
Aunt. Aunt?
When did such a person appear in their family?"
Could it be
The elderly lady? The elderly lady was suffering from dementia and might be easily bullied. Gu Jiao turned to Xiao Luling and said, "I'll go see what's going on." Aunt Zhang hurriedly said, "Go quickly. Your grandma is not an easy person." Gu Jiao had been here for a long time, but had never met her biological grandmother. She only knew her surname was Wu, and that she was a fiery woman in her youth before marrying Gu Laoyizi. Gu Laoyizi was a scholar and later became the village head. It is said that Wu should have become more restrained after following him, but instead, Wu's arrogance has only grown worse. In the village, the most difficult person to deal with is definitely Wu, so Aunt Zhang is worried that Xiao Lulang's aunt might be bullied. When Gu Jiao arrived at her own door, she found all the women from the Gu family there, Wu and her 2 daughters-in-law, Zhou and Lu. Of course, Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Ershun were also present. Gu Ershun stood beside his mother, while Gu Xiaoshun stood next to the elderly lady. However, unlike Aunt Zhang's description, it seemed that the 3 Wu women were the ones being scolded and blushing with anger. "Why you? If you have the guts, say what you just said again." Wu crossed her arms and pointed her finger at the elderly lady. The elderly lady, not knowing who brought her a bench, sat down boldly on it, crossing her legs, and casually picked up some sunflower seeds, cracking them as she spoke nonchalantly. "Why should I say it again? Are you too slow to understand? Or are your ears deaf and can't hear?" Wu has been bossing around in the village for so many years, but no one has ever embarrassed her like this. No wonder her 2 daughters-in-law wanted to bring her here to scold her. With her level of skill, they couldn't handle her at all. I don't care. He must bring me the 1 or 2 silver coins tonight, Wu said, refusing to back down, and started to act stubborn. The elderly lady spat out a sunflower seed shell and said, "Bah! Is he eating your rice or drinking your porridge? Even the kiln girls have more dignity than you. Not to mention 1 or 2 silver coins, he won't give you even a copper coin." She compared Wu to those shady women in the kiln, which made Wu furious. "Wu, why you? But the elderly lady didn't give Wu a chance to speak. "And don't say it's my gu jiao eating it. She only ate a little, yet you and your family asked Lu Lang for so much. My gu jiao was originally going to marry into the Gu family, but you all drove her out. Since she's out, she has nothing to do with your family anymore." Wu trembled with anger. That was just a split of the household. It's not about being driven out. If that gets out, the Gu family's reputation will be ruined. The elderly lady cracked another sunflower seed and said, "Oh, so you admit it's a household split? Since you split, why are you still asking Lu Lang for money to support you? Where's your face? Use it to patch the wall." Wu was so choked that her eyes rolled back. Where did this crazy woman come from? Just so straightforward. It was infuriating. The villagers, however, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wu's wife is known in the village for never losing an argument, but today she was put in her place and called a talkative fool. The split within the family was originally caused by the Gu family acting unfairly. At that time, they claimed it was Xiao Lulang's idea, and since Xiao Lulang didn't want to live with the Gu family, the villagers didn't say much. Later, everyone knew that Gu Jiao often ate at the Gu household, but no one expected that the Gu family was actually paid money for it. Gu Jiao is only a 14-year-old girl. How much rice could she eat? Yet the Gu family made Xiao Lulang give them 1 or 2 taels of silver each month. Isn't that extortion? 1 or 2 taels of silver could feed a whole family for 2 months. Zhou and Lu only came to ask because Xiao Lulang didn't give them money this month. They didn't expect things to escalate to this point. What should they do now? 26 Auntie, her mother-in-law's mouth is always loose, and after arguing for a long time, she was tricked into revealing everything she shouldn't say. If this continues, the Gu family's secrets will be exposed. The 2 sisters-in-law exchanged a glance and decided in their hearts that they couldn't let her keep arguing. They had to pull her back quickly. "Mother, let's not argue with her. Let's go home first," Zhou said, pulling her arm. Lu also came over and held her other arm, saying, "Yes, mother, let's not bother with this crazy woman." If they had said this at first, perhaps the villagers would have believed them. But after the fight, Wu and her 2 daughters-in-law looked like angry chickens, while the old lady remained calm and composed. If anyone was crazy, it was Wu. The villagers watching the show were furious and made Wu even angrier. Wu rolled up her sleeves and spat. "Old woman, do you know who I am? I am the wife of the village chief." "Huh." The old lady rolled her eyes. "And the emperor's mother." Everyone around burst into laughter. This old lady was quite something. She really didn't hold back when arguing, not caring if her words got her in trouble or even beheaded. Wu, who was always quarrelsome, met someone more experienced and wise. Not winning, she decided to fight physically. "Today, I will kick you out of the village." Before she finished, the old lady poured a bucket of cold water over her, freezing Wu in place. Then the old lady didn't hesitate. She turned around and went into the house, leaving the bench and Gu Xiaoshan behind. She slammed the door shut and locked it. She left quite quickly. Everyone's stomachs hurt from laughing. Just moments ago, the old lady was full of energy, and they thought she would fight Wu Shi to the end. But it turned out she was not blinded by anger. She knew she couldn't beat Wu Shi's 3 people, so she first stunned Wu Shi, then took the opportunity to lock Wu Shi and her daughter-in-law outside. Wu Shi had never experienced such frustration. She found a stone on the ground and rushed to smash the door. But the stone didn't hit the door. Instead, a shiny sickle flew through the air and chopped sharply into the door. Wu Shi was startled, and her hand holding the stone froze instantly. If the sickle had been half an inch higher, it would have cut her hand. Wu Shi was so scared that she loosened her grip and the stone fell to the ground, hitting her own foot. Oh no, Wu Shi screamed. Could the stone she used to hit the door be small? She specifically chose the biggest one. Such a large stone hitting her foot made Wu Shi cry from the pain. The sickle flew so fast, and Wu Shi's foot was hit just as quickly. The chaos was so intense that everyone couldn't keep their eyes off. It's worth noting that the village hadn't seen such a big commotion in a long time. Everyone turned around together and saw Gu Jiao calmly walking forward. She carried a small basket, and her slim figure looked harmless, but her cold eyes revealed a deadly aura. Everyone couldn't help but shrink back and automatically made way for her. God knows how she threw that sickle. If she hadn't thrown it at the door, it might have hit someone's back of the head. Thinking of this, everyone's necks felt a little cold. Lu Shi was the first to react and scolded, "Jiaonyang, you came just in time. Hurry up and make that crazy woman open the door. Look at how she hit your grandma." Gu Jiao sneered coldly, "Old lady, your eyesight isn't good. Is second auntie blind too? Who brought that stone? And who hit her foot? Don't you know in your heart?" When she said this, Lu Shi was stunned. How could this girl be so good at arguing? If her pulling Gu Dashun and kicking Gu Ershun was just foolishness, then openly insulting her and Wu Shi for being blind was definitely tearing apart the Gu family. "You little brat. How dare you insult your grandma?" Wu Shi rolled up her sleeves and was about to move forward, but she almost fell to the ground from the pain after just one step. Zhou Shi hurried to support her mother-in-law. "Mother, be careful." Wu Shi, in pain and angry, pointed at Gu Jiao's nose and scolded her harshly. "Little brat, why didn't you drown yourself back then?" At this moment, Xiao Luling arrived. Recently, Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao had been seen together often. The villagers had already guessed they were back together, but he never confirmed it himself. So many still thought it was just Gu's foolish son's wishful thinking. "Luling, look at what your aunt and Jiaonyang did. Your mother is so old." Zhou Shi scolded Xiao Luling. Unexpectedly, before she finished speaking, Xiao Luling replied indifferently, "Since you're so old, don't go wandering around aimlessly." Zhou Shi suspected she had misheard. "Are you okay?" Xiao Luling asked Gu Jiao as he approached her. "I'm fine." Gu Jiao shook her head and took down the sickle from the door. Xiao Luling said to the door, "Aunt, we're back." The door creaked open. Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao went inside. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Had they really seen it? Xiao Luling was talking to Gu Jiao and asking if she was okay. Had they really become a couple? After entering, Xiao Luling closed the door, but not tightly. They could hear his calm voice saying, "Next time something like this happens, report it to the authorities. I will personally go to the yamen and write the complaint." Hearing this, Wu Shi and her 3 companions, who had been about to rush in, froze. Could such things really be reported? Xiao Luling sounded so confident. Surely it should be possible, right? The little S heart was surprisingly dark. "Mother, the things from the 3rd house." Zhou Shi whispered warningly. There had indeed been some shady dealings when they divided the family property. The land and the dowry of the 3rd wife had been taken by them. If they went to the yamen, the truth might be uncovered. Wu Shi gritted her teeth and, with her 2 daughters-in-law, left in frustration. Since the main characters had left, the spectators also returned home. Gu Ershun left too, but Gu Shaoshun wandered around the village before sneaking into his sister and brother-in-law's house. Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling sat on chairs in the main hall. The old lady sat on a bench opposite them, still with her legs crossed and eating sunflower seeds, showing no sign of feeling guilty for stirring up trouble. "What you do is always wrong, and you never understand what I ask. Your reactions are slow and stiff." Gu Jiao really thought she was suffering from old age dementia, but just now, her sharp retort to Wu Shi showed she was actually a top-level expert suddenly appearing in a beginner's village. "Have you been pretending these days?" Gu Jiao asked. The old lady replied irritably, "Is that how you talk to your aunt? Are you getting too into acting?" "No, it doesn't seem like acting." Gu Jiao sternly said to Gu Shaoshun, "Come with me." Gu Jiao closed the door and asked, "Tell me, What happened all day today? Gu Xiaoshen honestly explained his caregiving experience. It turns out the old lady really doesn't remember anything. She woke up at Gu Jiao and Xiao Yulong's house and thought she was part of this family. She grabbed some sunflower seeds and asked Gu Xiaoshen, which of those unfilial kids is my real grandson? Gu Xiaoshen remembered his sister's advice and didn't dare tell the old lady that she was actually suffering from leprosy. In a panic, he blurted out, "You're my sister's husband's aunt. You came from far away to visit him." Gu Jiao didn't expect the old lady wasn't actually suffering from dementia, so she didn't give Gu Xiaoshen a chance to explain. Then she said, "This family looks like your sister is in charge." And I said, "Of course. My brother-in-law married into the family." She asked again, "Why aren't there others here if he married in?" I said, "You guys have split up." Hearing this, Gu Jiao couldn't help but rub her forehead. This family isn't really run by her? She and Xiao Luling have always been busy with their own things, just occasionally eating together. Gu Xiaoshen, the fool, was caught in her trap. No wonder the old lady kept criticizing the Gu family non-stop. She had learned everything about their situation from Gu Xiaoshen. Why did she ignore me when I asked her questions before? Gu Jiao wondered. She thought I was slow to react. Gu Xiaoshen said, "She said you're unfilial and don't want to talk to her." Gu Jiao. It was just because she took a few candied fruits away from her. Gu Jiao went to the main hall. Clearly, Xiao Luling had already talked with the old lady. She didn't know what Xiao Luling said, but the old lady lost her haughty attitude from earlier and looked a bit downcast. Argued, "So much I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep now. When the food is ready, wake me up." The old lady snorted, swung her big backside at everyone, and went back to her room to sleep. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling paused and said, "The doctor once said that the medicine should be taken according to the prescription for a year, but if the recovery is quick, the person will lose contagiousness in about a month." He didn't strongly insist that Gu Jiao keep the person, only telling her that soon she wouldn't be contagious anymore, hoping she would agree to continue taking her in. Gu Jiao didn't realize that this little black sesame rice ball also showed mercy to strangers sometimes. Maybe it was because the old lady reminded him of his late older brother. "All right, then let Aunt stay for now," Gu Jiao said with a sigh. She hadn't planned to chase her away in the first place, but it would be nice if she could do him a favor. They temporarily accepted the old lady's identity as his and Xiao Yulong's, which was the safest plan now. Their decision proved to be correct because that very night, a group of soldiers stormed into Qingchuan village, searching house by house for the patient who had escaped from Mount Leprosy. The only outsider in the village was the old lady. When they learned she had only recently arrived, the soldiers didn't hesitate and rushed into Gu Jiao and Xiao Yulong's home. When the soldiers arrived, the old lady had already finished eating and went into her room to warm herself, while the couple was still sitting at the table eating. The dinner was quite hearty: braised bacon with cabbage, a large scallion and egg pancake, a wild mushroom soup, a bowl of black fungus salad, and a plate of peanuts as a snack. The aroma of bacon and scallion pancakes made the soldiers very hungry instantly. "Sir, is there something you need?" Xiao Luling asked. The soldiers snapped back to attention and explained, "We heard a lady came to your house."
Where is she?
Xiao Luling led them to the old lady's room. "My aunt just arrived from Sioux County a few days ago." As he spoke, he stepped forward and took the plate the old lady hadn't had time to hide. "You snuck some candied fruit again. Didn't I tell you that you're too old to eat too many sweets?"
Humph.
The old lady was caught and looked away with a resentful face. The soldiers didn't have a picture of a leprosy patient, but they described her features: red patches on her face and hands, a sallow complexion, and a weak spirit. But this old lady didn't match those features at all. She had no leprosy spots, and her complexion was healthy and rosy, her spirit surprisingly good. Leprosy can't be cured. Some medicines can delay its progress, but it's impossible for someone to recover so quickly in just 10 days. The official suspicion had mostly faded, especially since they saw that Xiao Luling showed no hesitation or dislike towards the old lady. This made them think it was unlikely she was involved in anything suspicious. However, The leader of the group did not dare to be careless. He went to the kitchen and pointed at a medicine jar on the stove, asking, "Whose medicine is this?" Xiao Lulang replied, "It's mine. I have a leg injury. I got this medicine from the town clinic. Let me see the medicine bag," the man said. Gu Jiao brought over the medicine bag. The man opened it and found 3-7 herbs inside. 3-7 is a common ingredient used to promote blood flow and reduce swelling. People who practice martial arts are familiar with it. There was also safflower, another common remedy for injuries. With these two ingredients, it was clear that the medicine was not for treating leprosy. "What's your name?" the man asked. "Xiao Lulang," he answered seriously. "If you have doubts about my identity, you can check my household registration at Tianqiang Academy." The man frowned. "The head of Tianqiang Academy? Is his surname Li?" "Yes," Xiao Lulang confirmed. The officers exchanged glances and became a bit more polite to Xiao Lulang. Usually, checking household registration doesn't require going to the head of the academy, but Xiao Lulang specifically mentioned him, which told them he was someone the head of Li was protecting. Although Xiao Lulang didn't want to become an apprentice to the head, he still used his influence to intimidate others. He acted confidently, without any pressure. The name of Dean Li was still very useful. After a few routine questions, the officers left. But they didn't go far. One of them quietly returned and entered the house next door, belonging to Xuaningxiang. "Is the old lady next door really that kid's aunt?"
Yes.
"When did she arrive?" "Just a few days ago," Xuaningxiang answered. "I heard it was 10 days ago," the officer pressed, staring into her eyes. Xuaningxiang replied seriously, "Who told you that?" "I live next door." "How would I not know?" The officer looked at her 1-year-old son in her arms, a cold light flashing in his eyes, but he ultimately left. Xuaningxiang broke out in a cold sweat. 28. Dreaming the old lady really arrived 10 days ago, but in the first few days, she was confused and didn't remember arriving so early. So, Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang pushed back her arrival date by a few days. This was different from when the old lady initially went missing in Qingchuan town. What Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang didn't know was that when the old lady fell in front of Gu Jiao's door, Xuaningxiang heard the noise. At that moment, she felt something was wrong with that person. "Ah, Xiang," came the voice of the mother from the next room. Xuaningxiang steadied herself and went to her mother's room. "Mother, are you awake? I just thought I heard someone in the house. Did the second son have an accident?" Since they had already lost one son, the old lady was most worried about her youngest son, who was in the army. Xuaningxiang softly said, "Second brother is fine. It was a patient from Mount Leprosy, who ran away. The officials came to search here, and have already left. Men and women?"
How old are they?
"Not sure," Xuaningxiang replied. "Leprosy patients. How could they come here?" Cough, cough. The old lady suddenly coughed violently twice, mumbled a few words, and then fell into a dazed sleep. Xuaningxiang closed her eyes. Although she wasn't a very good person, Gu Jiao had saved her life. The officials searching for people didn't cause a big fuss in Qingchuan village. Everyone continued their daily lives. Sometimes, Gu Jiao thought the old lady had a special background. Otherwise, why would so many officials come searching and not reveal any information about her? But when Gu Jiao looked at the old lady holding a jar of sunflower seeds, munching like a squirrel, she suddenly thought she was overthinking. In her free time, Gu Jiao repaired all of Xiao Liulong's clothes at home. She guessed right. Using cloth as human skin made repairs much easier. When Xiao Lulang returned home, he saw his torn clothes had been mended. Without guessing, he knew it was Gu Jiao who did it. Gu Jiao had never sewn clothes before, at least not since he arrived, but surprisingly, her sewing was quite good, stitches tight, even and neat. The only strange thing was that while others left loose threads inside the clothing, she left her threads outside. The old lady recovered much better than Xiao Liulong's older brother had at the same stage. Xiao Lulang once asked the doctor how long it would take for the old lady to lose her contagiousness based on her recovery speed. The doctor said about a month. Although the old lady had been taking medicine for less than a month, her recovery far exceeded that, and she was able to eat at the same table with others. Xiao Luling didn't expect that during their first meal together, the old lady almost choked him to death. "I say," the old lady said casually while sipping her corn and bone soup, "what's going on with you two? I've been here for a while, and I haven't seen you two sharing a room." Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao both choked back their words. "Young master is still young," Gu Jiao said calmly. The old lady looked Xiao Luling up and down and nodded. "Yes, he's too young. No need to drain himself." Xiao Luling. Meanwhile, after Madame Wu and her daughter-in-law were put in their place by the old lady, the villagers started guessing whether they might try to find a way to regain their status. However, they hadn't been seen outside for several days. Actually, they didn't want to stay inside. It was old Master Gu who didn't allow them to go out. The recent incident had caused a big fuss and reached old Master Gu's ears. Before his third son died, he promised to take good care of Gu Jiao. Although he didn't say it aloud, the intention was to raise Gu Jiao by his side forever and later find a son-in-law for her. The main reason for breaking this promise was that he believed Gu Jiao was a troublemaker who had already caused his third son and his daughter-in-law to be unhappy. He didn't want her to cause trouble for Dajing and his family. But old Master Gu had never allowed Madame Wu to ask Gu Jiao and her husband for money. Madame Wu told old Master that Xiao Luling was the one who should respect him and also support Dajing's education. Old Master Gu believed her. Now he finally knew the truth and felt utterly ashamed. From now on, Luling should study on his own and stop asking for money. Madame Wu was furious. She said, "What can I do? It's just a waste of money. I heard he failed his exam again. Better to give the money to Dajing. When Dajing becomes successful in the future, he will surely help him." Dajing was destined to become a scholar, and even just a little reward from the scholar's family would be enough for Xiao Luling and his family to get by. Old Master Gu cared about his reputation. The villagers' gossip was almost breaking his back, and he couldn't bring himself to ask his son-in-law for money. He warned Madame Wu not to bring her daughter-in-law to cause trouble at Gu's house anymore. The recent hardships weren't only for Madame Wu and her daughter-in-law. Dajing also faced his first major disappointment. He finally found out who the head of the hospital favored, someone he would never have expected, Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling was disabled and poorly educated. Aside from his face, he was almost useless. Dajing couldn't understand how such a lazy, unworthy person had caught the hospital director's eye. Gu Dashun began to remember how the director's attitude towards him had changed. At first, the director praised him many times and even met with him alone. But ever since Xiao Luling went to see the director, he no longer paid attention to Gu Dashun. He believed that he had no faults in his talent or learning that would upset the director. Could it be that Xiao Luling told the director something bad about him, making the director dislike him? It must be like that. Otherwise, why would the director ignore him and instead seek out Xiao Luling, who always ranked last? Gu Dashun thought he was an honest person, but secretly, Xiao Luling was so sneaky. Thinking about Xiao Luling stealing what originally belonged to him, Gu Dashun felt Xiao Luling was truly mean. Xiao Luling, just wait and see. That night, Gu Jiao had another dream. As usual, she dreamed of Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling had just finished copying a book and was planning to deliver it to the study during lunch. Unexpectedly, a theft occurred there, and suspicion fell on Xiao Luling. In fact, there was a witness, Gu Dashun, who saw Xiao Luling leave before the owner entered the study and knew Xiao Luling never entered the owner's room. But Gu Dashun refused to tell the truth and insisted only Xiao Luling went upstairs. This didn't directly accuse Xiao Luling of theft but excluded others from suspicion. However, Xiao Luling was not easy to fool. He solved the case by examining footprints in the backyard. The case seemed to be over, but because the investigation took some time, by the time Xiao Luling returned to the village, a heavy snowstorm had started. On the way, the mule cart slipped into a ditch, and Xiao Yulong's face was badly scratched. The fierce scar remained with him for life, leaving an unforgettable shadow on his soul. 29. Deceiving people. The next morning, Gu Jiao woke up and sat quietly at the bed for a while. This time, she wasn't lost in her own dream, but was stunned by her husband's bad luck. What kind of unlucky young man was he? So much misfortune? And now, his handsome face was ruined. This simply wouldn't do. No, absolutely not. When Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling finished breakfast, it was still dark outside. The old lady was still sleeping soundly in her room. Gu Jiao quietly saw Xiao Luling out the door. Today will snow, wear more clothes, Gu Jiao said, handing him a coat. Xiao Luling looked at the starry sky and felt it didn't seem like it would snow, but he still took the cloak she handed him. Thank you. Gu Jiao, as usual, saw him off at the village entrance. Xiao Luling got on the ox cart, and Gu Jiao waited nearby until Gu Xiaoshen, carrying his book bag and looking sleepy, came over before she turned to leave. Gu Jiao knew Xiao Luling would go to the study this afternoon and also knew he would be falsely accused, but she didn't remind him not to go. She remembered the details of Xiao Yulong's case clearly, so she knew where the thief had taken the stolen goods. I've heated the food in the pot. If you're hungry, eat it yourself. Also, take your medicine, don't skip a dose. If you throw it away, I will know, Gu Jiao told the old lady inside the main room. Since the old lady wasn't truly senile, there was no need to stay with her. Anyway, she was no longer contagious, so she wasn't worried about harming anyone. As for others harming her, that was not true. The old lady pouted and snorted. Gu Jiao carried her basket and left. When she passed by the Gu family mansion, she happened to meet Gu Yue coming out to wash her face. Good morning, Yue's sister, she greeted. Gu Yue, influenced by her mother and the second wife, was not close to Gu Jiao. Seeing Gu Jiao greet her voluntarily, she said nothing and went straight into the house. Who's talking inside? Mrs. Zhou asked.
Zhao Niang, Gu Ye whispered.
Mrs. Zhou pushed the door open quickly. Gu Jiao also greeted her. Good morning, Aunt.
Ah.
Good morning, Mrs. Zhou, proud to be a scholar's wife, was more polite than Lu's wife. She looked at Gu Jiao with her basket and awkwardly said, Jiao Nyang, where are you going so early? Gu Jiao smiled and replied, I'm going up the mountain to pick some mountain produce and then take it to the town to sell. Mrs. Zhou's eyes shifted as she smiled. Selling mountain produce? I heard mountain goods can be toxic. I know which ones are safe. My husband taught me, Gu Jiao said, though no one would believe she knew. A few days ago, Mrs. Zhou caused a big fuss at her house, and she saw what was in Gu Jiao's basket: sunflower seeds, candied fruits, brown sugar, and peanuts. How much money could that bring? The girl probably made a lot selling mountain goods. Mrs. Zhou's eyes flickered as she smiled and said, Jiao Nyang, can you let Annie come with you? You can't pick that many alone, right? Auntie will help you pick. Sure. Gu Jiao agreed generously. Mrs. Zhou chuckled to herself. Foolish people are always easy to trick. Once she fully recognized the mountain goods, where would she get a share? Mrs. Zhou wouldn't invite Lu to join such a good opportunity. However, Lu overheard and grabbed a basket to come out saying, Second aunt, I want to go too. Good, Gu Jiao smiled. Gu Jiao and her two aunts went up the mountain to pick mushrooms. Actually, she could have picked some wood-ear mushrooms and poisonous ones to trick them into selling, but that would harm innocent people, and she wasn't that unkind. She took some common winter fungi, filling their baskets and baskets happily, then left satisfied. Can this really sell for money? Mrs. Zhou asked doubtfully. Just my eldest aunt, and I will go. It's easy to sell, Gu Jiao said. Mrs. Zhou wanted to go alone, thinking she could decide how much to sell and not give everything to the family. But Lu also had the same idea, so both followed Gu Jiao. Jiao, this isn't the way to the market, Lu asked strangely on the way. Gu Jiao replied, the market is almost closed now. We're going to the market in Dongtown, where prices are higher. Hearing they could sell for more money, both stopped questioning. Passing an alley, Gu Jiao suddenly said, I need to use the toilet. Wait for me, eldest aunt and second aunt. Go ahead, Mrs. Zhou said. Lu muttered with a sneer, lazy people have lots of trouble with their waste. Gu Jiao crossed the alley and went to the back door of Spring Rejuvenation Hall, opening it and walking inside. 15 minutes later, Gu Jiao returned. Why did it take so long? Lu asked unhappily. Gu Jiao smiled faintly. I ate something bad. Mrs. Zhou hurriedly said, All right, Jiao, where's the market? Let's go sell the mountain goods before they spoil. Gu Jiao nodded with a smile. Gu Jiao led the two women forward. Suddenly, a figure darted out from a side alley. Gu Jiao didn't dodge and bumped into the person. The man fell to the ground. Gu Jiao quickly drew her sickle. How dare you bump into me? The man was stunned. Girl, who bumped into whom? Gu Jiao ignored him. She raised her sickle and swung at him. The two quickly fought. The man's bag was knocked off, but he didn't have time to pick it up. Gu Jiao chased him several hundred meters with her sickle. The Zhou and Lu families, feeling bored, opened the bag that had fallen on the ground. Inside, they saw a lot of shiny silver coins and immediately became greedy. These coins were not stolen or robbed. They were found on the street. Finding them meant they belonged to them. They both understood this without speaking and decided to take the coins and leave, not leaving any for the little fool. They hurriedly grabbed the coins, even fighting fiercely to see who could take more. Meanwhile, at the academy, Xiao Luling finished his meal and took the copied books to Yipin Pavilion. There are many study rooms in Qingchuan town, but the largest one is this, which remains busy even at noon. The books Xiao Luling copied sell very well, and everyone in the study hall recognizes him. A polite servant approached and said, The shopkeeper isn't here. Would you like to wait upstairs in the accounting room? Just as Xiao Luling was about to enter, a worker called out from behind him, Is that young Master Xiao? Xiao Luling turned around. Do you remember me? The worker asked with a smile. Yes, Xiao Luling nodded. You're from Huichun Hall. Is there something? The worker looked a bit awkward and said, Well, last time we gave you the wrong medicine a few times. Manager Wang asked me to find young Master Xiao. Do you have time now? Come with me to Huichun Hall to get the right medicine and maybe have the doctor check your leg. Usually, if the wrong medicine was given, they would just deliver the correct one. But Huichun Hall offered to treat Xiao Luling for free, which seemed like an apology. No problem. Xiao Luling left with the worker from Huichun Hall. Gu Dashun, who was behind the bookshelf, watched with disgust. Xiao Luling went to Huichun Hall to get the medicine and check his leg. The worker personally escorted him back to the academy. As soon as they got off the carriage, they heard students outside whispering. Did you hear? There was a theft at the study room. The thief is a new student in Class A of our academy. Class A? What's his name? Gu Dashun. 30. Living together this time, Xiao Luling didn't even enter the study room. He was picked up directly by the worker from Huichun Hall and went straight to get the medicine. Everyone at Huichun Hall could testify, so no one suspected him. But Gu Dashun was different. Someone saw him go upstairs, and the owner's room was also on the second floor. At that moment, the owner had just gone out, and no one else was on the second floor except Gu Dashun. Everyone who has visited the study knows that the second floor is reserved for the accountant and distinguished guests, and it is not open to everyone. People like Gu Dashun, a poor scholar, generally should not be on the second floor. Gu Dashun loudly protests. An old gentleman asked me to pick some books to send upstairs. He said he wanted to discuss poetry and philosophy with me. Gu Dashun is an ambitious student. He knew early on that his status as a scholar could bring him many advantages in the future, and that some people might come to seek his friendship.
So he did not doubt at the time.
Who is this old gentleman you mentioned? Call him out. The person in the study demanded. Gu Dashun hurriedly replied. When I went upstairs, he was already gone. Has anyone seen this old gentleman? The person asked the others. Everyone shook their heads. They only noticed Gu Dashun because he was wearing the uniform of Tianxiang Academy, which made him stand out wherever he went. However, Gu Dashun's conversation with the old gentleman happened while he was on his way to the restroom, and there were no witnesses on that part of the road. So, everyone only saw Gu Dashun carrying a book up to the second floor, but no one saw him being invited. This was truly a disaster. The servant of the owner said, I didn't expect a student from Tianxiang Academy to do such a disgraceful thing. My master's bag contains very valuable items, including a banknote. If you took it, My master won't complain, but you must return that letter. Otherwise, we will report to the authorities. Gu Das-hun was wrongly accused. The only way now was to find that old gentleman, but he seemed to have vanished into thin air, and no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find him. Gu Das-hun suddenly had an idea. If you say I stole something, then where is the stolen item? I certainly wouldn't have eaten it. The chief constable narrowed his eyes. Search his house. Gu Das-hun was not worried. He believed that as long as he stayed honest, no shadow would fall on him. Even if they searched his house thoroughly, they wouldn't find any stolen goods. But in the end, Gu Das-hun was proven wrong. When the officers stormed into Gu's house, Zhou Shi and Lu Shi had just returned home, digging a hole in the backyard to bury silver. The officers quickly recognized that the silver was the official money that the owner had lost. In Gu Jiao's dream, Xiao Luling deduced that the culprit entered through the backyard grass and climbed in through the wall, working alone, standing about 6 feet tall. The right footprint was deeper than the left, suggesting the thief had a slight limp on his left leg, but not seriously enough to prevent him from climbing walls to the second floor. The thief was quite skilled. Some footprints at the crime scene contained fine gravel mixed with chalk and sandalwood, which is only found on the gravel roads of the gambling houses, originally used to ward off evil spirits. Therefore, the thief was either someone from the gambling house or a gambler. Once they took the money, they would eventually go to the gambling house near the market. Gu Jiao only kept watch on the main road leading to the market. Unfortunately, Gu Das-hun was not like Xiao Lulang. He couldn't solve the case or prove his innocence. He could only watch helplessly as he and the Zhou and Lu families were taken to jail. Inside the accounting room of Spring Revival Hall, the second master was leisurely drinking tea, looking very happy. Manager Wang scolded him. You've tricked someone, and you're so happy? Yes, the second master was the mysterious old man who had tricked Gu Das-hun into the second floor. The second master grinned and held up 3 fingers. Not 1 but 3. Manager Wang shivered. That girl is really ruthless. She tricks her own family without blinking. Working with such a person, shouldn't we be more careful? The second master looked at the busy street outside. What do you know? If you haven't experienced others' pain, don't easily advise people to be kind. Manager Wang didn't quite understand these words. Although he was the second master's subordinate, he didn't know much about him. Only that he was the legitimate son of the Hu family, but he didn't seem to be highly valued by the old master. The second master smiled softly and took a sip of tea. I really like that girl more and more. Since this matter had nothing to do with Xiao Lulang himself, he didn't ask much. He only knew that Gu Das-hun had stolen something, but he didn't know what or from whom. However, he did go to the study, and the dean called him to Zhongjing Hall to learn about Gu Das-hun's situation. Did you see Gu Das-hun when you went to the study?
The dean asked.
Xiao Lulang replied, I saw him, but I left at the 4th hour of noon to return to Spring Revival Hall. I don't know what happened after that. That was the truth. The dean paused and then asked, Did you see Gu Das-hun talking to anyone in the backyard? Xiao Lulang shook his head. I didn't go to the backyard. The dean rubbed his forehead in frustration. All right, I understand. You can go back to your classroom now. Xiao Lulang turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, the dean spoke again. Do you really think Gu Das-hun would steal? Xiao Lulang replied calmly. Well, I don't think that's up to me to decide. Yes, the owner reported the theft, and the authorities have already opened a case. Whether someone stole or not, they all need evidence. However, all the evidence points to Gu Das-hun. After leaving Zhongjing Hall, Xiao Luling was called by Officer Chen from the Tianzi Jia class for questioning. When Chen finished, Zhang from his own class also came to ask about Gu Das-hun. It seemed they were all trying to find out about him. After all this fuss, it was getting late. Snow began to fall softly and heavily. It was really snowing. Xiao Luling looked up at the colorful snowflakes falling from the sky, then walked toward the gate of the academy. As he stepped out, he saw a small, slender figure. She was wearing a light orange floral jacket, carrying a small basket, looking down and playing with small stones on the ground, appearing quite obedient. Xiao Yulong's eyes flickered slightly. He leaned on his cane and approached her. Gu Jiao saw him and smiled slightly. School is over?
Yes.
Thinking for a moment, Gu Jiao said, I waited for you earlier, but you didn't come, so I asked Uncle Luo and Little Shun to go back first. It's okay. I'll hire a carriage, Xiao Luling replied. Gu Jiao gently tugged at his sleeve with her soft fingers. It's snowing heavily. Riding a carriage isn't safe. Let's find an inn to stay for the night. Xiao Luling looked at her white fingertips on his sleeve. All right. Perhaps because the new year was approaching, all the inns were full. After asking several places, they finally found one that had a room. Xiao Luling said, Get us 2 rooms. The young clerk replied, Sir, there's only 1 room left. When they heard there was only 1 room left, they both fell silent. The clerk looked at them with confusion. What are you hesitating about? I must tell you, with the new year coming, all the inns are busy. Plus, today's heavy snow has trapped many travelers in town. If you keep hesitating, you might not find a place to stay. They had asked around all day and understood that rooms were scarce, but this felt a bit awkward. A trace of hesitation appeared on Xiao Yulong's face. As for Gu Jiao, she wasn't hesitant at all. They were legally married, so what's wrong with sharing a bed? Besides, she wasn't rushing to sleep with him. There were simply no rooms available, right? Still, she cooperatively showed a similar hesitant expression, making her look even more obedient. Most of the time, Xiao Lulang was someone who preferred to be gentle rather than forceful. Her bowed head and innocent appearance made her seem harmless, subtly revealing her compliance. At this point, pulling her fragile little body into the cold wind and snow to find an inn was a bit too much. Xiao Lulang steadied himself and said, Let's stay here. The young clerk led them to a small room on the 2nd floor. There was a good reason why this was the last room left. It was small and very cold, but considering the heavy snow, the inn kindly provided them with a coal fire for free. The room cost 200 coins. Usually it was 100 coins, but the price went up during the new year. After placing the coal fire, the clerk left and told them they could have dinner in the main hall or have it brought directly to their room. Wow, room service. Gu Jiao was quite surprised.
But she didn't eat at the inn.
She opened the window, leaned on the windowsill, and stared longingly at a small stall across the alley selling osmanthus cakes. She realized she had changed somewhat from her past self. In her previous life, she didn't like sweets or spicy food, but here, she now loved osmanthus cakes and pickled vegetables. Want to eat osmanthus cake? Xiao Luling saw her drooling and was beside her.
Gu Jiao nodded. Yes.
Actually, Gu Jiao wasn't that greedy, at least not as much as Xiao Luling thought. But during these days together, she discovered that he found it hard to refuse her when she was well-behaved. Xiao Luling took Gu Jiao out of the inn. The snow outside was falling even heavier, but the wind had stopped. The snowflakes fell quietly, creating a peaceful beauty. In the snowy scene, Xiao Luling looked even more handsome, and passers-by couldn't help but stare. In the morning, Gu Jiao reminded Xiao Luling to bring an extra coat, but he forgot when he went out. Her small body was indeed more sensitive to the cold than her past self, so her shivering was genuine, not just for show. Xiao Luling walked ahead and looked back at her. After a moment, he took off his coat and handed it to her. She opened her eyes wide, looked at him innocently, as if not understanding, and asked, Huh? Xiao Luling hesitated, frowned slightly, but then seemed helpless and draped his coat over her shoulders. His coat still carried his body warmth and a faint, pleasant scent, warm and nice. Gu Jiao's big, bright eyes blinked and said softly, Thank you. Her voice was sweet and gentle. She shivered again. Xiao Luling didn't say anything, but Gu Jiao noticed he slowed his steps. Oh, he was actually waiting for her? The two crossed the street and reached a stall, only to realize they sold not only osmanthus cakes but also steaming rice dumplings. Gu Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, almost glowing. Xiao Luling ordered 2 bowls of rice wine dumplings and sat down with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao asked the shopkeeper to add a poached egg. The shopkeeper thought she wanted to eat it and put it in her bowl, but when the dumplings were served, Gu Jiao used a spoon to take out the poached egg and put it into Xiao Yulong's bowl. They came from a poor family and rarely ate outside, so seeing Gu Jiao give her only poached egg to him, Xiao Yulong's eyes showed a hint of mixed feelings. "Boss, one more poached egg, please." His voice was soft and smooth, sounding a bit colder in the wind and snow. The shopkeeper was touched by their affection and specially cooked a large, beautiful poached egg for them. Gu Jiao silently poked at the bright orange poached egg with her spoon. She claimed she just disliked poached eggs. After finishing the rice dumplings and the egg, they returned to the inn, with Gu Jiao holding the box of osmanthus cakes. They originally went for the cakes, but after eating a bowl of rice dumplings and a poached egg, they were full. There was a charcoal brazier in the room, so it wasn't too cold. Gu Jiao took off her outer coat and called the waiter to bring a pot of hot tea. The waiter asked if they wanted hot water. Gu Jiao requested some. After washing up, they prepared to rest. There was only one bed. It was freezing outside, and sleeping on the floor was impossible. It would be deadly. Luckily, they had 2 quilts, and Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling each covered one. Once under the quilt, Gu Jiao understood why they needed 2 blankets, not because there were 2 people but because one blanket was too cold. Gu Jiao was so cold she couldn't sleep, her hands and feet icy. She listened to Xiao Yulong's breathing, knowing he hadn't slept either. Gu Jiao wanted to call him, but she realized she hadn't officially addressed him yet. Of course, he hadn't called her either, as if neither of them knew what their relationship truly was. Husband and wife.
No.
Friends?
No. Loa.
No, that was definitely not it. In the end, Gu Jiao reluctantly decided to call him husband. Husband. It was her first time saying it, and she was a bit awkward, her voice trembling. Xiao Luling didn't respond for a long time, probably surprised by the term. After a while, he asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter? Are you cold?" Gu Jiao asked. "Are you very cold?" Xiao Luling replied with a question.
Yes.
Gu Jiao's voice sounded soft and small in the night, with a little nasal tone from being cold. Xiao Luling hesitated for a moment, but still shared half of his quilt with her, covering her with it. Following the principle of sharing, Gu Jiao also covered him with her quilt, and soon, they shared the blanket completely. The boy's body was warm, like a small stove. Gu Jiao instantly felt much warmer. Xiao Luling looked a bit stunned, as if hesitating whether to kick this unexpected guest out of his quilt. "Husband, I'm not cold anymore." The girl's gentle voice carried a hint of sweetness and satisfaction. Xiao Luling couldn't kick her out anymore. 32. Embracing in her past life, Gu Jiao had never shared a bed with anyone, not even her female roommate. She thought she might have trouble sleeping, but soon she fell asleep in the comforting presence. She had gone to sleep, but Xiao Luling did not fall asleep so quickly. He looked at Gu Jiao lying beside him. The faint snowlight shone through the paper window, illuminating her face. She was lying on her side, with her birthmark-covered face pressed down. She probably was cold, her small face red from the cold. Her long eyelashes and delicate features made her look like a beautiful, unique girl, if not for the birthmark. Suddenly, Xiao Luling felt a twinge of regret in his heart. But he quickly furrowed his brow and pushed away this feeling from his mind. Xiao Luling had a very good sleep, almost still all night. Gu Jiao was quite obedient. She only moved closer to Xiao Luling, holding him with her hands and feet, her small head resting on his shoulder. There was nothing else. Gu Jiao slept until dawn. When she woke up, Xiao Luling had already gotten up and was sitting by the window reading. The daylight shone through the paper window, reflecting on his handsome face like jade. Perhaps it was Gu Jiao's illusion, but she felt he seemed a little red in the face. "You're awake." Xiao Luling greeted her seriously, but his eyes didn't look at her on the bed. "Yes, I woke up early." Gu Jiao rubbed her eyes and yawned. She was still sleepy and a bit lazy-sounding. In the early morning, who could stand such a cute girl? Xiao Luling felt his chest tighten and almost stood up suddenly. "I'll go buy breakfast." After saying that, she opened the door and left, leaving Gu Jiao looking confused and scratching her head. The snow stopped in the middle of the night, and today the sun was especially bright. Because the academy was closed today, after breakfast, the two of them hired a mule cart to return to the village. Passing by the village entrance, they overheard villagers talking by the ancient well. Yesterday it suddenly snowed, and several people returning to the village at night fell and got hurt. Someone from the neighboring village even overturned a mule cart into a ditch, and it was said that people were badly injured. Xiao Luling thought about how he had planned to hire a cart to go back last night. If she hadn't suggested staying at the inn for the night, they might have had an accident too. At this moment, Xiao Luling didn't know what to say. After all, this was the third time he had narrowly escaped danger because of her. The two returned home. The old lady had gotten up and was sitting in the main hall, feeling upset. Yesterday, Gu Jiao thought everything would end early, and she and Xiao Luling could return before the snow fell. So, she only left one meal in the pot. But the scholars from the academy were very considerate and kept asking Xiao Luling about the heavy snow. To avoid the bad luck in her dreams, she could only stay overnight in town with Xiao Luling. The old lady couldn't light a fire. Last night she ate cold steamed buns, and this morning she was eating cold buns again, almost cracking her teeth. Gu Jiao was puzzled. She wondered, how could an impoverished old lady not know how to light a fire? Was she a wealthy matriarch or even the Empress Dowager? Gu Jiao silently took out a bag of candied fruit and a box of osmanthus cakes. Allowing you to eat 2 more today. The old lady, no.
5.
Gu Jiao, 3. The old lady, deal. Holding the candied fruit and osmanthus cakes, the old lady turned away and started eating eagerly. The news that Gu Dashun and Mrs. Zhou and Lu had been caught had already spread through the village. Even people from neighboring villages came to watch the excitement. They didn't yet know how this was related to Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao, so they all went to the Gu family's old house to ask for news. At noon, 2 constables arrived. They came looking for Gu Jiao. It turned out that after Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Lu were taken to the yamen, under strict interrogation, they honestly explained where the silver came from. It was from the person who fell during a fight with the little fool. They had been greedy and took the silver back to the village before the little fool returned. Oh, I see. No wonder I didn't see the 2 madams when I went back, Gu Jiao said with a look of realization. The constable looked at him and asked, "Why did you start the fight?" Gu Jiao replied coldly, "He bumped into me, bullied me, and cursed at me." After being bumped and cursed at, she grabbed a sickle and chased the person for several streets. "Girl, you're quite the hero." If someone else did that, the constables might suspect something, but they had already learned from the Zhou and Lu families that Gu Jiao was a simple-minded girl. Her actions couldn't be judged by normal rules. So, even now, no one suspected that Gu Jiao was deliberately waiting in ambush or that she intentionally chased away the thief, leaving money for the Zhou and Lu families to covet. Even the Zhou and Lu families thought it was just an accident. Only Xiao Luling felt that everything was just too perfect. That person might have been the thief. What happened to him in the end? The constable asked. He ran away, Gu Jiao shrugged. Do you still remember what he looked like? The constable asked again. He looked. Gu Jiao recalled and gestured. Another constable, who was a court painter, drew the thief's appearance. Is it like this?
Well.
Gu Jiao frowned. At that moment, Xiao Luling came out holding a portrait. Gu Jiao's eyes lit up. Yes, that's him. The constable and the painter exchanged awkward glances. The official court painter couldn't even draw better than a student. It felt like their reputation was being damaged. After receiving the portrait, the court quickly solved the case. However, the Zhou and Lu families were not released immediately. When the constables first asked Gu's family where the money came from, they insisted they earned it from selling mountain produce. Because the amount was large and they lied and refused to hand over the money, they were charged with embezzlement. Each was fined 20 taels of silver and given 30 whippings. As for Gu Dashun, his mother and second aunt's disgraceful actions stained the family's reputation, and he was also publicly shamed. 33 gentle comfort this time, the Gu family was really hurt. They lost 40 taels of silver, Their savings were confiscated, and Gu Dazhun's carefully built reputation was shattered. For a long time, the Gu family probably wouldn't have the energy to cause trouble again. Gu Jiao was very happy and ate half a bowl more at dinner. That afternoon, it snowed lightly again, but not heavily. It stopped after a while and didn't affect walking on the road, though it was a bit cold. When Xiao Luling got home, his hands were frozen stiff. Gu Jiao quickly handed him a cup of hot soup. Even in such cold weather, he drank soup slowly and calmly, showing a natural elegance and grace from within. Gu Jiao watched him without blinking. "What's wrong?" He turned his head and asked. Unbothered by being caught, Gu Jiao smiled gently. "Nothing. You drink, I'll go serve the food." Gu Jiao brought out the hot dishes from the pot and called the elderly lady to eat together. Halfway through the meal, an unexpected guest arrived. "I'll go open the door," Gu Jiao said, setting down her bowl and chopsticks. "No, I will." Xiao Lulang stood up first with his cane. "Eat your food," the elderly lady told Gu Jiao. Although she considered Xiao Lulang her nephew and Gu Jiao only her granddaughter-in-law, she never favored Xiao Lulang unfairly. Gu Jiao continued eating, while Xiao Lulang removed the latch and opened the door. He saw that the visitors were not villagers but a young master and his servant. The young man was dressed richly and had a noble aura, clearly from a wealthy family. Xiao Lulang was a bit surprised, and so were they. They came looking for the Gu family girl, but never expected the person opening the door to be a young man. The young man wore a white academy uniform, looked pure and refined, with delicate features and a painting-like face. In such a remote village, it was rare to see such a handsome young man. Both the servant and the young master paused in surprise. The young master spoke first. "Excuse me, is this Gu girl's home?"
Who are you?
"What do you want with the lady?" Xiao Luling asked coldly. The young man hesitated. "My surname is Qin." "Young Master Qin?" Gu Jiao had come over at some point and looked at the young man outside with curiosity. "How come you're here?" Young Master Qin looked frightened when he saw her, almost turning to run away. "I should be asking you that. Why are you here?" Gu Jiao said, "This is my home. If I'm not here, where else would I be?" Halfway through her sentence, young Master Qin suddenly realized something and stared in shock. "Are you Gu girl?" Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow and touched her chin. "So, you didn't even know who I am." It was a waste that the original owner had tangled with him for so long, yet he hadn't even tried to find out her identity. Xiao Yulong's face turned cold. He looked at young Master Qin with a chill and turned back into the house without another word. Gu Jiao, "Oh, I inexplicably feel that my husband is angry." Xiao Qin suddenly notices Xiao Lulang's leg injury. He thinks, how could such a handsome young man marry a foolish girl who doesn't stay faithful?
Turns out he's a...
"What are you doing at my house?" Gu Jiao asks coldly. Xiao Qin then notices another thing. The girl no longer seems as passionate about him as before, and she doesn't look foolish at all. "Just say what you need to say. If nothing's wrong, don't stay long," Gu Jiao says as she tries to close the door. Xiao Qin quickly stops her, holding the door. "I'm here to ask if you found a letter." His money in his bag was taken by Zhou and Liu, but the letter was not. He had casually thrown it on the street. The constables couldn't find it, so they thought of the girl from the Gu family who had been at the scene. Maybe she found it. The constables didn't mention that the girl from the Gu family was the fool from Qingchuan village, or Xiao Qin wouldn't have come himself. After hearing Xiao Qin, Gu Jiao is surprised. Honestly, she didn't expect the owner of the letter to be him. In her dream, she was just busy looking at Xiao Lulang and didn't remember what the owner looked like. But she did find the letter. Gu Jiao turns around and goes inside, takes out the letter and walks out asking him, "Is this it?" Xiao Qin's eyes light up. "You really found it? But why didn't you tell the constables?" Gu Jiao shrugs. "They didn't ask." "That's true. The constables forgot."
Ha.
Gu Jiao generously hands over the letter. Xiao Qin quickly takes it, noticing the wax seal on it, untouched and unspoiled. The joy of recovering the letter changes his opinion of her instantly. Maybe her past foolish acts were just because she wasn't very smart. She's a good girl at heart, honest and kind. Thank you so much, Xiao Qin sincerely says. Gu Jiao glances at him sideways, casually saying, just a verbal thank you? Xiao Qin is momentarily stunned. Gu Jiao smiles lightly. Wouldn't it be better with something real, like silver? Xiao Qin freezes. Where's the girl who always returned lost items honestly? 15 minutes later, Gu Jiao walks into the house with 100 taels of silver. This money is 3 times what Zhou and Lu managed to get, and Xiao Qin willingly gave it. It's fair and legal. Husband, where is he? Gu Jiao asked the old lady. The old lady nodded toward Xiao Lulang's room. Gu Jiao pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Lulang was reading a book, his face cold. Gu Jiao gently placed the silver she had taken. No, the money she had received, on Xiao Lulang's desk. He didn't look at it or her. Gu Jiao softly asked, are you angry? Xiao Lulang turned away slightly, ignoring her. His proud little attitude made Gu Jiao feel very fond of him. She leaned in closer, bent down slightly, and whispered in his ear, why is it that someone so young like me can't see clearly?
He's so ugly.
Xiao Lulang's eyelashes fluttered slightly. They were so close that her breath fell on his earlobe. Gu Jiao whispered softly, I don't know if that letter was from him. I just picked it up randomly and forgot about it. When he came to ask for the letter, I asked for 100 taels of silver in return. All Xiao Lulang's hidden displeasure disappeared with her last words. He had already been cheated by Xiao Qin, so he was truly disappointed. Actually, he shouldn't be angry. They were never truly married. He would leave her and this place someday. How she was with Xiao Qin didn't matter to him before, and it shouldn't matter now. But he couldn't quite explain why he was so angry just now. Gu Jiao softly coaxed, I'm not angry anymore. I won't look at him again. Do as you like, Xiao Lulang replied coldly. Gu Jiao smiled gently and whispered in his ear, he's not as good-looking as you. Xiao Lulang. 34 buying a mountain after getting the silver, Gu Jiao started thinking about what to do. The next day, Xiao Lulang returned from school, and the family of 3 sat in the main hall eating. Though called a family of 3, they didn't really have much connection, but strangely, it felt somewhat harmonious. The old lady bit into a big chicken leg and glanced at Gu Jiao. She said, just say what you want to say. Gu Jiao thought, the old lady has good eyesight. How could she tell that Gu Jiao had something to say? I want to buy a mountain, Gu Jiao said. Winter clothes or autumn clothes? The old lady gave her a look that seemed to say she was tired of small talk, as if to say this was just a trivial matter. I'm not talking about clothes. I mean a mountain, the mountain behind our village. Gu Jiao often picks mushrooms and mountain herbs on the mountain. She finds many good things there. If she buys the land, she can continue foraging, collecting medicine, chopping wood, and hunting. Overall, the mountain is full of valuable resources, and she won't lose money. Let's buy it. Surprisingly, the old lady didn't hesitate at all. She is very generous when it comes to spending money. If it had been the original owner's biological mother, Wu, she would probably have scolded Gu Jiao, little troublemaker, wasteful woman, buying mountains? The money is hard-earned. Most villagers see mountains as not very valuable. They are mainly for chopping firewood or picking wild vegetables. Although there are mountain products and game, no one would buy an entire mountain just for these. Gu Jiao knows the value of the land and is capable of handling any dangers in the deep mountains. So, the mountain in her hands will be a huge treasure trove. In the past, she made her own decisions about such matters. Xiao Lulang never interfered. But since the old lady arrived, their relationship seems to have subtly changed. Are you talking about the mountain behind Uncle Luo's house? Xiao Lulang asked. Yes, Gu Jiao nodded. Qingchuan village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The mountain she is interested in is in the middle, a popular spot for villagers. Uncle Luo's house is at the foot of that mountain. Good. I'll ask the village chief later, Xiao Lulang said without hesitation. Gu Jiao scratched her head. The village chief is her grandfather. She can ask him directly. She didn't say this to cause him trouble. After dinner, Xiao Lulang went to the Gu family old house. Zhou and Lu were punished with 30 strokes each by the government. They had been lying quietly at home recovering these days, and the house was much quieter. "Brother-in-law, why are you here?" Gu Xiaoshun opened the door. "I'm here to see the village chief," Xiao Luling replied. Although he married Gu Jiao, he always called the old man village chief.
Oh.
Gu Xiaoshun was surprised that brother-in-law came, but not surprised by his title. The Gu family forced him to marry her and exploited his hard work. Every debt was a burden. "Grandpa, brother-in-law is here." Gu Xiaoshun led Xiao Luling to the old man's room. The old man looked at Xiao Luling with some surprise. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time Xiao Luling had come to the Gu family's old house since his wedding with Gu Jiao. "Why so late? What's the matter?" the old man asked. Xiao Luling casually said, "I'm here to ask the village official, how much is the mountain behind Uncle Luo's house worth?"
Why are you asking about that?
"Do any of you from the academy want to buy a mountain?" Old Master Gu, no matter how imaginative, would never guess it was his own granddaughter who wanted to buy the mountain. That mountain costs quite a lot of money. And it's not just anyone who can buy it. The mountain doesn't belong to our village or the county government. It's land owned by the temple. "A temple?" Xiao Luling frowned slightly. He didn't realize there was a temple there. Old Master Gu said, "Yes, a temple. You haven't been here long, so maybe you haven't seen it. On the other side of the mountain, around the foot, it takes about an hour to walk around. If your academy people want to buy the mountain, they need to go to the temple and talk to the abbot." Thinking for a moment, Old Master Gu added, "By the way, the young lady was born in that temple." After Xiao Luling returned home, Gu Jiao came to greet him and asked, "How did it go? What did the Gu family say?" Xiao Luling repeated what Old Master Gu had said. "So, it's land owned by the temple. The original owner had never been to that temple." "No, according to Old Master Gu, she was born in the temple, so she had been there." "Did they say how much silver it might cost?" "They didn't give a specific amount, but probably 100 taels wouldn't be enough," Xiao Luling replied. "Oh, I have some," Gu Jiao said, pulling out a handful of silver coins from her pocket and placing them on the table. Grandmother paused her snack of sunflower seeds. But that wasn't all. Gu Jiao grabbed another handful, then another and another. Both grandmother and Xiao Luling were stunned. Those silver coins were worth at least 20 or 30 taels. Where did she get them? Xiao Luling steadied himself and asked, "Did you earn these by selling mountain goods?" "Yes." Gu Jiao tried to open her eyes wide, looking sincere. "Definitely not from fighting." Xiao Luling. In ancient times, studying didn't have many holidays. Besides the 10-day market holiday, farming breaks during busy seasons, the September clothing holiday, there was only the New Year holiday from the lunar December to January. In the past, the New Year holiday was in early December, but this year it was delayed to late December. Because the New Year holiday was coming soon, there would be no market holidays for the next half-month. Gu Jiao didn't want Xiao Luling to ask for leave from the academy because of this matter, so she decided to go to the temple herself. Considering the lessons from her last experience, Gu Jiao did not leave the food in the pot for the elderly lady this time. Instead, she found Xuaningxiang and asked her to take care of the lady. "Your aunt. Her illness is not serious anymore and won't spread." "Oh, I didn't mean that." Gu Jiao naturally knew that Xuaningxiang was helping her cover the truth. She guessed what Xuaningxiang might have figured out, but Xuaningxiang did not expose her or distance herself because of it. Xuaningxiang didn't ask how Gu Jiao cured her leprosy. She just trusted her. "Don't worry, I will take good care of your aunt." Gu Jiao carried her basket and went to the other side of the mountain. The temple was halfway up the mountain and very hard to reach. There was a section without stairs, covered in snow. Fortunately, Gu Jiao had been climbing mountains and exercising regularly since she arrived here, so she wasn't discouraged by the difficult path. She moved faster than most people, but it still took her about an hour. When she reached the temple, it was almost noon. The temple wasn't very big. An old, simple sign with the words Ningen Temple was hanging above the entrance. Maybe because it was snowy, there were no visitors on her way. There weren't many monks there. Gu Jiao had been inside for a while but hadn't seen a single one. Could this temple already be empty? but the ground was very clean, as if someone cleaned it every day. While thinking about this, Gu Jiao arrived at the Guanyin Hall. She stood behind a pillar and looked inside casually, finally seeing the first real person of the day. It was a woman dressed in fine silk and satin. Although her clothes were luxurious, she was not showing off. She wore a white cloak that reflected the snowy light. From Gu Jiao's angle, she could only see the woman's back, but she could feel her gentle and elegant aura. The woman bowed several times with devotion, clasping her hands. "Please bless my son to be safe and successful." Her voice was soft and pleasant. Gu Jiao rarely paid attention to strangers, especially women, since she didn't like women herself, right? But just as she was lost in her thoughts, suddenly a sweet voice came from beside her. "Where did this little thing come from? How dare you spy on my lady?" Gu Jiao snapped back to her senses. She looked toward the sound of the gentle scolding and saw a maid in a light green armor walking along the corridor opposite her. The maid was not scolding her, but a few little monks hiding behind another pillar. When the monks saw the beautiful woman was caught, they squealed and ran away in panic. "So, there are monks here, but they are so small." One of the little monks ran in the wrong direction, rushing toward Gu Jiao. He bumped into her leg with a smack, and then fell flat on the ground. Gu Jiao was charmed by this confused little monk and suddenly felt like pinching him. But before she could reach out, the little monk got up, chirped happily, and ran away. Inside the hall, the lady worshipping Buddha came out and said to the maid in green armor, "Luer, don't be rude." "Madam," the maid, called Luer, mumbled as she stepped forward, "it's just a few little kids. They're not easy to teach. They might get cheeky later and cause trouble in your meditation room." "They're just children," the lady said. The maid pouted, clearly not agreeing, but she didn't argue further with the lady. Just as Gu Jiao thought they might leave, the lady suddenly looked in her direction. Gu Jiao's body was completely hidden behind a pillar, so even the maid walking toward her didn't notice her. It's strange how the lady sensed her presence.
Who is that?
The maid instantly became alert. Gu Jiao had no choice but to step out. She was dressed in a plain, faded purple short jacket with small floral patterns, cotton pants in a dark reddish-brown, and worn black cloth shoes soaked by the snow. She carried an old, worn small basket on her back. Her hair was not well styled, so she simply pulled a strand up and tied it into a bun on top of her head. She looked like a poor country girl, especially with a noticeable red birthmark on her face. The maid's face immediately showed a hint of disdain. But the lady didn't seem to mind at all. The snow had stopped. The temple's roof tiles were covered with fresh snow, and the mountains and trees were dressed in silver, creating a pure white winter scene. But none of this was more beautiful than her. Gu Jiao had never seen such a beautiful woman before. What was most striking was her demeanor, gentle, elegant, calm, and dignified. "Are you here to pay respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva too?" the lady asked Gu Jiao with a gentle smile. Such a gentle voice and such a kind smile. Gu Jiao was momentarily stunned and then said, "No, I am here to see the abbot." The lady softly smiled and said, "The abbot has gone down the mountain." Before she finished speaking, another maid hurried over carrying a food box. There was some unmelted ice on the ground. She slipped, let out a cry, and fell forward. Not only did she fall, but the food box also flew out of her hands, about to hit the lady. Gu Jiao quickly stepped forward and blocked with her arm. The food box burst open in midair, spilling soup and vegetables all over Gu Jiao. The lady was shocked and worried. "Miss, are you all right?"
"I'm fine," Gu Jiao replied.
Because it was very cold, the food was no longer hot, but the sticky soup on her clothes felt uncomfortable. The lady looked at Gu Jiao's messy state with guilt and glanced at the maid who had fallen, sighing. "Can't you walk properly?" The maid also fell hard, her knees swollen. She endured the pain and got up, feeling wronged. The road was too slippery. The lady understood she didn't mean to cause trouble. She felt guilty for hurting Gu Jiao and said, "It's my poor discipline that dirtied your clothes. Please follow me to the meditation room to change into clean clothes." Gu Jiao thought for a moment and did not refuse. This lady was clearly a regular visitor to the temple. She even had a private meditation room at the end of the corridor. It looked similar to the other rooms from the outside, but inside, it was decorated very elegantly and peacefully, matching her calm demeanor. The two maids also entered the room. The lady asked the maid named Lure, who was dressed in green armor, to open the box. Lure immediately looked unhappy. "Madam, all these are Mrs. Clothes." A country girl like her was not fit to wear the lady's clothes. The lady's gentle expression softened slightly. "Go out and bring back a vegetarian meal. Remember to bring one for this young lady, too." Feeling the lady's authority, the maid lowered her head and agreed, "Yes." The lady personally picked out a set of clothes from the box for Gu Jiao. "This is my daughter's clothes. I don't know if they will fit you, but they are better than wet clothes. Quickly change." Gu Jiao moved behind the screen and changed her clothes. She thought they might be too big, but surprisingly, they fit perfectly. "It really suits you." The lady smiled and said, "These are clearly her daughter's clothes, but this young girl wears them more brightly." "How old are you this year?" she asked. Gu Jiao replied, 14. The lady's eyes lit up. "Same age as my daughter. My daughter was born in this temple." Gu Jiao thought, "What a coincidence, so was I." 36 birthmark. The lady pointed to the bed beside her and gently smiled. "Sit down and talk." Gu Jiao sat on the bed, and between them was a small table with some delicate snacks. The lady pushed the snacks toward her. "Are you hungry? Eat something first. The vegetarian meal will arrive soon." "Yes." After climbing the mountain for so long, Gu Jiao was indeed hungry. She picked a yellow flower-shaped pastry. Gu Jiao was very quiet. "Is it delicious?" the lady asked.
"Yes."
Gu Jiao nodded. Seeing the lady look at her with suspicion, she paused and said, "It's better than Li's." "What is Li's?" the lady asked. "The best pastry shop in town," Gu Jiao explained. The lady finally relaxed. Actually, these snacks were made by herself. When she had free time at home, she would make pastries to pass the days. Unfortunately, her son was weak and couldn't eat, and her daughter was healthy but didn't like to eat. She often wondered if her cooking was just too bad. Gu Jiao's eating was natural, not pretending. She truly thought the snacks were delicious. The lady found a sense of achievement in Gu Jiao and couldn't help but look at her more. She had noticed the birthmark on her face earlier. "What a good girl," she thought sadly. Then she also noticed Gu Jiao's hands that had worked hard for many years, with calluses on the palms and scars on the backs. The lady thought of her own daughter and felt grateful that her daughter was born into a noble family, not suffering from common hardships. Otherwise, she, as a mother, would be heartbroken. Gu Jiao sat in the lady's room for a while and finished a plate of chestnut cakes. At this moment, the abbot had also returned to the temple. Gu Jiao didn't forget her main purpose. After saying goodbye to the lady, she went to the abbot's meditation room. The abbot was a bit older, with a white beard, but still very energetic, likely from years of practicing martial arts and meditation. Gu Jiao briefly explained her purpose. Would the abbot be willing to sell? After speaking, she waited for a while but did not receive an answer. She looked closely and saw the abbot staring at her face, without blinking. Gu Jiao was about to ask if there was something on her face, but then she remembered. She did have something there. "Abbot?" Gu Jiao reminded him. Cough, cough, cough. The abbot snapped out of his trance, cleared his throat, and sat up straight. "You just said, you want to buy a mountain?" Gu Jiao nodded. The abbot, who was in charge of the temple's finances, asked, "How old are you?" Wasn't the question a bit sudden? "Is it a problem for someone young to buy a mountain?" Gu Jiao asked calmly. "Oh, no. Amit Ba, little benefactor. Please don't misunderstand," the abbot quickly explained, raising one hand. "The monk in charge of the temple's finances, Jingxin, is out and won't return for a few days. Maybe you can come back in a few days?" "All right, I will come again before the new year," Gu Jiao said, then stood up to leave. The abbot's eyes kept following her birthmark. Gu Jiao frowned slightly. "Abbot, I don't mind how others see me, but since you're a monk, it's a bit inappropriate to keep staring at my flaws." The abbot hurried to apologize. Sorry, little benefactor. Please don't take offense. After Gu Jiao left, the abbot was still lost in thought. A disciple approached and asked, "Abbot, what's wrong?" "I remembered something," the abbot replied. "What is it?" the disciple asked. The abbot sighed deeply. It happened many years ago. That night, he had drunk too much and wanted to put some protective powder on a newborn baby, but his hand trembled and he accidentally applied it to the little girl's face. The next day, he woke up and, recalling his foolish mistake, hurried to apologize to Lady Ho. But he found that the child's face in her arms was clear and smooth, with no sign of the powder. Because he was drunk, he wasn't completely sure of his memory. Since the child's face was fine, maybe he hadn't done it after all? Many years had passed, and he had completely forgotten about that incident. But when he saw the little girl just now, memories flooded back, and he wondered if he really had applied the powder to her face that night. No, he had applied it to the daughter of the Ho family. The girl just now said she was from a mountain village. After leaving the meditation room, Gu Jiao went to find the lady she had just met, but was told she had already left the mountain. These boxes of pastries are ordered by the lady for the benefactor. Please accept them. The monk cleaning the meditation room handed a large bundle to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao weighed it in her hand and realized that the lady had left all the snacks for herself. Gu Jiao sighed softly. Her clothes hadn't been returned to her yet. The lady's clothes were pretty, but not suitable for walking on mountain paths. They would probably tear after just a few steps. This wasn't because the fabric was poor quality. Only those who didn't need to walk would wear such fine material. On the way back, Gu Jiao walked quickly. She was a bit worried that the elderly lady wouldn't get along with the neighbors, as she was known to have a bad temper and be very picky, hard to get along with. But as soon as Gu Jiao entered the house, she was stunned. What was going on? Why were there so many people? And all of them were women? Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling usually didn't socialize much with the villagers. They only visited when someone needed to send a letter, and at most 3 times a day, no more. So she couldn't understand why their main hall was suddenly so crowded. The elderly lady sat proudly on the highest chair, looking commanding. Aunt Luo, Uncle Luo's wife, respectfully held a teapot beside her. On the other side was Aunt Zhang's young daughter-in-law, Gui Fong, holding a tray with sunflower seeds and teacups. Gu Jiao was even more confused. Wasn't Gui Fong just postpartum? The others didn't seem to have the right to come close, so they stood across from each other, pushing and shoving like a rural version of a palace drama. That's enough. Everyone go back, the elderly lady said, setting down the sunflower seeds and waving her hand. Everyone stepped back, bowing awkwardly before leaving. The palace ladies bowed gracefully, but a group of village women wrapped in headscarves bowing was like a big traffic accident. Gu Jiao was shocked and asked Lei nervously, "What did our elderly lady do now?" Xuaningsheng looked at her with admiration and said, "Auntie is telling stories to the villagers. She told them such nice stories." Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. "And what about the bowing? What's that about?" Xuaningsheng thought for a moment and then understood what Gu Jiao meant. "Oh, you mean that? Annie taught them. She said people in the opera troupe all bow, like that. People in the opera troupe wouldn't do that." The elderly lady was openly fooling everyone into bowing to her. Gu Jiao was puzzled. Where did this elderly lady come from? Is she really that mischievous? 37 surgery. Ancient people loved watching plays because, besides that, they couldn't do much else, especially women. In the countryside, it's hard to see plays. The nearest theater is in the town, and it costs a lot of money to get in, so rural folks can't afford it. Although the old lady couldn't sing, she could talk, and she did so quite clearly. "Where did you watch the play?" Gu Jiao asked as she leaned in. "I don't remember." The old lady shook her head. Gu Jiao saw that she didn't seem to be lying and asked, "Do you remember anything else?" The old lady thought carefully and said no. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao then said, "Can you stop fooling people like this in the future?" The old lady thought again seriously and said, "I can't." Gu Jiao. As the new year approached, Gu Jiao became busy and couldn't always watch the old lady. Sometimes she acted a bit strange, but she managed on her own and didn't cause trouble for Gu Jiao or Xiao Luling. Later, Gu Jiao visited the temple again. The person in charge of finances hadn't returned yet, so Gu Jiao decided to come back after the new year. Before the new school year, there was another exam. Maybe because of the theft incident, Gu Dashun performed much worse this time and dropped to 10th place in the class. Gu Xiaoshuan's grades remained steady, still last. Xiao Luling moved up one spot, but it wasn't because he did well. It was because the second-to-last and fourth-to-last students got sick and took leave, leaving him tied for last. Many teachers at the school knew Xiao Yulong's first essay, but since then, he hadn't written anything, and he mostly handed in blank exams. Some suspected he had run out of talent, while others thought he cheated to get in at first. But Director Li firmly believed Xiao Luling was talented. No matter what others said, he didn't want to give up on Xiao Luling. The imperial exams happened once every 3 years. Next year there would be the autumn exam. If he missed it, he'd have to wait 3 more years. Only those who were scholars could participate in the autumn exam. Right after the new year, there was a county-level test. Director Li hesitated, but decided to register Xiao Luling without telling anyone. Gu Jiao didn't know about this yet. The school was on winter break, and tomorrow was the day for Xiao Yulong's surgery. She needed to rest well and prepare herself to be in the best condition. Before going to bed, Gu Jiao checked her small medicine box. Sure enough, all the anesthetics and syringes needed for the surgery were there. These medicines were not the ones sold in the pharmacy in her previous life. They were all from the research institute. Gu Jiao strongly suspected that as long as the research institute didn't go bankrupt, her medicine box would keep being replenished. Yes, that's a good thing. Gu Jiao happily slept, and after waking up, she prepared breakfast and brewed medicine for the elderly lady. When Gu Jiao took the medicine to the elderly lady's room, the lady hesitated, looked at the pills on the plate, then at the medicine in the bowl, and frowned, saying, "Why do I feel like this soup medicine is optional?" "You're overthinking. The soup and pills are equally important," Gu Jiao said calmly. The elderly lady suspiciously drank the pills and the soup, but she found the taste so bitter, she kept rolling her eyes, seriously suspecting that Gu Jiao was coming to get revenge for her usual mischief. Gu Jiao still entrusted the elderly lady to Xuaningxiang, then she and Xiao Luling rode Uncle Luo's ox cart to the clinic. On such an important day, Feng Lin naturally wouldn't miss it. He had been waiting early at the clinic, but as the weather grew colder, he didn't want to sit inside, so he ended up freezing outside like a little ice cube. Feng Lin saw the young couple on the ox cart, and his face darkened. He felt an urge to scold the ungrateful couple, but he held back. Xiao Xiong was not at fault. It was this woman who was becoming more shameless, always sticking to Xiao Xiong. Gu Jiao saw Feng Lin looking calm and asked, "You didn't go back for the new year?" Feng Lin snorted, "My home is so far away, how could I go back?" Gu Jiao then remembered that in ancient times, transportation was inconvenient. The high-speed train could reach her in a day in her previous life, but here it might take a month to walk, and Feng Lin might not even have arrived home before the holiday ended.
Gu Jiao said, "Oh."
Feng Lin, hitting cotton with his fist, just made a sound. The day was scheduled in advance. Shopkeeper Wang and the old doctor had been waiting in the clinic since dawn. Feng Lin and Gu Jiao followed inside. The old doctor first asked Xiao Luling about his recent herbal fumigation at home. Every night before sleep, Xiao Luling honestly replied. Every evening after school, Gu Jiao had already prepared the meals and brewed his medicine. The old doctor nodded. Feng Lin asked Dr. Zhang, "Is Xiao Xiong's leg almost healed?" The old doctor said, "We won't know until after the surgery." "What did you say? Surgery?" Feng Lin was stunned. Xiao Yulong's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Gu Jiao was worried about this situation, so she hadn't told them earlier. In this era, surgeries were not common, and most people thought they were only used on the battlefield. Feng Lin exclaimed in shock, "Dr. Zhang, you didn't tell us before." Of course, the senior doctor wouldn't reveal the full truth and replied seriously, "That's because the conditions weren't right back then. Now, after some days of medicinal fumigation, the meridians are open, and we can perform the surgery. But this was a big deal, cutting into a person's body. Fong Lin hesitated and asked, "Is there no other way besides surgery?" The senior doctor nodded. "Are you sure it will succeed?" Fong Lin asked again. "This can't be guaranteed," the doctor replied honestly. "If it succeeds, he can walk normally again. If it fails, he might be worse off than now." That was also Gu Jiao's original words. Even though she was the best doctor at the research institute, she didn't dare promise that the surgery had no risks. "Brother Xiao." Fong Lin hesitated. He was a cautious person and didn't want to take such a big risk. Xiao Lulang simply slightly moved his lips and said casually, "Then let's do the surgery." "Thank you, Dr. Zhang." He agreed so quickly that even Gu Jiao looked at him. In fact, even after spending so much time together, Gu Jiao had never truly understood him. But just now, she felt a cold indifference from him. It was as if he didn't mind if the surgery failed. Was he really brave, or did he simply not care about his own life? 38 Success. Fong Lin signaled to Gu Jiao, hoping she could persuade Brother Xiao. Gu Jiao ignored him, making Fong Lin angry to the point of being furious. Before the surgery, the senior doctor handed over a strange document. Xiao Lulang paused slightly. "What's this?" he asked. The senior doctor cleared his throat and said, "This is a consent form for the surgery, requiring family members' signature." It was very confusing. He had been a doctor for decades and had never seen something like this. But since Gu Jiao strongly requested it, they could only follow her wishes. Fong Lin couldn't sign the form, and Xiao Lulang couldn't sign either. Gu Jiao finally wanted to experience being a family member, only to find out she couldn't even write her own name.
So sad, isn't it?
When they first asked the second master to prepare the surgery consent form, they didn't consider this problem at all. Using her past life's doctor's handwriting to sign Gu Jiao would probably look like scribbles. She was most afraid of the sudden silence in the room. Gu Jiao held the pen, scratched her head nervously, and blushed with worry. She wanted to show off in front of Xiao Lulang, but now everything was ruined. Xiao Lulang glanced at Gu Jiao, who was holding the pen so smoothly, and thought she could write. In the end, Xiao Lulang signed Gu Jiao's name for her. Xiao Lulang was taken to a special side room. Using calming medicine repeatedly can easily be detected, so this time the senior doctor directly handed him a bowl of anesthetic powder. This powder is an ancient anesthetic said to be created by the famous doctor Hua Tuo. However, the original formula for the anesthetic has been lost. Today, most doctors use powders or liquids made from mandrake flowers. This medicine can make people numb and calm, while also relaxing muscles and suppressing sweat glands, so it's also called a sleeping potion. Sleeping potions are quite toxic, but Gu Jiao wouldn't give Xiao Lulang this. The bowl actually contained a calming medicine from Spring Rejuvenation Hall. After drinking it, Xiao Lulang quickly fell into a deep sleep. Gu Jiao found an excuse to leave Fong Lin, as this procedure would take longer than last time. She didn't say she needed to go to the toilet, but instead said she wanted to take a walk on the street to see if she could buy some New Year goods. Fong Lin was so angry, he felt his liver hurt. It was one thing not to stop Xiao Lulang earlier, but now Xiao Lulang was about to have surgery, and she still had the leisure to go shopping for New Year items. She really is a heartless woman. Gu Jiao sneaked back through the back door to Spring Rejuvenation Hall, where the senior doctor was waiting at the door of the side room. The senior doctor had been working at Spring Rejuvenation Hall for over 30 years. His medical skills were not as good as Dr. Zhang in the capital, but his virtue was truly trustworthy. That's why the second master felt comfortable letting him be involved in this matter. The senior doctor was very curious about the surgery and wanted to go in with Gu Jiao. But Gu Jiao seemed to ignore him and closed the door as soon as she entered. The senior doctor was left speechless. Gu Jiao understood that the senior doctor was also not easy to deal with. She planned to give him a few prescriptions as thanks, but she didn't want others to know the secrets of her medicine box for now. Gu Jiao opened her medicine box and first gave Xiao Lulang a local anesthetic injection. An hour later, Gu Jiao came out carrying a small basket. The senior doctor and second master Dong hurriedly came forward, speaking in unison, asking, "How is the surgery?" Gu Jiao nodded and said, "The surgery was very successful. Her procedure was flawless, but the recovery varies from person to person. Also, since his ankle was injured for so long, even with a successful operation, he will need a long period of rehabilitation, working on both his leg and foot. At least, if the surgery succeeded, he wouldn't feel pain anymore." Thinking about all those days and nights he endured pain, and how he kept going to fetch water and gather firewood, doing work within his ability, Gu Jiao felt a bit uncomfortable inside. If she had known he was in so much pain, she wouldn't have cared about his pride and would have stopped him from doing any work. When Xiao Luling woke up, the senior doctor was still by his side. The doctor told him about his condition, saying the surgery was successful, and advised him to rest at home and come back in 10 days. Remember, during these 10 days, avoid putting weight on it, rest in bed, avoid spicy food, and abstain from alcohol.
Huh?
Xiao Luling suddenly responded with a confused sound, looking dazedly at the doctor. The doctor thought he hadn't heard clearly and smiled, saying, "I told you to avoid alcohol, which means don't drink alcohol, understand? You're young. Even if you're not sick, you shouldn't drink." Xiao Luling lowered his eyes and replied, After giving instructions, the doctor asked the servant to call Feng Lin and Gu Jiao from the main hall. Feng Lin rushed into the room and immediately asked, "Brother Xiao, you're still alive, right?" Gu Jiao, following behind him, rolled her eyes. Feng Lin approached the bed to check Xiao Liulong's injury, but since it was already bandaged, he could only see layers of gauze. "Does it hurt?" Feng Lin asked. The anesthesia had worn off, so it was a bit painful now, but after so long, he was used to the pain and shook his head, saying it doesn't hurt. Suddenly thinking of something, Feng Lin turned sharply and sternly glared at Gu Jiao. "You weren't here earlier, and you didn't hear what Dr. Zhang said. I'll tell you again. Remember this clearly." He repeated all of the senior doctor's instructions to Gu Jiao without missing a word. Gu Jiao listened very carefully. The doctor beside them wiped cold sweat, thinking, "Kid, you probably don't realize who gave these instructions, do you?" When they left the clinic, it was already late in the day. Uncle Luo helped Feng Lin get Xiao Luling onto a bullock cart. Afterwards, Uncle Luo first took Feng Lin back to the academy, then he took Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling back to the village. Halfway there, both Gu Jiao and Xiao Liulong's stomachs growled at the same time. The two of them had finished breakfast and gone out, but they were so busy that they forgot about lunch. The sky was gray and looked like it was going to snow. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said to Xiao Luling, "It's going to snow soon. Let's not eat outside anymore. I'll buy some scallion pancakes to fill my stomach first." There was a place nearby that sold scallion pancakes. Xiao Luling nodded, "Okay." The pancake stall was at the corner they passed by. Gu Jiao jumped lightly off the ox cart and strode quickly toward her destination. Perhaps she was walking too fast and someone bumped into her. Honestly, this time she wasn't the one who bumped into others. It was someone deliberately bumping into him. Gu Jiao wasn't just a doctor in her past life. She wouldn't be fooled by such tricks. No one had taken advantage of her yet. The person who bumped into Gu Jiao immediately disappeared into the crowd. Gu Jiao sneered and looked at the ground. She tiptoed and kicked a small stone, which flew up. She kicked it precisely, hitting the person's head. "Ah!" The person screamed and fell to the ground. Then he turned around and saw Gu Jiao behind the crowd, looking like a tiny but fierce warrior. 39. Sacrificial wine. Maybe that person's gaze was too sharp, piercing through the crowd like a knife, directly targeting the small thief's eyes. The little thief instinctively felt danger, and quickly got up and ran away. Gu Jiao was chasing him into an alley nearby. The small thief used all his strength to escape, but Gu Jiao was getting closer. In his panic, he seemed to choose a dead end, with no way out ahead. He panicked and, in a rush, pulled out a dagger hidden in his sleeve. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill you," he shouted angrily. Gu Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids. She stepped onto the wall, used the wall to leap up, and with lightning speed, kicked the dagger out of his hand, sending it flying far away. The small thief's eyes widened. In the next moment, Gu Jiao landed gracefully, kicked him in the chest, and he fell heavily to the ground before he could scream. Gu Jiao walked over coldly, kicked aside his body, and picked up the purse that had fallen from his sleeve. Xiao Luling was still waiting on the ox cart. Gu Jiao didn't have time to waste with him or report to the authorities. She planned to leave right away. But just as she turned around, the small thief quietly picked up the dagger from the ground. However, before he could make a move, Gu Jiao stepped on his wrist, immediately breaking his hand bone. The young thief let out a sharp, miserable scream. He couldn't understand how she did it, since she hadn't even looked back. Did she have eyes on the back of her head? Catch him! Suddenly, several men dressed as guards hurriedly glanced at Gu Jiao from the front of the alley, then ignored her and rushed toward the young thief. Did you find him? At this moment, a young nobleman arrived, panting heavily. Perhaps because he ran too fast, he was exhausted and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Gu Jiao brushed past him. He suddenly spoke, "Miss Gu?" Gu Jiao stopped and looked at him. "Young Master Qin? Is the town so small? Can I meet him just while catching a thief?" Meanwhile, the group of guards holding the young thief returned. One of them held a scroll and handed it to young Master Qin, saying, "Young Master, we found him." "Already so fast? Didn't they say it's hard to catch habitual thieves?" Young Master Qin took the scroll. One of the guards looked at Gu Jiao and said, "It was this lady who caught him." After the previous incident, young Master Qin's impression of Gu Jiao had changed. Although she had extorted 100 taels of silver from him, he preferred her greed over her persistent pestering. "Thanks again this time," he said politely. Gu Jiao shot him a quick look. "Why do you keep getting things stolen?" Young Master Qin awkwardly replied, "It's probably because the news leaked, and our enemies are watching us." He didn't specify what the news was, and Gu Jiao didn't ask. She just wanted to get her money bag back. Everything else was none of her business. She ignored young Master Qin and left with a blank expression. Seeing her determined and unhesitating back, young Master Qin frowned in confusion. Does she really have no interest in him? "Young Master," another guard ran over. "I found a handkerchief on the ground. I wonder if it belongs to the young lady just now." Young Master Qin quickly grabbed the handkerchief and chased after Gu Jiao, heading in the direction she left. When he caught up with her, Gu Jiao had already bought a scallion pancake and returned to her ox cart. "Miss Gu. Miss Gu." Young Master Qin, a refined scholar used to a comfortable life, had exhausted himself chasing the young thief. He had only persisted through sheer willpower. He supported himself on the ox cart, gasping for breath, and remained silent for a long time. Xiao Yulong's gaze grew cold. Gu Jiao shrugged, acting as if she didn't know him and was not involved. "Is there something?" Xiao Luling asked calmly. Young Qin Gongzi was stunned upon hearing this, looked directly at Xiao Luling, and awkwardly said, "Ah. Young Master Xiao is also here." Xiao Luling thought, "So you only came after I left?" Young Qin Gongzi handed over a handkerchief. "Miss Gu, you dropped your handkerchief." Gu Jiao looked and said, "It's not mine."
"Ah."
Young Qin Gongzi felt even more embarrassed. He had been chasing all this way, only to find it wasn't hers. It felt a bit shameful. In his hurry, young Qin Gongzi leaned forward, and the portrait in his arms fell out, landing right on the ox cart and spreading at Xiao Yulong's feet. It was a painting of a rainy scene in Jiangnan, with mountains, water, and a boat in the rain. Even though Gu Jiao couldn't read characters or appreciate paintings deeply, she felt this painting was skillfully done, with a deep artistic mood. This painting was hard to come by. Her father had told him to keep it safe and not let anyone see it once he got it. Suddenly, the painting was exposed. Young Qin Gongzi, who was originally nervous, saw Gu Jiao staring at the painting with curiosity. He stopped rushing to hide it. He proudly said, "This is a treasure from the Marquis of Zhao. It's called Spring Mountain Misty Rain, painted when the Marquis was 12 during his travels in Jiangnan. His paintings are priceless, and I paid a lot to buy it from a friend." Gu Jiao picked up the painting and widened her eyes. He was only 12 and already painted so well? Her surprised, innocent look made even her red birthmark seem less ugly in young Qin Gongzi's eyes. He became even more proud and said, "This is just a casual work." He wasn't satisfied with it and threw it away, but the servants secretly kept it. "If you like it, you can look at it a bit more." Gu Jiao remained silent. Xiao Yulong's gaze briefly swept over the painting, then he said lightly, "It's a fake." Young Qin Gongzi was stunned for a moment before realizing he was talking about the painting. He immediately jumped and shouted, "You're lying. This painting is definitely genuine. How could it be a fake?" Xiao Luling said, "It is a fake." Young Qin Gongzi raised his voice. "How can you tell it's a fake?" Xiao Luling seemed to think even giving him a glance was unnecessary. "Can't you tell this is a fake?" This statement was too bold, almost as if saying the painting was badly forged with obvious flaws everywhere. Finally, little Qin Xiangong couldn't hold back and snapped, "What do you know? You, a poor scholar, understand painting? I had it appraised by a professional. This is the real work of the young marquis." "He didn't paint this," Xiao Lulang said calmly. "How do you know he didn't? Do you know him?" When he said that, little Qin Xiangong himself chuckled. A country bumpkin with a limp, how could he possibly know the famous Marquis of Jiaodu? There are many marquises in the capital of Zhao, and many of their sons are called young marquises, but only one is called the Marquis of Jiaodu. The Marquis of Jiaodu is the legitimate son of the Xianping Marquis. His mother is Princess Xinyang, and he is loved by the current emperor. He was on the Golden Throne at age 3, fighting scholars and gaining fame. At 4, he entered the Imperial Academy. At 5, he read the national texts fluently and mastered 6 languages. Director Li of Tianxiang Academy is considered the top among the 4 great talents of the capital, partly because the talent list requires one to be at least 18, and partly because no one has surpassed Director Li's exam results, especially since this young marquis has never taken an exam. At 12, he was appointed by the emperor as the chief of the Imperial Academy. Envoys from 5 countries came to congratulate him. He was truly brilliant, shining above all in Jiaodu. But fate was cruel. Despite his noble background and talent, he died unexpectedly in a fire at the Imperial Academy, reportedly burned alive. He died on New Year's Eve at only 14 years old. Xiao Lulang wasn't close enough to give him advice, so if he didn't believe, that was fine. Gu Jiao originally liked the painting but lost interest when she heard it was a fake and returned it to little Qin Xiangong. Seeing her dislike, little Qin Xiangong suddenly explained, "Don't listen to him. This painting is genuine." Gu Jiao firmly said, "My husband says it's fake, so it's fake."
You.
Little Qin Xiangong was really angry. Normally, he wouldn't care what a clown thought about his painting, but today, for some reason, he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of her. He straightened his back and said, "It's real. He's inexperienced and doesn't understand painting. You're the one who's inexperienced." Gu Jiao refused to let anyone belittle her son. If the last time young Qin came to find Gu Jiao for a letter, Xiao Luling only heard about the result afterward, then now he has truly seen Gu Jiao's indifference toward young Qin. She actually argued with him for her own sake. Xiao Luling looked deeply at Gu Jiao, then suddenly generously reminded young Qin, "If you're going to give this painting as a gift, I advise you not to make it look so ugly." After speaking, Xiao Luling said to Uncle Luo, "Let's go back to the village, Uncle Luo."
All right.
Uncle Luo, not interfering with the young people's matters, cheerfully drove the ox cart away. Young Qin looked at their backs in the cold wind, gnawing on scallion pancakes, feeling so angry he wanted to curse them. But this matter left a thorn in his heart. When he took the painting back to the Qin family, his father eagerly came to greet him. "How is it? Did you find the painting?" "It was found." Young Qin hesitated. His father panicked. "Did something happen? Did it get damaged?" "No, it's not broken."
Sigh.
Young Qin finally told him what Xiao Luling had said. His father's attitude was even more firm. "Do you believe what a little says? He's a student at Tianxiang Academy." Young Qin had seen Xiao Luling when he went to Gu Jiao to get the letter. Xiao Luling was wearing the academy's uniform. "What's wrong with students from Tianxiang Academy?" His father scoffed. They're all very capable, young Qin said. His father dismissed it. Aren't you capable too? I spent a lot of silver to invite a teacher from the capital for you. Where do you think you stand compared to them? Besides, they're just bookworms. Never seen the world. Young Qin thought to himself, I said the same thing back then. Actually, young Qin was a very proud person. If others had reminded him like this, he wouldn't listen at all, but Xiao Yulong's gaze and aura at that time were strangely convincing. In the end, young Qin couldn't persuade his father. He watched helplessly as his father wrapped the painting and sent someone to deliver it to the noble in the capital. It snowed heavily for 3 days straight, blocking the village roads, and the ox carts couldn't move. Many villagers had planned to go to the market before the new year to do some business, but due to the heavy snow, they had to give up. During these days, everyone stayed at home, and no one came to visit the old lady to listen to her opera. Bored, the old lady asked Gu Jiao to call Xuanningsiang over. The elderly lady didn't know that Xuanningsiang and Gu Jiao had previously had a disagreement. When she came here, their relationship had already improved. Since Xuanningsiang's encounter with a troublemaker, she had become somewhat wary of men. She showed no signs of liking Xiao Luling at all. On the other hand, Gu Jiao often stuck close to her, which made the old lady suspect that this young widow might have a crush on her own grandson-in-law. However, Xuanningsiang was skilled at embroidery and kept her hair neatly styled, which made the old lady quite pleased. Earlier this year, her younger brother from the border sent a letter home. Xuanningsiang couldn't read, so she asked Gu Jiao to help. Gu Jiao also couldn't read, but what made you think I suddenly could? Why did you bring the letter to me to read aloud? Gu Jiao was at a loss. Xuanningsiang, seeing Gu Jiao frowning, nervously said, You're not silly anymore, so I thought you could read. Gu Jiao, being not silly and being able to read are not always the same thing. However, Xuanningsiang didn't want to trouble Xiao Luling too much. First, because her own fears hadn't fully gone away, and second, because she knew she had done wrong in the past. Now she wanted to avoid suspicion around Xiao Luling. Xuanningsiang lowered her head, unsure of what to do. Gu Jiao, feeling frustrated, scratched her head. She was someone who didn't like being pushed around. If Xuanningsiang was tough with her, she couldn't win, but if Xuanningsiang showed weakness, she couldn't stand her ground either. Gu Jiao thought her heart wasn't really that soft. Mainly, it was because Xuanningsiang helped her with many sewing tasks. She was a very useful neighbor. She also wanted to be a helpful neighbor so that in the future, Xuanningsiang would help her with all her sewing chores. So Gu Jiao took the letter to Xiao Yulong's room. Now, she no longer needed to knock before entering. Xiao Luling had been resting in bed these days to recover. Knowing he was studying, Gu Jiao made a small table that could be placed on the bed. He was practicing calligraphy on it now. A 17-year-old boy, slender and graceful, with cold, clear eyes, a delicate wrist like jade, and a gentle temperament. How could there be someone so handsome in the world? Gu Jiao touched her chin. Is something the matter? Xiao Luling noticed her arrival and turned to look at her. Gu Jiao had tried to look at him several times but was caught each time. Yet, she didn't feel embarrassed at all. She confidently walked over, sat on the other side of the small table, and handed him the letter. Read this for me, she said. Speaking, Gu Jiao saw something on the small table.
Huh?
What's this? Red paper, given by Feng Lin, Xiao Luling replied. Gu Jiao didn't care about its origin. She curiously asked, what is it for? Xiao Luling thought for a moment. Cutting window flowers, writing spring couplets. Gu Jiao's eyes immediately lit up. She had never cut window decorations or pasted couplets before. In her past life, she often saw others doing these things and was envious. But she thought those were only done during family reunions. She had no family to reunite with, so she never did these activities. Want to try writing? Xiao Luling asked. I don't know how. Gu Jiao lowered her head, touching her small index finger. Xiao Luling remembered how she pointed at the words on the prescription and asked him how to read them, and also how she grabbed a pen to sign her name without hesitation before surgery. It turned out she wanted to learn how to write. No, I don't want to. Xiao Luling placed the books and the letter on the bed and spread out a piece of red paper. I'll teach you. Gu Jiao. 41 Solitude. Gu Jiao never expected that after going through college entrance exams, graduate exams, and doctoral exams, finally emerging from high-pressure study, she would have to start from scratch as a beginner, especially in the area she was worst at, calligraphy with a brush. Gu Jiao felt very down. Her whole mood was not good. Even though a beautiful person was nearby, tempting her with good looks, she really didn't want to practice calligraphy. No. Let's start with your name, Xiao Luling said. His voice was between that of a boy in voice change and a mature man, not the harsh quacking sound, but a clear, low, smooth tone. Gu Jiao felt a bit helpless and silently watched him write her name on the paper. Unlike the signature she signed on the surgical consent form earlier, this time it seemed more neat. But Gu Jiao still didn't understand much. From her perspective, sitting opposite Xiao Luling, the characters looked upside down. Xiao Luling then turned the paper around so she could see clearly. Next, he carefully wrote each and order on the paper. Seeing so many strokes made Gu Jiao's head spin. This wasn't traditional Chinese characters, nor was it clerical script, small seal, or large seal. It's a completely unfamiliar style to her. Xiao Luling saw Gu Jiao clumsily holding the brush, looking very serious and determined. He said, "Your way of holding the brush is wrong. Hold it a bit higher, and don't keep your wrist stiff. Like this?" Gu Jiao adjusted her grip according to his instructions. In her past life, Gu Jiao's way of holding a brush was actually quite standard, but in front of Xiao Luling, an ancient person, it looked a little awkward. "Your index finger," Xiao Luling said.
Huh?
Gu Jiao looked confused. Xiao Luling hesitated for a moment, then gently extended his slender, jade-like finger and nudged her index finger upward. If he had done this in another situation, Gu Jiao would have thought, "He touched my finger, so I guess that counts as holding hands." But since he was teaching her how to write characters, it was just a lesson. Gu Jiao was always very serious in class. Gu Jiao took off her shoes, sat cross-legged opposite him, and carefully practiced writing by. Xuan Xiang was waiting in the main hall. She didn't understand why Gu Jiao had been inside for so long. The letter wasn't even long. Did she really need so much time to read it? Little did Xuan Xiang know, inside the room, the two people had completely forgotten about the letter. One was reading a book, and the other was practicing calligraphy. Occasionally, Xiao Luling corrected Gu Jiao's way of holding the brush. As for how well she was writing, he didn't insist. After all, it was her first time holding a brush, so it was good enough if she didn't write outside the paper. If Gu Jiao knew what he was thinking, she might have jumped up and gotten angry. She was a top student from modern times. How could this be her first time holding a brush? Gu Jiao had a very good memory. She only needed to see the complex strokes once, and she could remember them. But her writing was very ugly, quite terrible to look at. By Xiao Yulong standards, it was like a young child just learning to write. After all, the characters he wrote at age 2 looked better than hers. The two of them stayed in the room for about half an hour without realizing it. Finally, the old lady, feeling bored, came to find Gu Jiao and noticed they were writing inside. She didn't come close, but only peeked at the door.
She saw it was red paper.
Immediately, she made a quick judgment. "Are you writing spring couplets? It's about time. If you don't write soon, it'll be too late. When you finish, call me." She wanted to put up the spring couplets. It was a lovely misunderstanding. But since the old lady brought it up, they decided to get back on track and start writing the spring couplets. "I'll cut the paper," Gu Jiao said, putting down her brush and going inside to find scissors. Thank goodness for her aunt's help. If she kept practicing like this, her claws would be ruined. Xiao Luling looked at the red paper in front of him, appearing a bit distracted. However, when Gu Jiao neatly arranged the paper beside him, he still picked up a brush and wrote a few pairs of spring couplets. "Write a few for Xiao Shui too," the old lady reminded him. Hearing this, the two finally remembered that they had forgotten about Xuan Xiang and her letter, which was quite awkward. Half an hour later, Gu Jiao brought Xuan Xiang's letter, the spring couplets Xiao Luling had written himself, and a plate of candied sesame and chestnut cake to Xuanningsiang's home. Why so much? Xuanningsiang was surprised. Gu Jiao didn't say she was there to apologize. She said seriously, "It's almost New Year. My aunt asked me to bring these. The couplets are for you, and the chestnut cake and candied sesame are for your mother-in-law and your son." Xuanningsiang quickly thanked her. Earlier, Gu Jiao hesitated, but decided to explain. But Xuanningsiang gave her a mischievous smile and a look that said, "I understand." Gu Jiao, you understand what? Xuanningsiang was experienced. When a young wife enters her husband's room and doesn't come out for a while, what could she be doing? She wouldn't be angry about such a thing. The reason she quietly left was to avoid seeing or hearing things she shouldn't. She whispered to Gu Jiao, "Next time, remember to close the door." Gu Jiao, I think you might have misunderstood something. Xuanningsiang's younger brother-in-law wrote in his letter that he had made a small achievement at the border, became a squad leader, and received a reward of 10 taels of silver. He sent all the reward back to Xuanningsiang, asking her to take care of her mother-in-law and son, and not to be too strict with him. He said he would earn much more silver in the future, and told her not to be stingy. This younger brother-in-law was quite a good person. Gu Jiao asked if Xuanningsiang wanted to reply. She shook her head, saying that everyone had gone home for the New Year these days, and there was no one at the post station, so she couldn't send a letter even if she wrote one. After handing over the items, Gu Jiao went home. Xuanningsiang accepted the food, but only took 1 pair of spring couplets, saying they were too expensive. Gu Jiao explained that they weren't bought outside. Xiao Luling wrote them himself. She also said paper is expensive. The paper was a gift from Feng Lin, who had given her many sheets. Gu Jiao didn't care about the price at first, but after asking Xiao Luling, she found out that this special paper for writing spring couplets was several times more expensive than regular paper. Usually it's not so expensive, but it gets more costly during the New Year, Xiao Luling explained. Then, is Feng Lin's family well off? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Luling thought for a moment and shook his head. I haven't asked, but it probably isn't very good. 42. New Year's Eve Feng Lin's family background was only slightly better than that of Xiao Yulong's, but it was not really good. You could see this from his daily food and clothing. However, when it came to Xiao Luling, he was always generous without question. For example, with the red paper, a sheet costs a few dozen coins, and buying 10 or so nearly costs half a tael of silver. He usually eats plain bread with pickles at the academy. In the evening, snow fell softly from the sky again. Feng Lin was alone in the academy. He was reading in his dormitory. One oil lamp wasn't bright enough, but he didn't dare to light a second one. Cold wind blew in from the door, making him shiver. He didn't burn charcoal, partly because the academy didn't allow it and partly because he couldn't bear to burn it. There were 4 people living in this dormitory. Usually his classmates were there, so it didn't feel so cold. But now, alone, he felt all the cold wind rushing into his stomach. This was his first New Year away from home. He missed his parents and sisters, but he couldn't go back. The distance was real, and saving a few silver coins on travel was true. More importantly, he wanted to spend all his time studying and not waste a single day. His family had only 1 son and no other siblings. His sisters sacrificed a lot for him to study. One married a widower to be a concubine, and another was promised to a tea merchant over 50. They gave their whole lives for him. He couldn't slack off. He had to work hard and return home successful. After blowing warm air onto his hands, Feng Lin wrapped himself tighter in his quilt and kept reading. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Strange. Who could be visiting at this hour? The academy was closed for the holiday. Everyone had left. Even the teachers had gone home for the New Year. Only he was left alone in the empty academy. Could it be a ghost? He managed to scare himself, turning pale. He wrapped himself even tighter in the quilt and asked, Who?
Who are you?
It's me, came a familiar girl's voice from outside. Feng Lin quickly pulled back the quilt, put on his shoes, and went to open the door. He saw Gu Jiao, covered in snow and wind. He thought to himself, he might as well be seeing a ghost. This was the boys' dormitory. What was a girl doing here? Why are you here? Has Brother Xiao gotten into trouble? Aside from this, Feng Lin couldn't think of any other reason. Without waiting for Gu Jiao to answer, he immediately put on a cloak and asked her, "Where is Brother Xiao?" "At home," Gu Jiao replied. Feng Lin left the house without another word. Watching his hurried figure, Gu Jiao calmly said, "There are no carriages." During the New Year, in the snow and wind, it was impossible to hire horses or carts. Feng Lin, without hesitation, said, "If there are no carriages, can't you walk on foot? Hurry up." Gu Jiao responded, "Oh." She wasn't someone who couldn't walk. It proved that Feng Lin's physical strength was truly not as good as Gu Jiao's. On the way, Gu Jiao's face remained calm and her breath steady, while Feng Lin almost collapsed several times. When they finally reached Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang's home, Feng Lin felt like his legs were no longer his own. He used his last bit of strength to push open the door. When he looked inside, he was a bit stunned by what he saw. Xiao Lulang was sitting in a chair in the main hall, watching the old lady teach Gu Xiaoshan how to cut paper decorations. His complexion was as rosy as could be. There was no sign of illness at all. "You're back," Xiao Lulang greeted them. "Yes, little Feng is here. Come in quickly." The old lady also greeted him. Gu Xiaoshan had always disliked Feng Lin, but today, surprisingly, he didn't give Feng Lin a cold look. Feng Lin was confused and looked at Gu Jiao blankly. "It's not Brother Xiao."
He.
Gu Jiao shrugged. "That's what you said yourself."
I didn't say it.
Feng Lin was speechless. He wondered how he hadn't realized before that this woman was so clever. Feng Lin spent the first New Year's Eve away from home at Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang's house. Because of Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan, whom he disliked, he thought it would be uncomfortable, but it turned out to be unexpectedly peaceful. Gu Jiao made dumplings according to the village customs and also made osmantha sugar rice cakes according to Xiao Lulang's hometown traditions. When the taste of home suddenly filled his mouth, tears welled up in his eyes. It wasn't tears of emotion, but because the food was so delicious. Wasn't this little troublemaker from the local area? Why did she make the sugar rice cakes so fragrant? Feng Lin ate until tears streamed down his face. At first, it was so delicious he cried, but later, it made him miss his hometown even more. He started to think about his sisters and his aging parents back home. He wondered how they had spent this past year apart. Gu Xiaoshan saw him crying so sadly and, for the first time, didn't scold him. Instead, he shared his own piece of candy rice cake with him. This was undoubtedly a lively New Year's Eve, both for Feng Lin and for Gu Jiao and the others. In her past life, Gu Jiao spent New Year's Eve alone at the organization. When she grew up, she was no longer just an experiment in the organization, but she also moved from the laboratory to another room, still alone. Gu Xiaoshan usually celebrated the New Year at the Gu family home. The family was large, but no one paid much attention to him. For example, tonight he ran away, and he was sure no one would notice. The old lady no longer remembered how she used to spend the New Year. Anyway, she was happy this year. She personally pasted couplets and taught Gu Xiaoshan, who was a bit slow, to cut paper for window decorations. His cuts were even worse than hers, which made her feel better. Besides, Jiao Jiao surprisingly let her eat 5 pieces of candied fruit. Usually she only got 2. Xiao Lulang was very calm. He was never someone who showed his emotions easily, but Gu Jiao could still sense a faint sense of melancholy around him. More than usual, they stayed up until midnight. There were only 3 rooms in the house, so they didn't want the old lady to be crowded. Gu Jiao tidied up Xiao Yulang's room and let Feng Lin stay there temporarily. Feng Lin and Xiao Lulang were very close, but he didn't know that the young couple hadn't slept together yet. He happily moved in. Including the night at the inn, this was the second time they shared a bed. Gu Jiao's bed was much wider than at the inn, and the blankets were thick. New Year's Eve lights were kept on, with a faint glow from the oil lamp on the table. They each lay in their own blankets. Xiao Lulang closed his eyes, but Gu Jiao knew he wasn't asleep. "Was this your good?" Gu Jiao asked softly. Before Xiao Lulang could answer, A slender little hand reached into his blanket and grabbed his cold, stiff hand. Gu Jiao, next year will be better. To prevent you from doing something bad, I will place a bowl of water here. If you dare to come at midnight and knock it over, you are a troublemaker. All right, if I come over, I am a troublemaker. How could he possibly go there? He had no thoughts about this woman at all. The next morning, he proudly looked at Gu Jiao, who looked confused, as if saying, "How about that? I'm not interested in you at all." But instead of feeling happy, Gu Jiao slapped him away and said, "You're even worse than a troublemaker." Xiao Luling was suddenly wide awake. He sat up, realizing this was not his room. The walls were crookedly decorated with lucky characters, and the window was covered with ugly paper cuttings. All of this was the work of the old lady and Gu Xiaoshan. Xiao Luling finally remembered where he was. He looked at the woman sleeping beside him. Gu Jiao was lying on her side, her chubby cheeks pressed against the pillow, looking adorable, with her little mouth pouted. She had been holding his hand all night. Xiao Luling thought about that strange troublemaker dream. His handsome eyebrows furrowed, and he coldly took Gu Jiao's hand away. In her sleep, Gu Jiao was unhappy and made a little sound, then reached out and grabbed his hand again. Xiao Luling tried to take her hand away once more, but it was no use. She kept holding on. He struggled many times, but eventually he got tired and fell back into a half-asleep state. Until dawn, the nightmare did not come back. Feng Lin stayed in Qingchuan village for 3 days. Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao shared the same bed for 3 nights. After the first night, when she held his hand, there were no more incidents. They mostly used their hands and feet. Xiao Luling often woke up to find their blankets tangled together. He would get angry and ask her, "Did you do it on purpose?"
Huh.
Gu Jiao would look at him blankly. This made Xiao Luling unsure who was not behaving properly during sleep. Maybe he was the one who pulled her into the bed. Today was the day Xiao Luling got his stitches removed. Gu Jiao could do it at home, but that might reveal something, and the old lady's herbal medicine was finished. It was time to get a new batch. Although the medicine was just for supplementary treatment, it definitely helped the healing process. After breakfast, Gu Jiao, Xiao Luling, and Feng Lin took Uncle Luo's ox cart to the Huichun Hall in town. Everyone has gone back for the new year. Only second master, manager Wang, and the old doctor, who has been pretending to be a famous doctor for Xiao Luling, are still in the spring hall. The 3 of them came specially from their homes to see how the stitches looked after removal. Not only they, but Gu Jiao herself was also quite eager. She was sure there were no mistakes in the surgical procedure, but how well she would recover depended on the final result. The stitches were removed by the old doctor, who still has some medical skill. After the stitches were taken out, everyone's eyes naturally focused on Xiao Luling. This surgery involved many things. Second master still hoped to cure the young marquis, even though he was scolded by his own father during the New Year visit to the capital. Manager Wang was somewhat hopeful that the surgery would succeed because he has a conscience. But he also hoped it would fail, because being a good person means he must first be alive. If he died, he would become a ghost. Treating the young marquis could really be deadly. Xiao Luling sat in a chair. After removing the stitches, his legs slowly moved to the ground. His crutch was beside him, but he didn't reach for it. He supported himself with the chair and stood up, first using his uninjured left foot. When he took his first step with his right foot, he suddenly felt his foot go soft, and he fell forward. Gu Jiao quickly caught him and embraced him. The young couple didn't attract much attention from others, but Xiao Yulong's ears turned red instantly. Gu Jiao didn't notice his unusual reaction. Her attention was all on his ankle. "Are you all right?" she asked, staring at his ankle. Xiao Luling shook his head.
I'm fine.
He had been injured for half a year and had been using a crutch all that time. His right leg rarely bore weight because every step felt like sharp pain. That fall just now didn't hurt anymore, even though he couldn't stand steadily. He took his crutch and tried to walk another step, confirming that it really didn't hurt. He usually had little expression, but this time he looked a bit stunned, as if he hadn't expected himself to recover to this extent. He thought he would be and in pain for the rest of his life. Brother Xiao, are you really healed or not? Feng Lin asked anxiously. I'm not in pain anymore, but I feel a bit weak, Xiao Luling replied. Feng Lin couldn't help but ask, so, is it really good now? Why do you feel weak? The senior doctor slowly said, Young Master Feng, don't worry too much. Young Master Xiao is no longer in pain, which shows the surgery was very successful. But since the injury was so old, there is still blood stasis, weak muscles and bones, a stiff ankle, and careful treatment and hard training are needed. Can he recover to how he was before? Feng Lin asked worriedly. The senior doctor subtly glanced at Gu Jiao and smiled, as long as young Master Xiao is willing to endure some hardship. The success of the surgery greatly encouraged the second master, who decided to talk to Gu Jiao about the treatment. Of course, because it was a serious matter, some information unrelated to the illness, like the risk of being executed if treatment failed, could be kept secret for now. However, before he could even mention who the patient was, Gu Jiao immediately refused.
Why?
The second master asked in surprise. Gu Jiao replied without hesitation, It's too far away. I won't go out to see patients. Tell him that if he wants treatment, he should come to Huichun Hall himself. The second master was stunned. They could invite imperial doctors to their residence, so how could they lower themselves to visit a small town clinic? He awkwardly smiled and said it's not far, just at Wenquan Villa near Qingchuan town. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. It's outside the town, isn't it still far? The second master was speechless. He often thought Gu Jiao was very capable, not at all like a village woman. But at this moment, she considered 20 miles away at Wenquan Villa to be far, showing what it meant to be a village woman who had never traveled far. Feeling a bit wronged, the second master looked at Gu Jiao and said, We agreed that you would see patients once a month. Gu Jiao spread her hands. Yes, once a month for consultations, but not for traveling. The second master was speechless. Gu girl, if you refuse, then so be it. At least you saved our Huichun Hall's life, Manager Wang said, secretly relieved when he heard Gu Jiao refused. The second master looked helpless. What do you know? I've already sent the invitation. Manager Wang was so shocked he nearly jumped.
Master,
what did you say? The second master cleared his throat. I was thinking she could definitely cure young Master Xiao, so I sent the invitation early. Everyone in Ding'an County knew that the young master of the Ding'an Marquis House was ill. Even though the consequences of treatment failure were serious, many doctors still queued up to see the young master because of the high rewards. If she only submitted the post now, by the time it was processed, the young master might no longer be alive. Manager Wang really didn't know what to say about Second Master Yi. Gu Jiao knew nothing about the conversation between Second Master Yi and Manager Wang. She went to the main hall to get medicine. To avoid others noticing she was getting medicine for leprosy, she added several other herbs, which conveniently could be used at home to make some wound ointment. Feng Lin returned to the academy, and Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling rode back to the village in Uncle Luo's ox cart. Although Xiao Luling was no longer in pain, his right leg still lacked strength, so he couldn't part with his crutches for now. He leaned on his crutches as he and Gu Jiao walked back, and from afar, they saw a carriage stopped at their house. The emblem on the carriage looked familiar. The carriage had just arrived. The coachman lifted the curtain and helped a distinguished middle-aged man down. Excuse me, is this Xiao Yulong's home? The middle-aged man politely asked outside the door. I am, Xiao Luling replied calmly. The middle-aged man turned around and, seeing Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao, showed a gentle smile. I am the steward of Tianxiang Academy. My surname is Liu. The dean and my master asked me to deliver some things. If the Gu family members were here, they would surely recognize him as the man who once delivered the admission documents for Gu Shaoshan. He took a letter from his bag and handed it to Xiao Luling. This is from the dean. Then he took out a brocade box for Gu Jiao. And this is from my master for Gu Zhaigongzi. Hearing that Gu Shaoshan also received something, they guessed who the master he mentioned was. Xiao Luling took the letter, and Gu Jiao received the brocade box. Gu Jiao said, Steward Liu, come inside and sit. Steward Liu smiled. No, I have other matters. I'll go first. At that moment, Andy called Xiao Luling from inside, so Xiao Luling leaned on his crutches and went into the house. Steward Lu took out a small silk pouch from his pocket and handed it to Gu Jiao. This is for my master for you. Why is it for me?
Gu Jiao asked.
Steward Lu simply smiled without answering and turned to get on the carriage. Gu Jiao went inside to see what the elder had sent. The gift for Gu Xiaoshan was a delicate wolf hairbrush, while what she received was a warm, smooth piece of mutton fat jade. Her body was naturally cold, so wearing the warm jade felt like having a mini warm pack attached to her. Even if Gu Jiao didn't know much about jewelry, she could tell this was a treasure. Its value was definitely not less than Gu Xiaoshuan's wolf hairbrush. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hand and muttered, I thought I had kept it a secret. So, Grandpa knew it was her all along. Gu Jiao was very happy with her New Year gift. She hurried to see what the director had given to Xiao Luling. She saw Xiao Luling sitting on a chair with a dark face, looking like he wanted to tear something apart. What's wrong? Gu Jiao asked, sticking out her little head. Xiao Luling wanted to destroy the evidence he shouldn't have, but Gu Jiao had already come over and successfully picked up the document in his hand. What is this? It even has the official seal of the government. Gu Jiao pointed to a character she had just learned and read aloud. Test. Is there an exam? Yes, the county exam. The director, he secretly signed him up for this month's county exam. He really didn't want to take the county exam. Did you sign up?
Gu Jiao asked.
The director did, Xiao Luling said through gritted teeth. Gu Jiao was surprised. Did everyone in the class sign up? Probably not, Xiao Luling replied. That's right, Gu Xiaoshan didn't sign up either. Xiao Luling was known as the worst in the class. Since he started school until the winter break, he had never ranked higher than the bottom 3 in any exam. With such poor grades, the director still didn't give up and even signed him up for the county exam. What a great teacher. Gu Jiao's image of the director instantly became grander. Hubby, I think we should visit the director and give him a gift. His grades are so bad. Shouldn't he build a good relationship with the director? No, Xiao Luling refused. Seeing Gu Jiao's surprised face, he awkwardly looked away. It's too far. Gu Jiao asked, where is it? Xiao Luling held back his conscience, which wanted to rebel. Near the hot spring mountain villa, outside the town. Gu Jiao suddenly forgot about the clinic. Not far at all. You stay home and rest. I and Xiao Shun will go tomorrow. 45 outpatient Xiao Luling really didn't want Gu Jiao to visit that old fox director, but this idea was unanimously approved by his family, his aunt. The old lady said, yes, you should visit him. Xiao Luling sighed and went back to his room, clutching his blanket. Gu Jiao looked at him in surprise. Are you sleeping here with me tonight? Xiao Luling suddenly felt very awkward. I went to the wrong room. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and casually crossed her arms. You haven't gone wrong in the Western house after living there for half a year, but after just 3 days here, you make a mistake. Xiao Luling was so embarrassed his ears turned red. He huffed and said, I already said I was wrong.
Gu Jiao calmly replied, oh.
Xiao Luling was speechless. Gu Jiao kept her word, and that evening counted the bribe money she planned to give the teacher. The next day, Gu Xiaoshan came to eat breakfast. When he heard his sister was taking him to visit the director near the hot spring mountain villa, he cheered loudly. I've never gone so far from home. I've never been out with my sister before.
But the truth is,
if Gu Jiao didn't take him, Xiao Luling wouldn't allow a young girl to go so far alone. It wasn't possible to go there by ox cart. They were too slow, and by the time they reached, it might be dark, and the town's carriages were all closed. They couldn't hire a carriage or a horse-drawn cart. After thinking carefully, Gu Jiao decided to take her brother to Huichun Hall. When they arrived unexpectedly, the second master looked a bit confused. Miss Gu, what can I do for you? Gu Jiao remained calm. I've thought it over. The hot spring mountain villa isn't far. It takes about an hour by horse carriage. Let's leave quickly. Do you have a carriage? Yesterday, he was so confident he wouldn't go out, but overnight, he changed his mind. The second master looked at her with suspicion, holding a bundle in her arms, and at Gu Xiaoshan, who is also holding a big bundle outside the door. Why are you bringing so many things and someone else? Are they all for treating illnesses? Gu Jiao smiled and shook her head. These are the New Year gifts for the director. I forgot to mention, my husband's father is the director, and he lives near the hot spring mountain villa. After seeing the patients, I can visit him easily. The second master almost spat out his tea. You're going to visit the director? That's the main reason, right? Treating patients is just a side trip? How can you make it sound so poetic and innocent? Aren't you feeling guilty? In the end, the second master agreed. Gu Jiao, the second master, Gu Xiaoshan, and the senior doctor all got into the carriage. The carriage was moving quickly and reached the residence near the hot spring mountain villa in less than an hour. The tall sign read Li Residence. This must be the director's private residence. It is said that the director used to be an official in the capital. When his mother became seriously ill, he resigned and left the capital. He bought this house here to let his mother enjoy her later years. Gu Jiao took Gu Xiaoshan down from the carriage and knocked on the tightly closed courtyard gate. Soon, a household servant opened the door. Seeing two poorly dressed country folk, he showed no contempt but politely asked, "May I ask who you are?" Gu Jiao replied, "My husband and my younger brother are students at Tianxiang Academy. We came to visit the headmaster." The servant was surprised. "What's the matter?" A hoarse voice came from inside the house. The servant quickly responded, "To Madam, they are the master students." The old lady's voice, a bit confused, said, "Then hurry and invite them in. It's cold outside. Let them come inside and have some hot tea." Although Gu Jiao had never met the headmaster, the attitude of his family and servants made her feel very comfortable. The servant opened the courtyard gate and said, "Please come in, too. The master has gone fishing. He might be back soon if he's quick, or it could be dark before he returns. The lady you saw earlier is our old madam, the master's mother." The servant led them to meet Madam Li, but when they arrived at her bedside, she was already sleeping soundly. Madam Li was very old, almost like a tiny baby, waking and sleeping unpredictably every day. "Please sit in the tea room for a while. I'll prepare some tea for you," said the servant. He took Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan to the tea room, served tea, and even lit charcoal, showing very thoughtful hospitality, without any disdain for their humble status. Gu Jiao sat for a while, guessing that the headmaster wouldn't return so soon, and Madam Li wouldn't wake up quickly either. She told the servant she would go find the headmaster herself. The fishing spot wasn't far, and the servant pointed out the way. "I want to go too," Gu Xiaoshan said. Gu Jiao comforted him. "If Madam Li wakes up and finds us both gone, she might think we're neglecting her." "Oh." Gu Xiaoshan obediently stayed behind. Gu Jiao left the house and got into the second master's carriage. "I thought it would take a long time," said the second master. "Because the headmaster isn't here," Gu Jiao asked. "Where is that patient you mentioned?" "Over there," the second master pointed with a wave of his hand. At the end of a small path, leading straight to the green mountains at the foot of the mountain, the scenery was beautiful. The courtyard was well organized, and it was the famous hot spring villa of the Dingen Marquis. The other person's identity was not explained in detail, only that he was the youngest son of a certain marquis in the capital, born prematurely with a weak constitution inherited from his mother. Despite many years of seeing famous doctors, he has never looked truly healthy. "That young master is about your age. Rumor has it he won't live past 15, said the second master with regret. "Does that mean he only has a year left?" "Gu Jiao is 14 this year." "Yes, that's right. But he might not make it to June," replied the second master. "Is he really that seriously ill?" The second master sighed and nodded. "Yes, it's sad. The marquis's wife only has this one son. Although the young master has a twin sister, a girl, it can't replace the pain of losing a son." The second master didn't tell Gu Jiao the other details unrelated to his illness. While they talked, the carriage arrived at the entrance of Wenquan Mountain Villa. There stands a large, ornate archway with golden characters that read Wenquan Mountain Villa, and on the right side of the characters, in cursive script, are the small words Dingen Marquis Residence. They all got out of the carriage. Gu Jiao stood under the grand archway, feeling small like a rabbit. The grandeur of the marquis's residence was fully displayed, and this was only one of its many villas. The second master had passed by this villa many times, but this was his first real visit. Honestly, he was also a bit intimidated by the large archway in front of him. What he didn't know was that Gu Jiao wasn't staring at the archway because she was impressed. She was just wondering whether the gold on the archway was real. 2 guards were stationed under the archway. Unlike the guards of wealthy families in town, they were tall and strong, with sharp eyes, holding long spears, looking brave and disciplined. Because they had made an appointment days in advance, the second master's name was on the list, and they allowed him to enter. He pointed to the senior doctor and Gu Jiao and said, "This is the doctor from Huichun Hall and his apprentice." Women rarely served as apprentices in medicine, but it was not impossible. The guard didn't say much, but looked suspiciously at Gu Jiao's small basket. "What's inside?" one guard asked. Gu Jiao simply showed him the basket. The guard looked inside and saw it was filled with mountain goods and a small, battered box. He returned the basket to Gu Jiao. "Follow this path straight ahead, and after passing the first pavilion, someone will meet you," the guard directed. Second master bowed politely and thanked them, then walked with Gu Jiao and the old doctor toward the pavilion. After a few steps, another carriage arrived outside the archway. Second master thought it was someone from the estate and didn't pay much attention. Suddenly, a strong voice called out, "Is that the young master ahead?" Second master paused, surprised, and turned around. He saw a chubby man about the same age as manager Wang walking quickly toward him. Behind the man, there was a middle-aged doctor and a young apprentice carrying a medical box. Second master's face darkened. The man, however, seemed not to notice his displeasure and approached smiling, bowing politely. "Young master, what a coincidence. Did you know I would bring people here to treat the young master? Are these 2 with you?" "Doctors from Huichun Tang," second master replied calmly. He didn't specify further, but the man naturally assumed that only the senior doctor was the real doctor, and the girl with the birthmark was just a young apprentice. "Who is he?" Gu Jiao asked second master. Second master looked coldly at the man and said, "He's the manager of the Hu family, the shopkeeper of Jingqing's Huichun Tang." "My surname is He," the manager said with a smile to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao glanced at him sideways. "Is that the lotus flower? The white one?" He's speechless, feeling like she's insulting him. "We're leaving," second master said lazily, not wanting to bother with him. But manager stopped him again, with a hint of mockery in his tone. "So, young master, you're also here to treat the young master? I wonder if the master and the eldest brother know about this?" Of course. They didn't know. If he told his family, his father would definitely object first. Second master clenched his fists, his face turning very grim. At this moment, Gu Jiao asked, "Who is the master? And who is the eldest brother?" Second master took a deep breath. "The master is my father, and the eldest brother is my younger brother." Gu Jiao looked confused. "Why is your younger brother the eldest? And you're only the second master? Are you illegitimate?" "Not at all. He is the legitimate son, the true eldest son of the Hu family. Unfortunately, his mother died early, and his father quickly remarried. Soon after, his stepmother gave birth to his younger brother. His younger brother is smarter and more favored by their father than he is." The old man gradually forgot that he had a legitimate eldest son. He dismissed him to a remote town called Huichun Hall, citing his incompetence. The Hu family's business was almost entirely handed over to his younger brother. His title as the second master was mostly just for show. Manager, he was only a shopkeeper, but relying on his close ties to the eldest son, he didn't take the true head of the Hu family seriously. Young master of the Dingen Marquis' estate isn't like the common folk in town. If he causes trouble, just deal with it. Don't overestimate yourself and bring harm to the Hu family, he warned. Guo Jiao looked at him, annoyed, and said, "If you like crowing so much, are you a rooster?" Manager, he choked on his words. Guo Jiao and her companions left. They passed through a pavilion and indeed met some servants from a mountain estate. The servants were dressed more neatly than the ladies of the big families in town. They looked refined and behaved politely, following proper manners strictly. No mistakes to be found. Guo Jiao and her friends were led away by a young servant. Only then did manager He and his two companions arrive. Again at Huichun Hall? How many people have they sent here? Asked a quick-witted maidservant who was greeting manager He. Despite the backing of the Hu family and Huichun Hall, manager He didn't dare to compete with any of the young maids from the Marquis' estate. He politely smiled and said, "Miss, look at this token. I am from Huichun Hall in the capital. The others are from Qingchuan Town's Huichun Hall and have nothing to do with ours in the capital or the Hu family. If anything goes wrong later, please don't blame Huichun Hall in the capital." The maid asked, "Aren't they all Huichun Hall?" "No, they're different," manager He replied with a smile. The maid thought for a moment and asked, "Are you just using the same name for the clinic?"
Ah.
"You could say that." Manager He struggled to find a better explanation. The maid nodded and said, "Understood. Our Marquis' estate won't involve unrelated people." Manager He sighed in relief. His master was too incompetent to hire a good doctor, or he wouldn't have had to borrow Dr. Zhang from the capital's Huichun Hall to treat patients. This time, trouble was likely brewing. Luckily, he was quick-witted and managed to distance himself from his master in time. Manager He and his men hurried away, and by the time Wu Jiao and her friends arrived, they had already left. The maid accompanying master He pushed open the curtain and entered the main room. She whispered to the housekeeper, "The three are from the Spring Revival Hall in the capital, and these three are from the town." This implied that Gu Jiao's three friends were just riding on their reputation. The housekeeper had seen many such things before, but since they had come, it was only reasonable to see the patients before turning them away. She said, "Let those three come first." "All right," the maid replied. The maid called in master He's three friends. The young master had been sick for many years. They had hired many doctors, but each doctor was sworn to secrecy afterward, so people didn't know what illness the young master had or how serious it was. This time, master He brought a famous doctor from the south, known as a healer comparable to Hua Tuo, especially skilled in difficult cases. Both he and the young master's family were confident. But after just one look, the doctor was stunned. "What's wrong, Dr. Liao?" Master He asked. Dr. Liao didn't answer, but turned to the maid inside and asked, "How long has the young master been unconscious?" 10 days, the maid said. Dr. Liao's face turned pale. He forced himself to check the young master's pulse, then staggered to his feet. "I'm sorry, I am not skilled enough to treat the young master.
Please seek help elsewhere," he said.
What he really wanted to say was that the young master had a heart condition that couldn't be cured. He had been unconscious for 10 days. No divine healer could save him now. It was time to prepare for the worst. 47. Rescue. After saying this, Dr. Liao hurriedly left, afraid he wouldn't be able to escape if he stayed longer. If the young master died, it would be his fault.
Ah.
Dr. Liao, Dr. Liao. Housekeeper, he was surprised that the famous doctor hired with great expense was running away without even trying to treat the young master. But he understood why Dr. Liao ran. The young master's condition was too dire. Even an outsider could see he was beyond help. No wonder Lady Ho had never left her mountain home, kneeling on her knees every day, praying to the Bodhisattva for her son's safety. It was truly beyond human effort to save him now. Housekeeper, he rushed outside. The young herbal apprentice also quickly slipped away with his master, but housekeeper, he didn't even manage to catch a glimpse of his sleeve. Seeing the three hurriedly leave, the second master had a bad feeling. When Gu Jiao stood up to go inside, he suddenly stopped her. "I just remembered there's something at Spring Revival Hall," he said. Gu Jiao replied, "Oh, then you go handle it. Second master, come back with me." He wanted Gu Jiao to treat the young master, which depended on her ability to cure him. However, seeing how the three of them looked made him hesitate. Behind him was his younger brother, whose skills he knew well. The healer they called was definitely a local divine doctor. The doctor left immediately after arriving, which meant the young master probably couldn't be saved. There are many medical skills, but when it comes to judging death, only one method is needed. He couldn't trick Gu Jiao. If Gu Jiao went in now, the young master might die right in front of her, and she would never be able to leave safely. Gu Jiao clearly understood his meaning. In her past life, she was a doctor, but that was just a cover for her identity. She wasn't a good person at heart and wouldn't risk her life over this. All right, let's go, Gu Jiao nodded. As she turned to leave, her chest suddenly clenched tightly. Young master! A maid's scream came from inside the room. The young master was convulsing on the bed. Gu Jiao suddenly felt uncomfortable. She was sure she wasn't sick, so this strange feeling of panic was confusing. Am I really so kind-hearted that I feel guilty for not helping the patient? He was in pain, and she felt it too. It was strange. In the end, Gu Jiao still went inside. The palace had an imperial doctor who was in the pharmacy preparing medicine for the young master, not in his room. The servants hurried to fetch him. In the chaos, no one paid attention to whether Gu Jiao entered the room. When Gu Jiao reached the bed, the young master had no heartbeat. Her expression grew serious. Without hesitation, she climbed onto the bed, knelt beside him, pressed her hands on his chest, and began performing emergency CPR. Gu. Second master was stunned when he saw what was happening. What was this girl doing to the young master? Gu Jiao was too focused to worry about whether her medical box was exposed. She said seriously, "Guard the door. Don't let anyone in, okay?" Second master was still stunned, but quickly closed the door. The old doctor stayed inside, trying to see if he could help. Gu Jiao pressed for a while, but there was no response. She shouted, "Bring out my medical box. Light the oil lamp and candles. Light everything." The old doctor hurriedly took out a small, broken box from his basket, but found he couldn't open it. Gu Jiao opened the medicine box herself and went to light the oil lamp and candles. She injected a dose of adrenaline into the young lord's vein. The senior doctor was stunned. What was this girl doing? Using strange things to inject into the young lord's veins? After the first adrenaline injection, the effect was not very good. At this moment, the steward of the Ho family and the maidservants arrived with the imperial doctor. The second young master remembered Gu Jiao's instructions and stepped forward quickly, blocking their way.
Who are you?
The steward asked impatiently. Earlier, a young servant had brought Gu Jiao and the others here, but he had already left. Only a maidservant recognized him, Yu Yaoer, who was sent by He Zhonggui. Yu Yaoer pointed and said, "I recognize him. He's the one pretending to be from the Rejuvenation Hall in the capital." The second young master said seriously, "Pretending? We are from Rejuvenation Hall. Just not the one in the capital." Yu Yaoer complained, "Look." He admitted it. The second young master was confused. "No. Girl, what do I mean?" The steward, although not misunderstanding the second young master's words, looked down on clinics outside the capital. They only allowed them in because Lady Ho is desperate, treating a dying horse as a living one. "Why are you blocking the way here?" she asked coldly. The second young master tried to boost his courage and said, "Our doctors from Rejuvenation Hall are inside saving your young master. If you don't want anything to happen to him, you'd better not disturb them." "Steward, they are lying," a young maid said. She saw inside that the young lord had already lost his breath. "Are you sure you can save the young lord?" the steward asked sharply, as if a knife was hanging over the second young master. The second young master suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. What a cunning steward! She was shifting the blame onto them. If something happened to the young lord, it wouldn't be because they failed to take care of him, but because Rejuvenation Hall couldn't treat him properly. In fact, they had been very careful. But if the young lord died, someone had to take the blame and endure the anger of Lord Ho and Lady Ho. Who would be willing to be that person? The second young master's legs were trembling. "Gu girl, can you really do it?" "No, I can't." They had already used 3 doses of adrenaline. The senior doctor gradually realized something was wrong. Although he didn't know where these strange injections came from, he understood they were definitely meant to prolong life. "Miss Gu, give up. I will try one more time." Gu Jiao carefully timed her actions and injected the 4th dose into the young master's body. If this doesn't work, she truly will have no hope left. Everyone outside the door couldn't wait any longer. Each second felt like torment. Eldest Second's sweat dripped onto the ground. The housekeeper, Madam, sharply ordered, "Break down the door for me." Two strong maids stepped forward, pushing the second young master aside and preparing to kick the door down. Suddenly, the maid named Yueying spoke up, "Madam, listen." The housekeeper signaled for silence, and everyone immediately quieted down. "It's so noisy." It was the young master's voice. Very small, very weak. They hadn't heard the young master's voice for 10 days. They truly thought he was gone, but just now. Did you all hear that? The housekeeper, Madam, felt unusually nervous for the first time. Everyone nodded together. Although very faint, they definitely heard it. Soon the door opened from inside. The room was silent. The candles that had been lit earlier had all been extinguished, and the light was dim. The old doctor collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, as if he had died once. Honestly, he wasn't the one rescuing the young master. He only helped carry a box and lit a few oil lamps and candles. But he was the only one who saw Gu Jiao pull the person back from the underworld. The process was so thrilling he had never experienced anything like it before, and he never would again. The housekeeper, Madam, called the maids to help him up. She then took small steps to the bed and saw a young girl dressed like a villager sitting on the edge of the bed. This was the young master's bed. Where did this wild girl come from, daring to dirty the young master's bed? The housekeeper opened her mouth to scold, but unexpectedly, she realized it wasn't the girl lingering on the bed, but the young master. Holding her hand, the housekeeper, Madam, was a maidservant of the Madam of the Marquis's residence. She had watched the young master grow up. She knew exactly what kind of person he was, what kind of character he had. He was proud, aloof, distant, and unapproachable. He had never even taken his mother's or sister's hand. The housekeeper suspected she had been mistaken and went closer to check again. She was sure the young girl wasn't being clever. It was the young master who had grabbed her tightly, even turning her hand red from squeezing. Fortunately, the girl didn't mind the pain and pulled away. The young master had fallen asleep again, but his breathing and complexion were very different from when he was unconscious, so the housekeeper could tell he was improving. How is this possible? Just now, he was clearly. The young girl, who came in, widened her eyes. "Be quiet," the housekeeper scolded her. During the new year, if she dared say the young master had no breath left, she would tear her apart. "This is my medicine boy," the old doctor explained. It turned out to be the apprentice from the spring revival hall. The housekeeper's expression became a bit more polite. She softly asked, "Did our young master wake up just now?" "Yes," Gu Jiao nodded and looked at her. He woke up for a while, took some medicine, then went back to sleep. Because Gu Jiao turned her face, the housekeeper saw her left cheek and noticed a large birthmark. From the side, she looked like a little beauty, but it was a pity. She had thought that if the young master truly liked this girl, keeping her in the room as a personal servant wouldn't be a problem. The young master's eyebrows were now relaxed, looking quite comfortable while sleeping. The housekeeper no longer remembered how long it had been since the young master had a good sleep. He often started to gasp or sweat and experienced chest pains and palpitations during sleep. The housekeeper dared not disturb him and silently stood aside. Gu Jiao, busy with the rescue earlier, hadn't looked at his face carefully. Now, she examined him closely and found he was incredibly handsome. What a stunning little sickly beauty. So beautiful, it was almost unfair. All right, since he was so handsome, I'll allow him to hold your little hand. The floor beneath the house was heated by a fire dragon, providing even warmth without dryness. Very comfortable. Gu Jiao felt sleepy, and her head began to bob like a little chick pecking rice. After nodding a few times, she suddenly collapsed onto the pillow next to the young master. The old doctor and housekeeper were startled. They saw Gu Jiao sleeping beside the young master's pillow, which scared them both. The old doctor couldn't even make a sound. The housekeeper's mouth twitched in frustration. She pulled her hand back. "I was just giving you a face. Why are you sleeping beside the young master's pillow?" Acting so presumptuous. The housekeeper none no longer cared if she would wake the young master. She quickly walked over, about to pull him up roughly, but just as she reached out, the sleeping young master seemed to sense something and suddenly woke up. He was slender and thin, with skin so delicate that faint blue veins could be seen underneath. He looked at the housekeeper with a cold gaze. The housekeeper shivered at that look and stumbled back several steps. The young master of the Marquis' estate was known for being difficult. Not only was he temperamental, but he also kept others at a distance. Because he was seriously ill, no one dared to upset him, and he acted in a completely unreasonable way. None of the maids in his room lasted more than a month, either dismissed or scared away. The housekeeper was a close confidant of the Marquis' wife, or she would have been dismissed many times too. She didn't dare argue with him. She smiled softly and said quietly, "Young." The young master snapped, "Get out of here." The housekeeper quickly responded, "Yes," and hurried out. The old doctor looked confused and uncertain. Should I go out too?" No one paid attention to him. It was so pitiful. The young master looked at the person sleeping soundly beside him. Her face was turned toward him, with half of her face pressed into a little chubby cheek, her lips pouting slightly. Quite adorable. The part of her face visible was her left cheek, which had a birthmark. Gu Xiao was annoyed by anything imperfect and refused anyone to get close. But this time was an exception. He didn't think she was ugly at all. Watching her sleep peacefully, hearing her breath so close, a sudden feeling of wanting to be near her arose in his heart. Most people might hesitate, but Gu Xiao was not an ordinary person. Since birth, he had lived a life waiting for death. How could someone like him care about worldly rules? He found being near her very comfortable, so he truly did it. Gu Xiao leaned closer to her, holding her hand without letting go. Then, weakly, he raised his other hand to adjust his blanket for her. After that, he lay beside her, sleeping peacefully and securely. When Gu Xiao woke up, Gu Jiao was no longer there. He was very angry and tore apart several ancient paintings that his biological father had treasured. After leaving the mountain villa, the second master asked about the young master of the Marquis' estate. Gu Jiao did not answer but asked first, "What did the imperial doctor say?" The second young master was not idle outside. He asked the imperial doctor for some information. The doctor was generous and told him everything he knew. It is said to be due to insufficient heart energy and blood stasis, which is a heart problem. "Dr. Li, what do you think?"
Gu Jiao asked.
The senior doctor also checked the young prince's pulse while he was sleeping. He looked thoughtful and said, "It should be definitely a heart problem." Gu Jiao was silent. Actually, her diagnosis was similar to theirs. In her previous life, she would say he had a congenital heart disease. This disease was very hard to treat in ancient times. Medicine alone was not enough. Surgery was necessary. The surgery was much more complicated than Xiao Yulong's, and she currently did not have the conditions to perform it. "Miss Gu, can it be cured?" the second young master asked. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "I have given him medicine. Let's try conservative treatment first." Meanwhile, manager he did not leave immediately after escaping from the mountain villa. Instead, he waited nearby to see what was happening at the villa. It seemed the young prince was not doing well, and he wondered if the foolish young master might run into trouble again. If the young prince really died at their hands, whose family might lose their protector forever. Manager he was secretly pleased, but then saw Gu Jiao and her companions come out safely from the villa. He was stunned. What was going on? Was the young prince not dead? Or did they escape without treatment, just like him? But judging by their calm and composed manner, that didn't seem right. While manager he was lost in thought, Gu Jiao and her companions got into a carriage heading to Director Li's residence. A maid named Yuer chased after them. "Hey, from Spring Rejuvenation Hall. Wait for us." But the carriage had already gone far, and her calls could not be heard. Yuer leaned on the pillar of the archway, gasping for breath. Manager he came out from behind a big tree, looking surprised, and asked, "Miss, did something happen to the three of them?" Yuer replied, "What could happen? It's about my young master." Manager he's eyes lit up. Could it be that the young prince was really cured by them? Yu took a breath and continued. My young master woke up and was very angry. Every word manager he understood, but together, he was confused. It's the young prince's illness. Spring Rejuvenation Hall really has a divine doctor. My young master woke up and even has the energy to be angry now. Yuyua was very happy. Her young master tore 4 antique paintings from the Marquis's collection in one go. He hadn't been this impressive in a whole year. Manager, he said, he couldn't quite keep up with her thoughts. Yuyua sighed with guilt. It's all our fault for being too happy and forgetting to pay their consultation fee. Wait, do you mean?
They.
Manager, he couldn't even finish a sentence. It seemed impossible, but Yuyua nodded eagerly. Yes, they are the ones who cured my young master. It was like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Manager, he couldn't believe that a doctor from a small town could be so skilled. Still, he didn't mind taking the credit for himself. That's right, our Huichun Hall is truly miraculous. What are you doing? Yuyua rolled her eyes at him. Manager, he awkwardly smiled. That person is our second master from Huichun Hall, Lord Hu from the town. Yuyua sneered. Isn't it just the same name? They're from Huichun Hall in the town, and you're from Huichun Hall in Beijing. The two are not related, and they have nothing to do with Lord Hu. Have you forgotten what you just said? Ha! The second master barely escaped with his life. He no longer remembered about the consultation fee. Gu Jiao did, but she thought he had already paid. When the carriage arrived at Director Li's house, he had just finished fishing. He took off his hospital robes, changed into a fisherman's outfit, and wore a straw hat and raincoat, looking just like a fisherman. Of course, if you looked closely, you could still sense his extraordinary presence and elegant speech. Gu Jiao and the second master got out of the carriage. Who are you? The director had never seen Gu Jiao before, and he definitely hadn't seen the second master either. Gu Jiao politely said, Master Xiao Lu is my husband. Today, I came with my brother to visit you. My brother is inside. The director's attitude immediately changed. He usually disliked visitors, especially students, but if the visitor was Xiao Lu's family, his future apprentice, that was a different matter. The second master thought, why does this director suddenly seem to be looking at his daughter-in-law? The director softly asked, what should I call you? Gu Jiao replied, my surname is Gu. The villagers call me Jiao Nyang. Actually, the villagers called her Little Fool. Gu Jiao introduced the second family to the dean. Today they also came nearby and kindly gave me a ride. The dean politely did not ask what they were doing nearby. Instead, he sincerely thanked the second family for helping his student and his family and invited them to come inside and sit. Is this dean the head of Tianxiang Academy? When they entered the yard, the second family quietly asked Gu Jiao.
Yes.
Her husband is a student at Tianxiang Academy, so the dean is the head of Tianxiang. Didn't you realize that just now? The second family had been busy all morning treating the young master's illness, and even forgot who they were or their own names. How could they have realized this? Once they did, they felt the situation was not simple. The dean might not be very famous in the small town, but in the capital, everyone longs to meet him. He studied under the old sacrificial wine and is considered one of the top 4 talented men in the capital. The second family is a few years younger than the dean and grew up in his shadow. Every parent hopes their son will become as talented as the dean, but most end up only mediocre. The dean is like a nightmare for their generation. Because of this extraordinary person, many parents think their sons are not talented enough. In terms of background, the Hu family has a 100-year-old medical tradition, but the dean comes from humble origins. Yet, in influence, all the Hu family members combined are no match for Dean Li. He once served as a grand scholar in the cabinet, and it is said he moved here to care for his mother. The dean arrived in Qingchuan town before the second family. They once considered visiting him, but remembered childhood shadows and quickly gave up. Of course, they also knew the dean would not see them. I heard. He doesn't accept bribes, the second family told Gu Jiao. The dean was honest and upright as an official, which made him unpopular with some, and he disapproved of private exchanges when running the academy. Gu Jiao took some mountain produce from the basket. "Dean, this is from Lu Lang, a token of respect for you." The dean hurriedly accepted it, as if afraid someone might change their mind. Lu Lang is very thoughtful. The second family looked confused. "Wait, you didn't even thank him?" If people don't know better, they might think the dean is short of mountain produce. The dean, he says he doesn't want anything, but his actions tell the truth. Even his apprentice's gift was sent by his wife. Encouraged by Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshan also presented his New Year gift, a carved wooden sculpture. He loved carving things since he was young. Otherwise, he wouldn't have carved his name on Gu Jiao's umbrella handle. This wood carving was originally meant to be a gift for Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao said she would first give it to the director, and she could carve another one for herself later. Gu Xiaoshan thought his sister's idea made sense, so he happily handed over the wood carving. He carved a figure of Gu Jiao that looked very lifelike and beautiful, with no birthmark on her face, like a fairy.
But
Is it really okay to give your sister's sculpture to the director? Second master's mouth twitched repeatedly. Gu Jiao's lips also twitched. She didn't expect Gu Xiaoshan to carve this. The director also looked a bit confused. Putting the student's wife's sculpture in the house, was that really appropriate? At this moment, Grandma Li woke up. Her eyes brightened when she saw the wood sculpture, a bodhisattva. Grandma Li took Gu Jiao's sculpture and respectfully placed it on her desk in her room, lighting 2 incense sticks. Gu Jiao, the director. Everyone. 50 mother and son the group had lunch at the director's house before leaving. By the time they reached the town, it was already late. Second master's family arranged for a carriage to take Gu Jiao and her brother back to the village. Grandma Li was very pleased with the bodhisattva carved by Gu Xiaoshan. Before leaving, she specifically asked the director to give Gu Xiaoshan her treasured Buddhist beads. The beads were made of jade and blessed in front of a Buddha statue. Their value and significance were far beyond ordinary jade. However, Gu Xiaoshan didn't want to keep them. He gave the beads to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao wouldn't be greedy for his gift, but if he took them back to Gu's family, they might be stolen by others. So she accepted them for now, planning to return them when he got married and started his own family. "Jia, I'm going in," Gu Xiaoshan said. Gu Xiaoshan entered the old Gu residence, while Gu Jiao carried her basket and continued walking. Soon, she entered the house. Xiao Lulang and the old lady were sitting in the main hall having dinner. The old lady looked upset, but when she saw Gu Jiao return, she suddenly showed a very kind expression. Jiao Jiao is back. Used to the old lady always having a stern face and ignoring her, Gu Jiao found her sudden warmth a bit strange. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao looked at the food on the table. It was almost cold, but neither of them had touched much. The old lady pouted and said sadly, "Liulong's cooking is terrible." He looked handsome, but his cooking skills were even worse than Gu Xiaoshuan's.
Ah.
Gu Jiao was unsure how to answer. She looked at the elderly lady and then at Xiao Lulang. She hadn't tasted Xiao Liulong's cooking before, so she couldn't tell if it was good or bad. But the elderly lady's dislike was understandable. Why did Xiao Lulang himself seem to dislike it? Hadn't he always cooked for himself before? Gu Jiao sighed and readied the dishes, also making a few egg pancakes. The elderly lady's eyes lit up with excitement. Xiao Lulang was quite serious, but Gu Jiao thought perhaps she was used to looking at the elderly lady, so when she looked at Xiao Lulang again, she felt there was a faint green light in his eyes too. The elderly lady asked about visiting the director. "Did you see the director?" "Yes, I saw him. He has an elderly mother and a young servant. Their life is simpler than I expected." Given the director's status at Tianxiang Academy, Gu Jiao thought his home would be very luxurious, maybe with many servants, but it was not. His house was large but simple, elegant, quiet, and unpretentious. The elderly lady asked, "Just the 2 of them?" Gu Jiao replied, "There are 3 people, plus a servant." Gu Jiao, with her past life's perspective, believed that servants were also people. "Does he have a wife and children?" the elderly lady asked. His wife passed away. Xiao Luling suddenly spoke. He paused and added, she died when he was young, and he hasn't remarried since. That's quite sad. The elderly lady said no more. After the meal, Gu Jiao took out the gifts from the director. A large box of osmanthus-flavored layered pastry and 2 fish personally caught by the director. The elderly lady loved the layered pastry, but Xiao Luling disliked the 2 fish very much, giving a look of disgust. Gu Jiao cleaned and marinated the fish, then boiled water to wash up. As she was taking off her clothes, something suddenly fell out. She picked it up and saw it was a white jade ring. The jade ring was of excellent quality, smooth and warm to the touch, like congealed fat. Definitely a rare treasure. Strange. Why do I have this thing? She wondered. She didn't remember the director or Madame Li giving her such a precious item. She held the jade ring to her nose and sniffed. It had a faint medicinal fragrance. Could it be his? Hot Spring Mountain Villa. Madame Ho finished her daily mountain prayer and returned to the villa. When she heard her son had woken up, she was overjoyed and asked about the details of his condition along the way. The stewardess explained one by one. The young master's condition isn't very good, but luckily, the divine doctor from Huachuntang managed to save him successfully. She didn't dare say that the young master was truly gone, since she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. She also avoided mentioning the little medics climbing into bed, thinking that the young medic was very clever and took especially good care of the young master. During their conversation, the two of them arrived at Gu Yan's courtyard. Gu Yan woke up and angrily tore several antique paintings. After tearing them, he became exhausted and lay weakly on the bed, gasping for breath, looking pitiful. But it seemed that he was able to wake up, and that was a relief for Madame Ho. She excitedly stepped forward, sat on the edge of the bed, and held her son's hand. Yan, you're awake? Gu Yan silently replied, I'm not awake. I'm still unconscious. Madame Ho choked on her words, but smiled instead of getting angry. Yenu has the strength to talk to his mother. You've been unconscious for so long. Do you know how scared I was? Luckily, the Buddha blessed us. What's the Buddha got to do with it? Gu Yan muttered. Madame Ho laughed and said, Yes, yes. Yener is lucky and has a strong life. Gu Yan seriously said, She healed me. I know it was her. She also left me medicine. When Gu Jiao was rescuing him, he hadn't woken up, and he wasn't awake when she left the medicine either. But he had a gut feeling that all these things were done by her. Madame Ho thought Gu Yan was talking about him, the senior doctor from Huichun Hall, and quickly nodded. Yener is right. The doctor from Huichun Hall saved you. I will thank them properly.
Oh.
Yener, why is the jade ring on your hand missing? That jade ring was Gu Yan's personal belonging. He didn't know where he got it from, but he had worn it since he was a child and never let anyone touch it. Once, when he couldn't find it tucked in his quilt, he got so angry he fainted from frustration. She took it, Gu Yan said very calmly.
Who?
This time, Madame Ho didn't guess the old doctor. Gu Yan didn't answer her, but said, She took it by mistake. Although they had only met once, he seemed to know her very well. He couldn't quite explain this kind of intuitive connection he felt. Surprised in the following days, Gu Jiao stayed at home, not going out, focusing on learning calligraphy with Xiao Luling and helping him with his rehabilitation. Xiao Luling didn't seem to care whether he could stand again. Gu Jiao had noticed this even before the surgery. She didn't know what he had gone through, but his heart seemed dead inside, with no love or passion for life. Feng Lin was worried that his surgery might go wrong, but Xiao Luling agreed, without hesitation. This wasn't bravery. It was a matter of life and death, and he seemed to think it didn't matter whether he lived or died. But Gu Jiao wouldn't let him die, nor would she let him be crippled. It's time to exercise. Gu Jiao finished tidying the house and went to Xiao Yulong's room. She was increasingly not treating herself as an outsider. She entered without even knocking. Xiao Yulong's face immediately turned grim. Not because she didn't knock, but because he didn't want to exercise. Gu Jiao guessed his reaction and didn't give him a chance to refuse. She went over and pulled him up from his chair. She not only casually entered his room, but also often pulled him around, which was really too familiar. Xiao Yulong's brow furrowed slightly. Unfortunately, he couldn't overpower her with one leg, so he was still pulled out of the room.
Canes, he said.
Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. Starting today, no canes. Xiao Luling looked at her and said calmly, "No cane. I can't walk." Gu Jiao crossed her arms and said charmingly, "Can't walk? I'll support you. I am your cane." She noticed that every time he leaned on his cane, he wasn't doing proper rehab and was putting all his weight on it, so his right leg wasn't getting any exercise. Xiao Yulong's brow furrowed tightly. Gu Jiao smiled gently. "If you want a cane, walk back to your room yourself." His right leg was weak. How could he walk back? He could only hop. Thinking of how he looked hopping, Xiao Luling decisively gave up. Gu Jiao had just about enough of his lazy use of the cane. He could comfortably put his weight on the cane, but he couldn't do the same with Gu Jiao's soft little body because, "Young master, don't always press on me. You need to learn to use your strength." Yes, exactly like that. Use a little more strength yourself. I might get crushed. How can you expect me, just a woman, to handle all this? Xiao Luling gritted his teeth. It's just borrowing some strength. All her words made it sound like something messy. Could she just shut her mouth? Xiao Luling was forced to walk seriously. Usually, 10 or more repetitions wouldn't make him breathless, but now, even one round was too much. Gu Jiao also set a daily step goal of at least 100. After completing 100 steps, Xiao Luling was soaked in sweat. Gu Jiao took a cloth to wipe his sweat. "Young master, do you feel sore all over like you've been run over by a big cart?" Exhausted to the point of unable to move, unable to lift her fingers, her legs trembling non-stop. Xiao Luling. Finally, Xiao Luling finished his daily punishment, and now it was his turn to torment Gu Jiao. "Did you practice your writing today?" he asked seriously. Gu Jiao, who had been smug a second ago, suddenly froze. Xiao Luling found a small sense of revenge and squinted, saying, "You make me walk so much every day, but you don't practice at all. Including yesterday, you haven't written 100 characters." Gu Jiao irritably scratched her head. She hated writing with a brush, especially the complicated characters of the Zhao country. Xiao Luling snorted and said, "If you don't write today, tomorrow it will double. You'll have to write 200 characters. Gu Jiao loudly put down her brush and said, "Then tomorrow, you walk 200 steps." Xiao Luling, "I won't walk." Gu Jiao, "Then I won't write." Xiao Luling, "Suit yourself." Gu Jiao. It didn't matter whether she wrote or not, but he had to recover his health or he'd be a lifelong. However, Xiao Luling didn't care whether he was a or not. He simply looked at Gu Jiao with a calm expression, a victorious smile on his face, and went back to his room. He had also noticed that Gu Jiao didn't like writing anymore. At first, he thought the characters on the prescription might have been just a passing fancy, but after experiencing the boredom of practicing calligraphy, she gave up. He was sure Gu Jiao wouldn't write. But the next day, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a small figure sitting cross-legged on his bed, arms crossed, looking angry like a fierce little cat, with 2 big dark circles under her eyes, giving him a terrifying death stare. "What are you doing?" Xiao Luling looked at her in surprise, not knowing how long she had been there. Was she just glaring at him while he slept? Gu Jiao snorted coldly, then took out a thick stack of well-practiced characters from behind her and confidently slapped them in front of him. "Man, these are the characters you wanted." Xiao Luling looked at the characters, then at her dark circles, frowning. "You didn't sleep all night, did you? You've been writing this? How many characters must she have written? She must be crazy." Gu Jiao, like a small beast finally revealing its fangs, said, 1,000 characters. "Today, you walk 1,000 steps for me." Xiao Luling. The chaotic days at the Gu family began. Besides eating sunflower seeds, sweets, and teasing Xuaningxiang's son, the old lady's daily entertainment now included watching them torment each other, hating and fighting. Xiao Luling took a small step. The old lady enjoyed watching the scene. Gu Jiao grabbed a kitchen knife and rushed out of the kitchen. Seeing the knife, which was enough to cut a cow, Xiao Lulang looked very sad. That shy girl, who had her head bowed in the snowstorm, waiting for him to put a cloak on her, turned out to be someone he misunderstood. Soon after the Lantern Festival ended, the Xianghua Academy reopened. Xiao Lulang woke up early and packed his bag. After so long, the dormitory at the academy should be fixed up. Once he moved in, he wouldn't have to walk everywhere anymore. While packing, Gu Jiao said nothing. As usual, Gu Jiao saw him off with Uncle Luo's carriage, handed him his cane, and when she left, she suddenly seemed to remember something. She smiled and said, "Oh, by the way, I've been busy lately and almost forgot to tell you. It's inconvenient for you to practice walking at the academy. When I visited the director last time, I mentioned it to him. You don't need to stay at the academy for the next few months until you recover."
Xiao Lulang war stund.
Not long after Gu Jiao left, Gu Xiaoshun arrived. Gu Xiaoshun sat next to Xiao Lulang. "Brother-in-law, why are you taking your bag?" "He only brought a book bag." Xiao Lulang couldn't say that his sister tricked him, so he asked back, "Aren't you staying at the academy?" Gu Xiaoshun said, "If brother-in-law isn't staying, I definitely won't stay either. I'm here to keep you company. If something happens on the way, I can help." He was the most powerful kid in the village, so protecting brother-in-law was a sure thing. Xiao Lulang held back his anger. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Your sister didn't let me. She said she wanted to surprise you." Gu Xiaoshun spread his hands and grinned. "How about it, brother-in-law? Surprised? Unexpected?" Xiao Lulang clenched his teeth, grinding them loudly. "Gu Jiao. He has a bright future ahead, but unfortunately, his mother and second wife caused trouble for him. The villagers all feel sorry for him. However, Gu Das-hun doesn't think so. He feels like everyone is mocking him, and every look cast at him is full of contempt and ill will." When he got on the ox cart, he saw Gu Xiaoshun and Xiao Lulang talking and laughing happily. In the past, Gu Xiaoshun wasn't clingy to Gu Das-hun, which made Gu Das-hun happy. Now he feels isolated and annoyed. Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshun ignored Gu Das-hun the whole time. Later, they went into the second class of the land section. Only when Gu Das-hun saw the class sign did he finally feel a bit better. So, what if they are secretly working together? It still won't help him stand out. The school held an exam for students returning to the academy. Gu Das-hun wanted to get first place to prove himself, but he overexerted himself. His nerves were too tense, and he performed worse than usual, dropping out of the top 10. Gu Xiaoshun was still at the bottom. He only went to school to make his sister happy, not to win fame. So, being last didn't bother him. But he did learn something. He liked carving, and Xiao Lulang told him that the highest level of carving isn't just carving people or objects, but carving words and books. If he could carve the 4 books and 5 classics accurately, that would be truly impressive. Gu Xiaoshun took this to heart. From that day, he no longer dozed off in class and sat up straighter than a fighting. He wanted to remember every character his teacher taught and become a real master carver. The student who had taken leave before the holiday didn't miss the exam this time and managed to rank 3rd from the bottom. Xiao Lulang, as he wished, fell to 2nd from the bottom. But his good days didn't end there. The day after the exam, he was called to the dean's Zhongjing Hall. Seeing the dean sitting there with a mischievous smile, Xiao Lulang's eyes immediately became guarded. The dean smiled kindly and said, "You don't need to be nervous. I didn't call you here about the exam. Have you received the documents for the county exam? It's in 10 days. I promised the young lady that after school, I would help you review your lessons so you can pass the scholar exam smoothly. Starting today, come to Zhongjing Hall for lunch study sessions." He hadn't even settled the score with you for secretly signing up, and now you're planning to monopolize my lunch break? Xiao Lulang expressed 1,000 refusals. The dean spoke in a commanding tone. "Young Lady Jiao told me that you've been working very hard, studying late every night. Your mind isn't dull, but for some reason you keep doing poorly on exams. Maybe your study methods are wrong, or perhaps your mood isn't good. I must think of a way to help." He also refused to let her stay at school and asked the dean to arrange extra lessons. "I didn't realize you two had talked so much during my visit." Xiao Yulong's handsome face darkened with frustration. "How about we start now? The dean asked, smiling at Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling snorted and said casually, I won't take part in the county exam. You might as well give up on that idea. Then he leaned on his cane and walked away, without looking back. Guojiao knew nothing about the academy's plans. She was just thinking that today the dean might give Xiao Luling some extra help. Xiao Luling was talented, but didn't focus on studying. With a good teacher, he would surely improve quickly. She happily tidied up her home, washed her clothes, chopped firewood, and then told her grandmother, Grandma, I'll go to the temple later. Grandma chewed on a melon seed and said, To the temple? To pray for Luling to pass the scholar exam?
Ha!
Guojiao paused, surprised. So that was an option? Although she believed in science, there's a saying that science and faith can go hand in hand. Maybe she should also pray to the gods for her husband, hoping he could go from being a poor student to a top scholar. Actually, she was just going to buy some mountain land. The year had passed, and the abbot's disciple, who had been traveling the world, should be back now. Guojiao said for lunch. Grandma waved her off. Xiao Shui will come to cook. You go ahead. Grandma didn't like eating hot meals straight from the pot. Though Xiao Ningxiang's cooking wasn't as good as Guojiao's, she preferred freshly made food. Who knows who spoiled her this way? Guojiao often thought Grandma was just an ordinary person, but sometimes her habits made her seem like someone extraordinary. She was overthinking it. Guojiao rubbed her chin, then carried her basket and headed to the other side of the mountain. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she saw a luxurious carriage. She felt strange. This was just a small temple, so why were important people always coming here? She paid it no mind and continued walking toward the mountaintop. When she reached the last few steps, suddenly, a woman's figure fell from above. This is a mountain path with very steep steps. If someone falls, they could seriously hurt themselves or even die. In a flash, Guojiao quickly turned aside and grabbed her. The woman spun around and barely stabilized herself. She looked up at Guojiao, who also looked at her. When their eyes met, both were surprised. Is that you? The lady smiled happily. Miss, you saved me again. Guojiao asked calmly, Why is it every time I see you, you seem to be in trouble? The lady awkwardly smiled. Guojiao noticed the swelling on her forehead and the mud on her knees. She asked, Did you fall along the way? Yes, the lady nodded. I was praying to the Buddha for my son. The Buddha responded, so I came to thank him. Although Guojiao also wanted to burn incense to ask the Buddha for Xiao Luling to pass the imperial exam, she wouldn't go step by step to kowtow like that. Miss, are you here to see the abbot this time? If she remembered correctly, she had come to see the abbot last time. Guojiao thought for a moment and nodded seriously yes. She initially planned to ask the Buddha for Xiao Yulong's success, but the Buddha was quite strict, only responded when people bowed and kowtowed like that. The lady hurriedly said, Then go quickly. The abbot is in the temple now. If you're late, he might have already gone down the mountain. Recently, the abbot had been going down the mountain more often because a family in town wanted to adopt a child from the temple. Guojiao looked at her, as if to say, Can you walk alone? Or, will you fall again? No one will be there to help you then. The lady understood Guojiao's look and smiled softly. I think I was just tired and a bit dizzy. I'm fine now. Besides, there are only a few steps left. Guojiao asked, Do you often feel dizzy? More in the morning or at night? When you're hungry or after eating? The lady was a bit stunned by her questions, but politely replied, In the morning, right after waking up. If I don't eat, I feel dizzy. Guojiao nodded and took a piece of sugar from her pouch, saying, Eat more sugar. After giving her the sugar, Guojiao went to find the abbot. It was her second visit to the temple. Many young monks remembered her and knew she was here to buy mountain land, so they led her to the abbot's meditation room. Coincidentally, the abbot had just finished seeing a guest. When the guest left the room, they brushed past Guojiao. A young man in his early 30s, with a neat appearance and wearing fine clothes. This was the second visitor Guojiao saw at the temple. Is the young Master Gu here? The abbot's gentle voice came from inside the meditation room. Guojiao nodded and stepped into the room. To her surprise, there were also a few young monks with shaved heads, all around 4 to 6 years old. They looked lively and curious, with bright eyes and mischievous expressions. They all had shaved heads and wore similar robes. Gu Jiao suddenly felt a bit confused about who was who. The little monk stared at Gu Jiao with wide eyes. Although this was her second visit to the temple, the last time the little monks hadn't had a chance to see her before being chased away by a lady's maid. So, technically, this was their first real meeting. The little monks' eyes grew even wider. After a moment, they covered their mouths with their small hands and whispered quietly, thinking they were being sneaky.
Wow.
She has a flower on her face. Why does she have a flower on her face? Why don't we have one? I want a flower on my face too. The little monks kept saying flower, but Gu Jiao understood they meant flower. Did they think her birthmark was actually a flower? Did you draw the flower yourself? One little monk asked. Yes, she had it since birth, and it couldn't be washed away. Wasn't that something to be jealous of? Gu Jiao watched the curious little monks calmly. The abbot cleared his throat and said to the little monks, "Go find Brother Jingchen first." The little monks seemed reluctant to leave, but Brother Jingchen must be very charming. After hesitating for a while, they finally ran out to find him. One by one, they crossed the threshold until the last one tripped and fell with a thud. Gu Jiao immediately recognized him. She didn't remember his face exactly, but judging by his clumsy way, he was the little boy who had bumped into her thigh last time. Gu Jiao wanted to reach out and pat him, but he quickly got up, not giving her a chance to do so. She pouted in disappointment. The abbot signaled for Gu Jiao to sit down. After sitting, Gu Jiao took a few sips of bitter tea. She thought about the young man who had just left the meditation room and then asked the abbot, "Was that visitor a worshipper? Or is he like me, just here to buy a mountain?" The abbot smiled gently and said, "He didn't come to buy the mountain. He came to adopt a child." Gu Jiao looked surprised and confused. The abbot explained, "The little monks in the temple are orphans. Sometimes, kind-hearted families come to adopt them." "Oh," Gu Jiao said, thinking of that silly little wrestler who was so naive that everyone might not want him. After all, there were many clever little monks nearby, showing off. The abbot continued, "I mentioned the mountain purchase to my junior brother. He said if Gu Shaoshi genuinely wants to buy it, the temple can sell it. But the price will be a bit higher than before." Gu Jiao asked, "How much was it before?" 249 taels, the abbot replied. "And now?" Gu Jiao asked again. 250 taels, the abbot answered. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. She seriously suspected that her junior brother was making fun of her. The abbot saw Gu Jiao's displeasure and also thought the price was ridiculously high. However, the temple's finances were always managed by his junior brother. Whatever he said went, and even the abbot had no right to interfere. The abbot said, "If Gu Shaoshi thinks it's too expensive, you can consider other mountains." Gu Jiao asked, "Does your temple have any other mountains?" The abbot honestly replied, "No, we don't." Gu Jiao's mouth twitched again. She didn't have enough silver to buy the mountain, but she still hadn't collected the consultation fee from treating the young master at Wenquan Villa last time. That consultation had cost her a lot. She used 3 doses of adrenaline alone, and only a few boxes of medication for heart failure, all left for the young master. She decided to ask the second master for some of the consultation fee. When Gu Jiao went down the mountain, the lady had already left, and the carriage was gone too. She didn't ask about her whereabouts, and headed to the town. When she arrived at Huichun Hall, she saw a luxurious carriage parked at the entrance, something she had never seen before in the town. What was going on today? She kept seeing fancy carriages. Was this a reminder that she should buy a carriage too? Manager Wang greeted Gu Jiao politely and personally let her inside. "Miss Gu, what brought you here today?" "Sit down first, I'll brew you some tea." Gu Jiao said calmly, "No need for tea. I came to collect the consultation fee."
Huh.
Manager Wang was surprised. "What consultation fee?" Gu Jiao looked at him and asked, "Is the consultation fee at Hot Spring Villa for treating the young master of the Marquis's residence?" "Where is the fee?" Hearing this, shopkeeper Wang chuckled happily. "Miss Gu, you're just in time. Do you see the carriage outside? It's from the Marquis's house. Last time, second young master was too nervous and forgot to ask for the consultation fee. I guess they're here to pay now. So it was the Marquis's carriage. No wonder it was so luxurious. Is second young master in the accounting room? Are you going to find him? Shopkeeper Wang asked with a smile. No need. I'll wait until the people from the Marquis's house finish their bill, Gu Jiao replied. Then she turned and went to a side room behind the main hall. As soon as she left, the curtain of the carriage was lifted. First, a well-dressed young maid jumped down. Then, a girl dressed in blue, wearing a dark blue veil, gracefully stepped down, supported by the maid. The veil was made of semi-transparent gauze that reached her ankles, but it still couldn't hide her elegant figure. Women in this town didn't usually wear veils like this. Only noble ladies from the capital would dress so carefully. Her hand, resting on the maid's arm, was delicate as jade and long and beautiful. Just looking at her hand, you could tell she was from a wealthy family. After getting off the carriage, she went straight into Huichun Hall without stopping. Everyone around was stunned, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Having such a person appear in this poor town was like a fairy descending from the sky.
Whose daughter is she?
Is she from the Qin family? I don't think so. The Qin family's young lady isn't that noble-looking. Maybe the Liu family? That doesn't seem right either. The two biggest families in town were the Qin family and the Liu family. One had a wealthy official, married into a rich merchant family, with vast wealth. The other had a county magistrate who ruled over Qingchuan town with an iron fist. Their daughters were naturally very noble. Ordinary people rarely saw them, but for some reason, everyone felt this girl couldn't be from the town. Some people had actually seen the daughters of the Qin and Liu families. The difference was like heaven and earth. Those girls couldn't even compare to each other. When such a person entered Huichun Hall, everyone looked at the place with more respect. They had even treated people to death there before. Now a noble visitor came. Was she foolish? Or did Huichun Hall really have some skill? Is your master here? The girl entered the main hall and asked shopkeeper Wang, who was stunned. Master Wang was so surprised he almost stuttered. He had lived most of his life, but had never seen such a beautiful and noble woman. The young maid frowned unhappily and asked, Miss is asking you a question. Is your master at home? Miss, could this be the daughter of the Marquis's house, the twin sister of the young master? Oh my! In his lifetime, he had never seen such an impressive noble lady. Master Wang quickly regained his composure, wiped a cold sweat from his forehead, and said, Yes, she is here. I will go call the master. The girl calmly said, No need. You can just inform him. I will go see him myself.
Impossible, impossible.
He couldn't let someone from the Marquis's house wait. Since the second young master was free, Master Wang decided to take her directly to the study behind the main hall. His guess was right, the girl was here to pay the consultation fee, but she also gave a generous tip. While the girl was not present during the treatment of the young master, she heard about many things afterward, but she still wanted to understand what had happened. That old doctor and his young assistant, my brother was very pleased. He wants them to come again next time, the girl said before standing up to leave. The daughter of the Marquis coming personally to Huichun Hall was to thank them for their skill in healing the young master. It didn't mean Huichun Hall was truly qualified to befriend the Marquis's daughter. The second young master was a smart man. He knew his worth and understood he couldn't make any connections, so he didn't bother to flatter. He politely agreed to the girl's request and personally saw her to the gate. Please go back, second young master, the girl said calmly. The second young master cupped his hands in a bow, and only after she sat in the carriage and left did he turn and enter Huichun Hall. After the carriage traveled a short distance, the girl suddenly looked at her waist with a slight change in expression. Oh no, my jade pendant is missing. Is it the jade pendant your lord sent you? You were still wearing it when you went out today. How could it be gone? The young maid was anxious, searching everywhere, but the pendant was not in the carriage. The maid asked, could it have fallen in Huichun Hall? We didn't go anywhere else today besides there. The girl nodded thoughtfully, yes, go look for it. The carriage turned back and stopped near Huichun Hall. The young maid lifted her skirt and entered the main hall. Master Wang saw her return and was surprised. "Miss, why are you back? Is there anything else you need?" The young maid said impatiently, "My lady's jade pendant is missing. Hurry and find it." Hearing this, shopkeeper Wang immediately became cautious. "May I ask, what does Gu Qianjin's jade pendant look like? What kind of jade is it?" The maid gestured, "About this big, round, made of sheep fat jade." Shopkeeper Wang quickly ordered the staff inside the hall to search everywhere. The maid also didn't sit still. She went to the second master's study. She remembered her lady sitting there before, so maybe the pendant was dropped there. Since the second master wasn't home, she didn't wait for him to return and just went in to look around. She found nothing. Next, she carefully searched the corridor and the walkway, but still didn't see any sign of the jade pendant. As she passed by a side room, she noticed the door was slightly open. She hesitated, but decided to go in. Inside, there was a broken basket that looked out of place here, filled with some mountain goods and a tattered small box. The maid looked at the box with disdain, then suddenly noticed a small purse beside it. She opened the purse and felt something was off. She dumped everything out onto the table, scattering it messily, with a few silver coins rolling onto the ground. She didn't bother to pick them up, instead staring fixedly at the jade pendant and a jade ring that had fallen out together. She muttered in a daze, "This isn't my lady's jade pendant, nor is it the young master's jade ring. Why are they here?" Gu Jiao had just finished her period and went to the respectful room. When she entered, she saw a young girl rummaging through her purse. She walked in coldly, looked at the mess on the table and the floor, and asked, "Did you do this?" The maid looked up at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was dressed plainly, with a red birthmark on her face. The maid's face showed clear disdain. "What if it's me? Are these your things?" Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at her calmly, with no trace of guilt or fear in her eyes. The maid was a servant from the Ho family. Her clothes and living conditions were better than those of a typical village girl. When she stepped out, she was quite intimidating. Yet a small village girl dared to look at her like that. Angrily, the maid said, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me asking you questions?"
Gu Jiao scoffed. "Ah."
The maid was annoyed by her attitude and said impatiently, "You stole from my master's things and refused to admit it, right?" 55. Encounter what happened? Second master and manager Wang came over.
It was second master who asked.
Second master had just gone to the neighboring bank to exchange money. As soon as he entered the main hall, he heard manager Wang talking about how the daughter of the Ho family lost something at Huichun Hall. He then went to look for it with manager Wang. Unexpectedly, they saw a scene in a side room. This side room was specially prepared as a resting place for Gu Jiao. Although Gu Jiao didn't use it often, it was usually off-limits to others. When the maid said, "Someone stole something from our young lady," they thought it was a thief hiding inside. In the end, they found only two people in the room, a maid from the Ho family and Miss Gu. So, was the thief the young lady herself, as the maid claimed? The maid didn't know Gu Jiao. When she saw second master and manager Wang, she immediately pointed at Gu Jiao and said, "You came just in time. This little thief stole our young lady's jade pendant. She also stole our young master's jade ring." Second master was stunned. Could this be a misunderstanding? She wouldn't steal anything. The maid couldn't possibly be a thief. She could come and go freely in the account room, and she had never touched the valuable things inside. Moreover, the maid looked honest. If she really had stolen something, she wouldn't look so guilty. Manager Wang, however, didn't think so. That day, he didn't follow to the Ho residence, but afterward, he heard from second master and the old doctor that Miss Gu had rescued young Master Gu. She might have had the chance to steal the jade ring. Plus, today, the daughter of the Ho family came to Huichun Hall, and the jade pendant was missing and appeared on Gu Jiao's table. Manager Wang couldn't help but suspect her. The maid was angry. "What do you mean she wouldn't steal? Are you accusing her wrongly? She's just a small village girl. Why would I go all the way here to falsely accuse her?" Her words were harsh and unkind, but they made sense. The maid was a servant of the Ho family, with a status higher than many young ladies from wealthy families. If she wanted to accuse someone, she would choose someone with a proper background. Gu Jiao, a simple village girl, was like an ant on the ground. She wouldn't bother to target her unless she truly stole something from the Ho family. Unless, of course, she really did steal. Are you sure you didn't mistake her? Many things look alike. Second master still firmly believed Gu Jiao was innocent. Misidentify her? The maid sneered. Do you think the jewelry our young lady and young master wear are common? This jade pendant was given by the palace. You can't buy it even if your entire Hu family went bankrupt. Second young master's face turned pale for a moment. If it was such a precious item, then it definitely wasn't Gu Jiao's, but he still didn't believe Gu Jiao would steal. Are fake items not allowed? Maybe the thing in Miss Gu's hand is a fake. Shopkeeper Wang looked worriedly at second young master. Second young master believed in Gu Jiao completely, which would offend the Marquis's residents. He didn't want second young master to get into trouble. While he was considering his tone and planning to persuade Gu Jiao to admit her mistake and avoid offending the Marquis's residents, Gu Jiao calmly spoke. It's not fake, it's real. Listen. She admitted it. The little maid said fiercely. Yuru. A gentle yet noble voice came softly from outside the door. Miss, you're here. The little maid quickly changed to a respectful look and bowed to the young girl. The girl, wearing a dark veil, slowly entered with her veil and skirt flowing gracefully. Her hair was styled beautifully, and her demeanor was elegant. She used fragrant powder that only wealthy women in the capital could afford. As she moved lightly, a faint scent floated around, making the whole room smell pleasant. Achoo! Gu Jiao sneezed. She's allergic to this kind of powder. The little maid glared at Gu Jiao angrily. Seeing that her young lady didn't bow or greet properly and still dared to sneeze rudely, she thought village girls like her would never rise in social standing. The girl's tone was as usual. This jade pendant can't be a fake. The jade used is Kunshan fatty jade, which only the royal family is allowed to mine in the kingdom of Zhao. Faking items used by the royal family is a serious crime, and it's impossible to make an exact copy. Oh, Gu Jiao said, touching her chin. What's your attitude? The little maid continued to glare at her, but because the young lady from the Marquis's residence was present, she didn't act as arrogantly as before. The girl looked at Gu Jiao and said softly, You're the little medicine boy, right? Gu Jiao replied. She didn't ask how she guessed, as it was obvious. The girl spoke slowly. I'll give you the jade pendant, and you return the jade ring to me. I will pretend this never happened. Miss. The little maid stomped her foot. Shopkeeper Wang didn't expect such a shocking turn of events. The young lady from the Marquis's residence was very generous. She gave such a valuable item without hesitation and didn't tell others, saving Gu Jiao's and Hui Chun Hall's reputation. Seeing Gu Jiao silent, the girl continued, The jade pendant belongs to me. If you like it, take it freely, but the jade ring belongs to my brother. I must take it back and return it to him. Master Wang was anxiously urging, Quickly agree. Please, just agree. Gu Jiao looked at the young girl with a calm face and said, Return the jade ring to me, and put down the jade pendant. She had suspected earlier that the jade ring belonged to the young master of the Marquis's estate, and now her guess was confirmed. She didn't explain that she accidentally slipped the jade ring into her sleeve while rescuing the young master, because she couldn't describe the rescue process and doubted they would believe her. So, she saw no need to waste words. The girl said, You do know how to pick things. This jade ring only has special meaning for my brother. As for value, it's not as valuable as that jade pendant. Gu Jiao replied, I return the jade ring to you because it truly belongs to your brother. The jade pendant isn't yours, so you need to return it to me. The young maid snorted. It's not my lady's, so it must be yours? Look at yourself in the mirror. You're not wearing such an expensive jade pendant. The girl said, Yuru. Second master frowned and warned, Young lady, be careful with your words. Gu Jiao said, I can't do anything if you don't believe me. Then she stretched out her hand and said, This is my last word. Return the jade pendant to me. The young maid took a step back and sneered. Dream on. That's my lady's. The girl pinched her fingers, suppressing her anger, and said to second master, You saw what happened today. She admitted she stole. Because you're treating my brother at Spring Blossom Hall, I won't report it. But I hope such things won't happen again. Gu Jiao only admitted one thing from the start, that the jade ring belonged to the young master, not that she stole it. But in their words, it sounded like she confessed to theft. The dispute dragged on for a while, attracting the attention of everyone at Spring Blossom Hall. Only 3 people knew Gu Jiao's medical skills: second master, Master Wang, and the old doctor. Others often saw Gu Jiao come, but thought she was just a patient's family member. Both second master and Master Wang treated her very politely, and everyone assumed it was because her husband was a student at Tianxiang Academy. Never underestimate any scholar. They might become local gentry, officials, or magistrates in the future. But no one expected her to do something like this. It's surprising. Usually she's honest, but now she's a habitual thief. Yes, stealing a jade pendant and a jade ring. I told you, today her husband didn't come, so she didn't need to take medicine. Why did she come back to the Spring Hall? Is she eyeing that young lady? The one who tried to steal something. She isn't afraid of damaging her husband's reputation. Exactly. A scholar caught with such a wicked woman. He's really unlucky. Everyone present, except for the second master, probably didn't believe Gu Jiao was innocent. Isn't it obvious? She's so poor. How could she have such a fine jade pendant? Miss, keep the jade pendant safe, said the young maid, bowing as she hung the pendant on the girl's waist. Gu Jiao reached out to take it. How dare you? The young maid's eyes turned cold, and she raised her hand to slap Gu Jiao. But before her hand could land on Gu Jiao's face, Gu Jiao quickly turned and slapped her back, knocking her down. Everyone was unsure how Gu Jiao did it. By the time they reacted, the maid was already on the ground, her cheeks swollen. The girl was stunned. Gu Jiao extended her scarred, calloused hand, pushed aside the girl's curtain, and pulled the jade pendant from her waist. Throughout the whole process, Gu Jiao held her breath, not smelling the powder scent on her. The girl stared at her with wide, shocked eyes. You. How dare you? A village girl touching her. How dare she? Gu Jiao didn't rush to put the jade pendant away. Instead, she took a clean cloth from her and wiped the pendant carefully. The girl's breath caught. Does this village girl think she's dirty? If Gu Jiao wanted to make her uncomfortable, it had to be in every way, no blind spots. The girl felt her chest tighten, almost unable to breathe. She clenched her teeth and shouted angrily, Report this to the authorities. Who wants to report? A stern yet cool voice interrupted. The head of the hall walked in, looking serious. Another difficult person, the staff at Spring Hall quickly made way. The head entered, looked at the furious girl, then at the maid lying on the ground who couldn't get up, and calmly approached Gu Jiao. From where he stood, his stance was clear. He turned and looked at the girl evenly. Is this young lady going to report? What happened to make you so angry? His words were polite, but his tone was not. The girl frowned and asked, Who are you? The headmaster replied, I am the headmaster of Tianxiang Academy. The girl said, Headmaster Li? The headmaster confirmed, That's right. Headmaster Li's name was well known in the capital city, so the girl had definitely heard of him. Although he had retired to a small town to teach, his influence in the city still remained. The girl was polite to him and glanced at Gu Jiao, saying, She stole something from our family. Give it back to me. I didn't steal it. The jade pendant is mine, Gu Jiao said honestly. She didn't care much about the girl's opinion, but she cared about the headmaster's. She was Xiao Yulong's wife and didn't want to leave a bad impression in his mind. The girl asked, What about the jade ring? Gu Jiao replied, It accidentally fell into my sleeve pocket. I only realized when I got home. The maid angrily said, You didn't say that just now. You admit you stole it. See, that's why Gu Jiao didn't want to explain, because they wouldn't listen properly anyway. Let me see the jade pendant, Headmaster Li said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao handed him the pendant. He remembered that his teacher also had an identical jade pendant and recalled that the teacher had once given Gu Xiaoshan a New Year gift. He began to understand what was going on. This jade pendant was a gift from his teacher. It didn't matter whether it was meant for Gu Jiao herself or for Gu Xiaoshan, or if Gu Xiaoshan had given it to Gu Jiao later. What mattered was that Gu Jiao definitely did not steal it. His teacher had retired and didn't want anyone to know where he was, so he wouldn't have brought him out. He smiled faintly and said to the girl, "You're mistaken. This jade pendant isn't yours. It was a gift from my teacher to me, and I later gave it to her husband." Her husband? The girl looked Gu Jiao up and down. "Her husband is my direct disciple," Headmaster Li declared unilaterally. That explanation made everything clear. Headmaster Li's mentor was an old official at the Imperial College, highly valued by the emperor before he retired. It was not strange for him to have items from the palace. But the girl still found it hard to believe. Many in the capital wanted to study under Headmaster Li, but he politely refused them all. How could this humble village girl, who was poor and married to a rural young man, catch his eye? Just as the young girl was feeling doubtful, a staff member from Hua Chuntang hurried over, panting heavily. "We found it! We found it!"
Ashu.
Gu Jiao sniffed the fragrant powder scent on the jade pendant and couldn't help but sneeze. The jade pendant was found in the bushes, and it had a scent identical to that on the girl's body. Compared to Gu Jiao's pendant, this one seemed more like hers. "Is the truth now clear?" Gu Jiao asked. "Even if the jade pendant wasn't stolen by you, the jade ring was definitely taken by you," the maid muttered softly. "Stop talking, Yaru." The girl stopped her, looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression, stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said, "Sorry, I misunderstood you."
"Miss,"
the maid exclaimed in shock. Her young lady was the daughter of a noble family. How could she lower herself to a humble village girl? Even if she was wronged, what about clearing her name? Why should she apologize? The girl told the maid, "You should also apologize to this young lady."
"But..."
"Apologize." The girl's tone suddenly became stern. The maid dared not disobey, and she grimaced as she apologized to Gu Jiao. The girl then turned to the second master and said, "I hope this won't affect Hua Chuntang's treatment of my brother." The second master looked at Gu Jiao silently. Seeing she didn't oppose, he nodded with a smile. "Miss Gu, what are you talking about? Hua Chuntang is dedicated to healing and saving lives. We won't delay treating patients because of personal matters." "Thank you." The girl nodded and left with her bruised and swollen maid. Director Li watched her figure disappear and thought to himself, "Gu family? The Gu family from the capital?" The second master sighed. Besides the Gu family in the capital, who else could raise such a noble and talented daughter? No one is perfect, but being able to admit mistakes and sincerely apologize to a humble village girl shows her noble character and integrity. What Director Li didn't say was that the young lady's name was actually Gu Jinyu. 57 parents after leaving the clinic, Gu Jinyu went straight to a tea house in town, where Lady Ho had been waiting for a long time. Gu Jinyu entered the tea house, like a swallow flying into her mother's arms, tenderly calling her mother. Lady Ho held her daughter, who she hadn't seen for many days, and said, "How old are you now? Still clinging to your mother? Such shamelessness." Gu Jinyu hugged her more tightly and pouted, saying, "I'm still your and Dad's daughter, so why am I not shy or modest anymore?" Madame Ho pinched her small nose and said, Your father has spoiled you too much." Gu Jinyu huffed, "That's because Dad only has me as his precious daughter." Madame Ho couldn't help but laugh and asked, "Did everything go smoothly when you went to Hui Chun Tang to pay the consultation fee earlier?" When she mentioned this, Gu Jinyu's eyes flickered with hesitation. Madame Ho noticed her daughter's unusual behavior and asked, "What's wrong? Was Hui Chun Tang unhappy with the payment?" The story about the fee was a big misunderstanding. Madame Ho thought the servants had paid it, but the servants thought Madame Ho had paid. If she hadn't casually asked, they might have kept delaying the payment to Hui Chun Tang forever. Because of this, Madame Ho planned to go to Hui Chun Tang herself, but just as she left the estate, She met her daughter, who had come from the capital. After hearing the full story, Gu Jinyu took on the responsibility of paying the fee, but Madame Ho also didn't sit still. She went up the mountain to burn incense for the Buddha. It wasn't that Hui Chun Tang was unhappy with the payment, but Gu Jinyu explained everything about Hui Chun Tang honestly, without exaggeration or hiding anything. She only mentioned that her mother had taught her not to judge people by their appearance, so she didn't specifically point out that the young village girl was ugly and had a noticeable red birthmark on her left cheek. Your daughter was wrong, and she shouldn't have been so impulsive, she admitted with a bowed head. Madame Ho spoke earnestly. There are always people in this world who are more important than us. If your status is higher than theirs, you can look down on them. But if you meet someone more noble than you in the future, will they look down on you too? Although Madame Ho loved her daughter, she was not without principles. Gu Jinyu coquettishly linked her arm with Madame Ho's and said, "As the daughter of the Ho family, who can look down on me? Oh, you." Madame Ho sighed helplessly and scolded her gently. "But what about my brother's jade ring?" Gu Jinyu asked. Madame Ho replied, "Your brother said he took it accidentally. You know, your brother wouldn't lie." But Gu Jinyu still didn't understand. What does accidentally took it mean? How does he know she took it by mistake? Did he see it happen?
Well,
I don't know either, Madame Ho said. She was gentle with her daughter, but strict with her son. She believed her son was living day by day, and she didn't want to impose too many rules on him. That day, my son didn't want to talk much about what happened, so I didn't ask. It was just a jade ring. If it's gone, it's gone. As long as my son is happy. Gu Jinyu, feeling jealous, hummed and said, "Last time, I also accidentally took it, but he didn't talk to me for a whole month. Am I still his real sister?" "You," Lady Ho said, tapping her forehead, both annoyed and amused. "You're not. Who is? Could it be that the girl who took the jade ring is?" Because of this completely unlikely joke, Gu Jinyu felt better. She leaned on her mother's lap and stretched out her small hand, saying, "Mom, my hand is cold." Lady Ho touched her hand back. It was indeed a little cold. She immediately put down the candy she was holding and took a delicate hand warmer to warm her daughter. Gu Jinyu looked at the sesame candy on the plate with a strange expression. "Mom, where did you get this? It looks dirty. Be careful you don't get a stomach ache." Lady Ho thought of the little girl, and her eyes softened with warmth. "A kind girl gave it to me. I accepted it." Meanwhile, Gu Jiao received her medical fee, 20 taels in total. With the silver she had, she could buy that mountain peak. Second Master Dong was worried that today's events might upset Gu Jiao, so he asked hesitantly, about next month's consultation. Gu Jiao replied calmly, "I promise to see patients once a month. I won't break my word." After saying that, she took the silver and went to the academy. The head of the academy had already left before she arrived. When Gu Jiao reached the academy, school had already ended. Students in white uniforms came out one after another. Gu Jiao waited at her usual spot in the alley, but she didn't see Xiao Lulang or Gu Xiaoshun. Just as Gu Jiao wondered if they had been kept behind by the teacher, Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshun came from another direction. They were carrying a bunch of things. When they got closer, Gu Jiao saw they were some incense sticks and thick paper money. She asked, "What are you buying these for?" Gu Xiaoshun stared in shock. "Sister, don't you remember? Today is the third uncle and third aunt's memorial day." Gu Jiao was stunned. She really forgot. The original owner remembered such an important day, but unfortunately, Gu Jiao was not the original owner and had forgotten it. "Thanks for remembering," Gu Jiao told Gu Xiaoshun. Gu Xiaoshun scratched his head awkwardly. "Actually, I don't remember either."
It was brother-in-law.
Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and glanced at Xiao Lulang. She didn't remember ever mentioning her parents' death anniversary to him. He probably heard about it from the villagers. Given their current fake marriage, it's understandable that he remembers. "Gu Jiao, thank you." Xiao Lulang, leaning on his cane, got onto the ox cart without showing any emotion. He was still upset about Gu Jiao's secret dealings with Director Li and planned not to speak to her for the whole day. Gu Jiao didn't understand why he suddenly acted awkward, but since he remembered her parents' death anniversary, It definitely wasn't because of her. Gu Jiao cheerfully got onto the ox cart. Thinking their relationship was very close, Gu Jiao chose the seat closest to him. Xiao Luling was furious inside, but the person who annoyed him didn't seem to realize they had done anything wrong. This made him even angrier. After returning to the village, Lu Shi took Gu Xiaoshan away directly. Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling went to the graveyard at the edge of the field. Gu Sanling's grave, next to his wife Su Shi's, had been neglected for a long time, and the grass on it was almost half a meter tall. Xiao Luling, still upset, clenched his fists and carefully pulled out the grass from the grave. He was very focused, not noticing Gu Jiao staring blankly at the grave behind him. In the original owner's memory, Gu Sanling was swept away by a flood. The villagers searched along the riverbank for half a month before finding his body. By then, the body was so decomposed it was unrecognizable. Su Shi was overwhelmed with grief after seeing it and never recovered. She only held on for a year before passing away on Gu Jiao's father's death anniversary, leaving her a 5-year-old daughter. They were excellent parents, much better than Gu Jiao's parents in her previous life, but unfortunately, they died so early. It seemed that, whether in her past or present life, she was destined to be unloved by her parents. 58 county exam. After finishing the grave visits for Gu Jiao's parents, the two headed home. Cleaning the graves took quite some effort, and they ended up covered in dirt. Gu Jiao knew he liked to stay clean, so when they passed by the river, she said, "Go wash your hands." Xiao Luling replied, leaning on his cane and limping toward the river. Gu Jiao watched his walking style. Honestly, the surgery was successful, and he had been working rehabilitation, but he still couldn't fully put down his cane. Was his rehab not enough? Gu Jiao touched her chin thoughtfully. "Are you not going to wash?" Xiao Luling asked her as he turned back.
Gui Yao chuckled. Wesh.
"Let's wash together." "It's just washing hands. Why so eager? It's not like you're taking a bath, right?" After Xiao Luling asked, he suddenly remembered this was the river where she once fell into the water. Maybe she was afraid and came over just to avoid it. He secretly blamed himself for being too talkative and planned to finish quickly and leave. However, Gu Jiao had already squatted beside him. The river water was a bit cold, but neither of them was a pampered young master or a wealthy daughter. They could endure it and wash. Just as they both stood up, Gu Jiao suddenly dropped something from her arms into the river with a loud splash. "My purse!" Gu Jiao didn't expect this to happen. She quickly reached out to grab it, but was too late. The purse was filled with silver coins, heavy and clinking, and sank immediately. Without thinking, Gu Jiao jumped into the river. Xiao Liulong's face changed instantly. She jumped in unexpectedly, even more surprising than the purse falling in. Xiao Luling was caught off guard and didn't react in time. She was gone. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao floated to the surface holding her purse. "Found it. I found it." Xiao Luling hurriedly pulled her ashore. Gu Jiao knelt on the grass, dripping water, panting heavily. Xiao Luling looked at her with a frown, holding the purse tightly. "It's just a purse. Why is a little silver worth risking your life?" "It's not about the silver." Gu Jiao shook her head. She opened the purse and poured out everything inside. She didn't look at the silver coins, only grabbed a roughly palm-sized wax-sealed leather package. "Do you have a handkerchief?" she asked Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling took a clean handkerchief from his clothes and handed it to her. He thought she wanted to wipe the water off her face, but she carefully used the handkerchief to wipe the leather package. After drying the package, she gently peeled off the wax layer, then opened the leather wrapping to reveal a document stamped with an official seal. It was dry and intact. Gu Jiao let out a long breath of relief. This was the county examination document sent to Xiao Luling by the dean. Xiao Luling didn't want to take the exam and had thrown it into a ball of waste paper. Gu Jiao helped him tidy up the house and found the document, thinking he had accidentally dropped it, so she carefully kept it safe. She handed the document to him. "Here, take it. I'm all wet. Don't get the document wet." Xiao Luling said, "You just for this?" I won't take the exam." In such weather, Washing hands by the river is fine, but if someone falls in, they can't endure it. Gu Jiao was shivering in the cold wind, her wet eyes wide open. Her small hand stretched out in front of her, with her sleeve dripping water. But it didn't get her papers wet. Those 4 words circled in her mouth, but she didn't say them. Instead, she asked, "Anyway, I won't pass the exam. Why bother?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "Just because you didn't pass doesn't mean you can't. Even if you don't pass this time, there's always next time. If you don't pass next time, there's the time after that. One day you'll pass." Xiao Luling said, "If I keep failing, I'll never be successful." Who says failing means you're not successful? There are many paths in life. Studying is just one way. If you don't like it, you can do something else. Gu Jiao carefully looked at him. You probably don't dislike studying, right? Xiao Luling looked into her hopeful little eyes, as if saying he didn't like studying would hurt her. He sighed softly, took the papers, and said, "Are you silly?" His voice was quiet and gentle. Gu Jiao tilted her head and asked, "Huh? What did you say?" "Nothing." Xiao Luling turned away, unbuttoned his coat, took it off, and then turned back. He bent down and draped his coat over her shoulders. "Let's go home." After falling into the water, Gu Jiao fell ill. Even on the day of Xiao Liulong's county exam, she still had a fever. But she woke up early, with her dizzy head, and prepared breakfast for Xiao Luling. She also packed some dry food for him to take to the exam. The county exam had 5 parts, held every other day, lasting all day. They ate, drank, and went to the bathroom inside the exam hall. The first part was called the main exam, which was mandatory. Passing it allowed entry into the second round. If all 5 parts were passed, she could participate in the provincial exam next month. After the provincial exam, there was the court exam, and passing it meant becoming a scholar of the state. Of course, scholars had ranks. The best performers were called Linian, who received grain allowances from the government each month. The next were Xingxing, who didn't receive grain. The last were Fusheng. Gu Dashun was a true Linian, and the Gu family was proud of him for a long time. Gu Jiao thought that her husband didn't need to become a Linian like Gu Dashun. Being in Fusheng was also good. She didn't have high demands, just passing was enough. If he couldn't pass, it didn't matter. She would support him, and he wouldn't need to take the imperial exams. Gu Jiao sat on the ox cart, her small body trembling in the cold wind. She had a runny nose and mumbled softly, "Don't be nervous. We're just taking a casual test. Just go through the motions. I found out that there are 5 rounds. It's okay if you don't do well in the first one. There are 4 more. I'll come with you every day. Achoo, achoo, achoo." After speaking, Gu Jiao sneezed 3 times in a row, her eyes spinning. Xiao Luling looked at her deeply, but said nothing. When they entered the exam hall, the examiner handed out the test papers to each student. He was sitting here because someone almost lost their life over a test paper he had thrown away. But that didn't mean he planned to take the exam seriously. He intended to submit a blank paper.
Ashoo!
Came a sneeze from the neighboring booth. Suddenly, Xiao Luling remembered a scene of someone sneezing wildly on the ox cart. Her small face was flushed from fever, her eyes looked a bit dazed and unfocused, and her tiny body was trembling, yet she refused to go back. Thinking about her waiting on the ox cart all day while sick, Xiao Luling grew irritated and picked up his pen. He decided not to take the exam after 1 round. The news quickly reached Gu Dashun. Usually, there are only 2 reasons to take just 1 test. First, if you do very well and become the top scorer, you might be recommended for the provincial exam. Second, if you do very poorly and aren't qualified for the next 4 rounds of the exam. The first reason is rare because even if you perform very well in the first round, others might surpass you in the next ones. As for Xiao Luling, who was at the bottom of the class, even giving his best wouldn't make him first. 59 Monk rumor has it Luling went to the county exam. Old Master Gu asked during dinner about Xiao Luling. Earlier this year, something happened with little Qin. People didn't think Gu Jiao did it on purpose, but they felt she was unlucky. Since Xiao Luling married her, he was also considered unlucky. Now, hearing Xiao Liulong's name, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law felt upset, but since old Master Gu asked, They didn't dare speak and just ate in silence. Yes, he only took one exam, replied Gu Dashun. Gu Chonghai asked curiously, why only one? Didn't he take 5 exams last time? Gu Dashun thought for a moment. Probably he did badly. If he fails the first one, he's not allowed to take the others. Gu Chonghai asked, does that mean the exam fee is refunded? Gu Dashun no retreat. Gu Chonghai picked up a piece of pickled vegetable, tch, only 2 taels of silver. Still can make bubbles in the cesspit. Old Master Gu frowned and looked at his eldest son. Gu Chonghai shrank back and said nothing. Everyone at the table lost their appetite from the disgusting talk, except Gu Dashun. He knew very well that this exam was arranged by the dean for Xiao Luling. The dean ignored his own good student, but had high hopes for Xiao Luling, which only made Gu Dashun feel disappointed. A feeling of revenge grew in his heart. 10 days later, the results of the county exam were announced. Gu Dashun waited to see Xiao Luling's embarrassment, but was suddenly struck by a shocking surprise. He saw a big red notice on the academy's wall with bold characters. First in the county exam, Xiao Luling. Actually, the official announcement was not that quick. The dean, anxious, personally went to the county office, asked for the results, and before the official list was posted, he hung up his own announcement. It was placed in the most prominent spot, so everyone passing by the academy could see it. The dean stood under the notice, smiling like a fool. Those who knew thought he was proud of his student's top score. Those who didn't might have thought his own son had passed the exam. He even specifically called Xiao Luling to the Zhongjing Hall. I knew my efforts wouldn't be in vain. You really are moved by me. Xiao Luling looked at him expressionlessly. I just dislike taking so many exams. The dean said leisurely, oh, then you can just hand in a blank paper. Handing in a blank paper means you don't have to take the rest, right? Admit it, Luling. You just feel sorry for this dean. You don't want to disappoint me. Xiao Luling was too lazy to bother with him and turned to leave. The good news hadn't yet reached the village, and Gu Jiao knew nothing about it. She stayed at home for a few days, recovered from her cold, and was now packing her things to visit the temple. That snack from last time was pretty good. Bring some back, the old lady called out before she left. Gu Jiao thought for a long time and remembered that the snack the lady mentioned was given to her by the lady when she first visited the temple. It's not temple food, but brought by a pilgrim. I don't know if I'll meet her again this time. Though she said this, she felt that since she had met her twice, the chance of meeting her again was pretty high. Gu Jiao packed some mountain produce in her basket, planning to exchange it for some snacks later. However, until she reached the mountain, she didn't meet the lady, but she did see a few clever little monks. The little monks had finished their lessons and were lying in a pile like stacked dolls, each poking their small heads out from behind the door, probably waiting for someone. When Gu Jiao carried her small basket to the top of the mountain, the children's eyes suddenly widened. She's coming. She's coming. She's walking over with her basket. She's here. She's here. She's bringing her colorful scarf. Quick, hide. The little monks hurriedly stepped back. But since they were small and many, one pressed against another, those on top couldn't come down, and those below couldn't retreat. In the end, they all tumbled out together, rolling on the ground like little pumpkins. Gu Jiao looked at the suddenly appearing bunch of crooked little monks.
Huh.
A big group scene of accidental bumping? Jing Fan, Jing Xing, Jing Shan. Where did you all go? In front of the beautiful lady benefactor, they had fallen down. Don't they have any shame? Even the senior brother was calling their names. The little monks got up and tried to run away. Gu Jiao suddenly asked, what were you just doing? The little monks paused in their steps. Little monk 1. We weren't looking at you. Little monk 2. Yeah, we weren't looking at you. Little monk 3 nodded vigorously. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. Why were you looking at me? Little monk 1, 2, and 3, because you look good. Gu Jiao. Little monk 1 pointed at her birthmark. Your scarf, flower, looks nice. It's funny. Children in the village often called her ugly, and when they saw her, they either bullied her or avoided her. But these little monks, who had never been down the mountain, were deeply attracted by her birthmark more than once. Gu Jiao was touched by a few of the little monks and took some pieces of sugar candy from her basket to give them. We can't take things from a benefactor, little monk one refused. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Aren't monks supposed to beg for alms? If you ask me for alms, once you get the sugar, it's yours." The little monks thought this made sense. They immediately went back to their small house, fetched tiny bowls, and asked Gu Jiao for alms. Gu Jiao shared the sugar candies with them. The little monks carried their small bowls and sat on the steps, munching happily. Gu Jiao counted the little monks' heads and asked, "Huh? There should be 4 of you. Why are there only 3 now?" The young monk said, "You mean Jinkong? He's leaving the mountain now." It turns out the wrestling little kid is named Jinkong. Gu Jiao learned the full story from the young monk and found out that the wrestling kid was adopted by a kind family of wealthy people. The couple had been married for 10 years without children, so they took Jinkong home to raise as their own son. "He's leaving here. He must feel sad, right?" Gu Jiao asked. The 3 young monks shook their heads at once. The most lively young monk, the spokesperson for the small monk group, said, "He's not sad at all. He's been wanting to leave the mountain for a long time." Gu Jiao was confused.
Why?
The young monk said, "Because he thinks he can eat meat when he leaves." Gu Jiao. What kind of misguided young monk is this? Gu Jiao asked again. Then you must be very sad too? The 3 young monks shook their heads again. The young monk said, "Actually, he can't eat meat even after leaving. He's allergic to it. He doesn't even know himself. There are people allergic to meat in this world? I haven't read enough. Don't fool me." Gu Jiao asked, "You didn't tell him?" The young monk replied, "We told him, but then he wouldn't want to leave." Gu Jiao paused and sighed. "You really care about him. Being adopted by a kind family is a very happy thing." The bold young monk said proudly, "It's because he eats so much. He finishes all our food." Gu Jiao. What kind of fake little monks are these? In the end, Jinkong didn't leave the mountain because the wealthy family suddenly didn't come anymore. The abbot found out that the lady of the family was pregnant, and the doctor confirmed it last night. The doctor confidently said it was a boy. When Gu Jiao went to the abbot's meditation room, the young monk was sitting on a stone at the door, holding a brand new small bundle. He drooped his little head and sat still, looking a bit lonely. It was obvious he already knew that the family who adopted him had abandoned him. His small body was filled with a tiny sadness. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and walked over, asking, "Can I sit here for a while?" The young monk didn't reply, just moved the small bundle aside a little. Gu Jiao sat down next to him. As a person who loves looking at pretty things, Gu Jiao has never been resistant to beautiful things. The little monk in the temple is quite cute, but the one in front of her is especially adorable. He has a small round head, big eyes, and long black eyelashes, like a tiny eyelash fairy. "Are you feeling sad?" Gu Jiao asks.
What?
The little monk responds, then realizes what Gu Jiao is asking and hums, "I'm not sad at all." His voice is sweet and soft. Gu Jiao raises an eyebrow and says, "So, you don't want to leave the mountain?" The little monk crosses his arms, turns his face away, and says proudly, "Yeah. What's so good about leaving the mountain? I heard I might be forced to eat meat. I won't break my vows." "Oh, but your friends don't say the same." Gu Jiao teases him. "Really don't want to leave the mountain?" The little monk looks serious and says, "Of course I don't. I will stay a monk my whole life. I want to be the abbot of the temple in the future." Gu Jiao secretly gives him a thumbs up. He has ambition. She glances at him and sighs, "Since you're so determined, let it be. I was planning to tell the abbot to let you stay with me in the town for a few days." The little monk puffs out his chest and says, "I said I won't leave the mountain. Especially not with you. Ask me again if you don't believe me." Gu Jiao looks surprised and asks, "Do you want to leave the mountain with me?" The little monk quickly grabs his bag and says, "Yes." Gu Jiao is stunned. Gu Jiao has never been tricked like this before, especially by a little bundle of joy. "You just said you wouldn't leave the mountain with me. Monks don't lie." That was the little monk earlier. The current little monk agrees to leave the mountain with you now. Gu Jiao, is this even possible? The little monk runs into the room happily. "Abbot,
Someone wants to adopt me.
Gu Jiao. Wait, I don't think I said that exactly. Who is it? The abbot asks kindly. The little monk points her. Gu Jiao, just stepping into the meditation room, pauses silently. The abbot joins his hands and says, Gu Xiao Shizhu Umitba. Gu Jiao clears her throat and says, Abbot, I was actually just. The abbot smiles gently and says, I understand what Gu Xiao Shizhu means. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Gu Jiao quietly relaxed, feeling relieved that the abbot was reasonable. The abbot spoke sincerely. Jinkong is actually my junior brother's disciple. Usually, we need his approval first, but I know Gu Xiaoshizu's character well. I have decided on his behalf for this matter. Gu Jiao looked confused. Wait, what are you doing? You're just making decisions? The abbot said to Xiao Jinkong, Jinkong, after you go down the mountain, you must listen carefully to Gu Xiaoshizu, understand? Xiao Jinkong nodded eagerly, yes. I understand, abbot. Gu Jiao. No, are you all so casual about this? Gu Jiao, I think you should ask others, like his senior brothers, for their opinions. Suddenly, a chair was brought into the room. Jinkong, your favorite little bamboo chair. Your senior brother gave it to you. Remember him after you go down the mountain. A spinning top was then placed into Xiao Jinkong's arms. Jinkong, your favorite top, your second senior brother gave it to you. Don't forget him. Soon after, each senior brother gave a farewell gift, moving so quickly that it seemed if Gu Jiao hesitated even a moment, they would change their minds. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. Little monk, how many bad deeds have you done? Look at how eager your senior brothers are. Is it still possible to change your words now? Gu Jiao came to buy a mountain, but by the time she left, she had a little troublemaker trailing behind her. The abbot grinned and said, It's buy one, get one free. Gu Jiao, I don't feel like I gained anything. Today is Xiao Yulong's big day. Whether he cares or not, he has made a huge transformation from being the last in class to winning the county exam first place. If a top student from the prestigious Class A had achieved first place, it wouldn't have caused such a big fuss. Honestly, he took a big step forward. Xiao Lulang was surrounded by people at the academy all day. Uncle Luo said that the person bringing the good news had gone to the village, so probably everyone in the countryside now knew. Sure enough, when he arrived at his house, he saw that the inside and outside were packed with people. Villagers love lively events, and whenever something happens in a household, the whole village comes to watch. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath, ready to be surrounded and talked to by the villagers for a while, but something unexpected happened. The villagers blocked the way so tightly he couldn't get into the house. He had to pat the shoulder of the person in front and say, Aunt Xiao, I need to go inside for a moment. What's going on? Aunt Xiao moved her shoulder dismissively. It's me, Lu Lang, he said. Aunt Xiao quickly turned her head and glanced at him. Lu Lang has come back. After saying that, she continued to look inside the house, ignoring Xiao Lu Lang. Lu Lang was a bit confused. Weren't you all here just because of me? Why are you acting so dismissively? He pushed through a few villagers and realized they really didn't have time to pay attention to him. He wondered, if they weren't here for him, then why were they crowding at his house? When he finally squeezed into the door with great effort, he was stunned by what he saw. In his living room, a small monk with 3 heads appeared out of nowhere. The little monk sat obediently on a small stool beside the old lady, looking very adorable. The villagers all came for the little monk. They had never seen such a tiny monk before, and he was both well-behaved and handsome. So amazing. Lu Lang's moment of being the center of attention was completely taken over by this little monk. It wasn't until nightfall that the villagers gradually left. Lu Lang's face darkened, especially when he saw Gu Jiao carrying a bowl of vegetables and a small bundle rushing into Gu Jiao's arms. His face grew even darker. Tell me, what exactly is going on? He asked the old lady and Gu Jiao. The old lady was cracking sunflower seeds. Don't look at me. I didn't bring him back. Gu Jiao paused. Do you believe I bought this mountain and gave it to you?
Liu Lang.
Jing Kong, go wash your hands in the backyard. The water is ready for you, Gu Jiao said, shooing away Xiao Jingkong. Then she explained the whole story to Lu Lang. Of course, she left out how Xiao Jingkong tricked her. She found that embarrassing and would never admit it. He's so pitiful. I just brought him home. Lu Lang looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously, feeling she wasn't the kind-hearted person she seemed to be. Are you sure you weren't tricked? Gu Jiao's eyes widened. Absolutely not. He's only a few years old. How could he trick me? I'm not that stupid. Lu Lang remained doubtful. Gu Jiao quickly changed the subject, lowering her eyes and pointing to her finger. If you don't like him.
Lu Lang interrupted her.
No, as long as you like him, it's fine. They weren't truly married, so she could have as many children as she wanted. He had no right to interfere. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to serve the food. Xiao Jingkong finished washing his hands and returned to the main room. He approached Lu Lang, looked him over carefully, and asked seriously, "Are you my dad?" Xiao Luling choked and asked, "Does she consider you as her son?" Xiao Jingkong shook his head. Not exactly. Jiao said I could go with her. I just wanted to ask if you want to be my dad, or something. Xiao Luling replied indifferently, I don't have a son your age. Xiao Jingkong looked serious. I'm not big. I'm only 6 years old. Xiao Luling chuckled. Really? You look only 3. Indeed, the little Jingkong appeared 3 years younger than his actual age. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then, does that mean you're going to be my older brother? Before Xiao Luling could answer, Xiao Jingkong nodded thoughtfully. That works. Nothing beats dumplings for taste, and nothing's more fun than. Xiao Luling suddenly shouted, Shut up. What a mischievous little monk. 61. Arrogance. The woodcutter on the back mountain didn't have kind words. The little monks had heard him complain a few times, but they didn't remember the details. Only Xiao Jingkong remembered clearly. He understood the words literally. After all, dumplings are delicious, and he really wanted to play with Jiao Jiao. You're not allowed to say that again, Xiao Luling said seriously.
Why?
Xiao Jingkong blinked and asked. Xiao Luling opened his mouth but hesitated. Jiao Jiao wouldn't like it. Then he cast a subtle glance toward the kitchen. She was far away, so she probably didn't hear that comment about Jiao Jiao. When Gu Jiao brought the meal from the kitchen, the two men in the house had already confirmed their relationship. Xiao Luling pointed at Gu Jiao. She's your older sister. Your real sister. You can't just have random ideas about her. Besides, Gu Jiao already has a younger brother, so having another wouldn't matter. Xiao Jingkong had understood Gu Jiao's family situation. He sighed like a grown-up. Fine, even though I'm not her only little brother, you're not her only man either. He patted his small chest, showing he's also Jiao Jiao's little man. Xiao Luling. Little monk, on your first day at our house, you're quite arrogant. To show he's a responsible little man, Xiao Jingkong even helped Gu Jiao set the bowls and chopsticks. The little monks at the temple live a tough life. They practice martial arts, attend classes, and do chores, all without exception. So, despite his small size, he still works quite well. Dinner included dry pot wild mountain mushrooms, green pepper and egg stir-fry, cornmeal dumpling soup, and cabbage buns. The family could afford meat now, but today they were too busy to go to town to buy it. The young monk looked at the full table of vegetarian dishes and couldn't hide his small disappointment. No meat? Xiao Luling chuckled and said, Aren't you a monk? Monks don't eat meat. Xiao Jingkong replied seriously, but I won't be a monk when I go down the mountain. Xiao Jingkong's gaze fell on his little shiny head. He quickly covered his head with his small hand. My hair will grow back. Xiao Luling looked at him seriously. Our family can't afford meat. Xiao Jingkong made a sound and looked around at the simple decorations at home. It looked quite poor, like they were really not wealthy. Oh, he said, no longer insisting on eating meat. He took his small hand away from his head and obediently went to pick vegetables. Xiao Jingkong is not picky about food and is easy to take care of. Gu Jiao chuckled softly. Your brother-in-law is teasing you. You'll have meat tomorrow. Yes. Xiao Jingkong happily smiled. Then, thinking for a moment, he looked seriously at Xiao Luling and scolded, Bad brother-in-law. Xiao Jingkong's appetite is quite big, but luckily Gu Jiao made enough steamed buns. After dinner, Gu Jiao went to clear the dishes, but Xiao Jingkong insisted on washing his own bowl and chopsticks. This was a habit learned in the temple. The senior brother encouraged them to be independent, wearing clothes, washing up, and washing dishes all by themselves. He still needed help with bathing because he was too small and didn't have a bath bucket tall enough. The house didn't have a proper bath bucket, only a wooden basin. But since he was so small, he wouldn't wash himself even if given a basin. Gu Jiao had never bathed such a young child before, so she found it quite interesting. She took the basin to the kitchen, where dinner had just been cooked. The stove still had unextinguished firewood, making it warmer than Grandma's room, and there was hot water in the pot, ready to be added to the basin if it cooled down. Gu Jiao went back to her room to get clothes for Xiao Jingkong. He sat obediently on a small stool, waiting for Gu Jiao. But instead of Gu Jiao, Xiao Luling came in. Compared to the cold and somewhat dismissive Xiao Luling, Xiao Jingkong naturally preferred Gu Jiao, who always showed endless kindness and could sometimes make him feel adorable. Sigh, Xiao Jingkong sighed, feeling quite disappointed. Xiao Luling remained silent. After bathing, Xiao Jingkong was ready to go to sleep. The house had 3 rooms in total, with no extra space for him. Gu Jiao thought it wouldn't be a problem for him to share with others since he was small. The warmest room was the grandma's, so that was the first choice. Go sleep with Auntie, Gu Jiao said, handing him a small pillow. Little Jingkong held a small pillow and came to the old lady's room. He didn't rush inside but stood at the door, looking serious. He said, "If you agree to share half of the hidden candied fruit with me, I will sleep with you." The old lady didn't say a word and slammed the door shut with a bang. Little Jingkong, holding his pillow, went back to Gu Jiao's room. "Andy doesn't want to sleep with me." Thinking about the old lady's bad temper and the loud door slamming, Gu Jiao believed him and pulled the blanket, saying, "Then you can sleep with me." "Okay." Little Jingkong happily smiled, placing his pillow on the bed. He also climbed up with his short legs. Halfway up, Xiao Luling picked him up. "Xiao Luling, you sleep with me." "Little Jingkong, I don't want to sleep with you." "Xiao Luling, no, you do want to." Little Jingkong was carried back to his room by Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling's bed was smaller than Gu Jiao's, but still big enough for both of them. Little Jingkong didn't lie neatly on one side but lay spread out in the middle of the bed, like a target, arms and legs stretched out. Xiao Luling put down his cane, frowning. "Sleep well." Little Jingkong rolled around on the bed.
No.
Xiao Luling coldly said, "If you keep doing that, I'll throw you out and won't let you sleep." Little Jingkong was about to speak. Xiao Luling added, "The door is also locked, so you can't go out." With no way out, Little Jingkong stopped making noise. Xiao Luling raised an eyebrow. "You better behave, or maybe I'll consider letting you squeeze in." Little Jingkong was stunned for a moment and then stood up, saying, "This is something I should tell you." Jiao said it. "I am also part of this family, so I should be the one to tell you to squeeze in." Xiao Luling understood the first part but was confused about the last 2 sentences. He said calmly, "What do you mean by you telling me to squeeze in?" Little Jingkong crossed his arms and looked at him. "Because I am also part of the family, I should have my share of the house. You and Jiao got married, so you should sleep in one room. That room is yours. This room is mine. Jiao doesn't want to sleep with you, and now I am taking care of you." Xiao Luling. He couldn't argue back. Children are the hardest to judge with logic. Just a second after chatting with Xiao Luling, Little Jingkong turned and flopped onto the soft pillow, drooling as he fell asleep. Xiao Luling enjoys quietness. He is not used to the little thing that keeps chattering all night, but he doesn't really throw the person out. He gently lifts the little Jingkong from the pillow and tucks him into the quilt to sleep. Xiao Luling looks at this small guy who has taken the spotlight. Because of his arrival, everyone forgot that he scored first in the county exam. Although his original intention for taking the exam was not to show off, he feels a bit uncomfortable inside, as if something is missing. Suddenly, the door is gently pushed open. Gu Jiao softly asks from the door, "Are you asleep?"
No, Xiao Lulang replies.
He pauses, looks at the sleeping Jingkong, and says he's asleep now. "Then I'll come in," Gu Jiao whispers softly as she enters quietly, holding an oil lamp. I see your lamp is almost out of oil. Tonight, I'll use mine. Okay, Xiao Luling responds calmly, sitting on the edge of the bed. Gu Jiao places the oil lamp on his table. By the way, congratulations on being first in the county exam. Xiao Luling slightly raises his eyelids. Here, Gu Jiao hands him something.
What is it?
Xiao Luling asks. Gu Jiao smiles gently. You've made such great progress. This is your reward. Xiao Luling turns his face away. I'm not a kid. I don't need a reward. Still, he reaches out and takes it. It's a sachet made by Gu Jiao herself, filled with dried flowers that help with sleep, also made by her. Gu Jiao softly says, carry this sachet with you, and you'll sleep well.
You.
Xiao Luling wants to ask how she knows he has trouble sleeping. Gu Jiao guesses his question and smiles kindly. Don't forget, we've slept together before. Xiao Liulong's brow twitches, but he remains calm. Gu Jiao plans to go back to her room but suddenly turns around and leans close, whispering in his ear like a gentle breeze. Did you just call me Jiao Jiao? They are too close. Her breath falls on his ear, and he can feel his ear tip heating up. No, he denies, not turning to look at her. But Gu Jiao keeps watching him. His ear tip and cheek are flushed, and beneath his dark hair, his slender, slightly reddened neck shows youthful innocence and beauty. I don't care. I heard you, Gu Jiao says happily and leaves satisfied. This time, Xiao Luling glanced at her and noticed she had grown taller. Although her small frame was still slim, some parts had gained a little flesh. Where was he looking? Embarrassed, Xiao Luling quickly looked away. That night, Xiao Luling slept fairly peacefully. When he got up, he caught sight of a small foot resting across his chest. Xiao Jingkong was sprawled out, sleeping very confidently. Xiao Luling gently moved his little foot aside, paused for a moment, then took out a fragrant pouch given by Gu Jiao and placed it in the most visible spot on his pillow. Then he started reading by lamplight. When Xiao Jingkong woke up, he saw the fragrant pouch on the pillow. He rubbed his big eyes and asked curiously, What is this? Xiao Luling, still reading, replied calmly, a fragrant pouch. Xiao Jingkong had never seen one before and looked at it repeatedly. Who made it? It's so pretty. Your sister made it, Xiao Luling said. Is it a gift for me? Xiao Jingkong grabbed the pouch and quickly got out of bed, happily bouncing around on the bed. Xiao Luling looked at him, without changing his expression. You're overthinking. It's a gift for me. Xiao Jingkong suddenly stopped bouncing. He didn't believe it, so he took the pouch to find Gu Jiao, who was making breakfast in the kitchen, to ask for confirmation. Gu Jiao could only admit it. Xiao Jingkong felt wronged. He wasn't a greedy child. It was just his nature to not understand why his mean brother-in-law had won, but he didn't. Seeing his sad little face, Gu Jiao felt a bit soft. She hadn't raised children before and didn't realize this might upset him psychologically. Mainly, she didn't expect Xiao Luling to be so childish, showing off the pouch to Xiao Jingkong. Gu Jiao explained the story behind the pouch to Xiao Jingkong. He was a sensible child and, after understanding its meaning, stopped feeling sad. He confidently returned to his room and generously returned the pouch to Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling squinted at him. Are you not angry anymore? Xiao Jingkong raised his chin and looked at him with pity. So, your grades are really that bad. You got first place once, and now want a reward. I always get first place in the temple, so I'm used to it and don't need rewards anymore. Xiao Luling. Today was another day he wanted to send that little troublemaker away. Soon after, Gu Xiaoshan came to the house for breakfast and met the new family member, Xiao Jingkong. Little Jingkong finally realized that there weren't only two men in the family. Gu Xiaoshan was also a man of the house, just not living there. Compared to Xiao Luling, who often teased little Jingkong, Gu Xiaoshuan's strength was not enough to make little Jingkong feel worried. Instead, little Jingkong happily became good brothers with him. After they went to school, Gu Jiao also prepared to go to the town. The winter clothes for the elderly lady after she arrived here were made by Xuaningxiang. At that time, Xuaningxiang was free, but in spring, She would start farming and wouldn't have time for sewing. Gu Jiao planned to buy some ready-made clothes for the elderly lady in town. Lil Jingkong also needed new clothes. He was abandoned at a temple when he was half a year old and had never left the mountain since. His bag was full of little monk clothes. When he heard Gu Jiao was going to town, little Jingkong's eyes lit up. Can I go? Can I go? If it was just to buy clothes, Gu Jiao would naturally take him along. But she had other things to do. Gu Jiao rubbed his little bald head. Next time I'll take you. Gu Jiao could tell that little Jingkong really wanted to go, but he didn't throw a tantrum and obediently stayed behind. This child was quite easy to take care of. Gu Jiao carried her small basket and went to town. She wasn't going to see a doctor. She just had the habit of carrying a small medicine box. After all, the secret of the small medicine box was too big, and she felt safer carrying it with her. Also, she might really need the medicines inside at any moment. Gu Jiao went to a street full of gambling houses, brothels, and martial arts arenas. An hour later, Gu Jiao rubbed her right wrist and came out feeling refreshed. She had sweat a lot and took off her cotton coat, only wearing a thin jacket. It's been a few days, and my hands feel a bit stiff. She sighed as she turned around, planning to buy clothes for the elderly lady and little Jingkong at the shop in the east part of town. But after walking a few steps, she sensed something was wrong. Someone was following her. Gu Jiao calmly curled her lips, not surprised to be watched. That's fine. She hadn't had enough practice. A few more would be good for training. When she was about to leave the alley, Gu Jiao slowed down and stopped. The group chasing her also stopped all at once, looking at her with suspicion. Gu Jiao slowly turned around, giving them a cold look. All 8 of you, come at me together. The burly man leading the group narrowed his eyes coldly. Big words. Girl, do you know who we are? Gu Jiao looked at him freely. I don't care who you are. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, get lost. The tall man at the front sneered. Girl, Blackwater Alley isn't a place for you. I'll give you one chance to beg for mercy. If you cut off your right arm and promise not to bother our business again, I will spare your life. Gu Jiao's patience was already worn out with these people. She had said everything she needed to, but they kept rambling, which was very annoying. Gu Jiao quickly ran toward them, kicked the wall with one foot, and then spun to deliver a roundhouse kick to the leader's face. The leader didn't even have time to react, and was knocked flying. Big brother. They all stared in shock. Gu Jiao didn't give them a chance to react. She made a knife with her hand and quickly knocked out 3 of them. Half of the group was gone. The remaining 4 rushed at Gu Jiao fiercely. She grabbed the first 2 and swung them forcefully, smashing them into the other 2. All 4 spat blood, clutching their chests, and looked like they couldn't believe it. Gu Jiao clapped her hands and turned to leave. Suddenly, a shadow streaked over her head. Another one? And someone who could move lightly? That was impressive. Gu Jiao grabbed a wooden stick from the ground, ran a few steps, and kicked the wall to leap up, smashing the person in black down with a thud. The person in black was stunned as they fell. Girl, do you have a grudge against me? Gu Jiao. Haha, pretending to be innocent won't work. The person in black. No, I really don't know you. Gu Jiao hit him with the stick until he fainted. The person in black. After finishing with him, Gu Jiao noticed another nearby, but that person was very alert and disappeared into the crowd the moment she sensed it.
Quick.
The assassin is over there. A sharp shout came from outside the alley, and several strong guards rushed over. They looked at the unconscious assassin and then at the thugs lying on the ground, confused about what had just happened. Could it be that the assassin fought with the local thugs and both sides got hurt? But this assassin was supposed to be skilled. How could he be beaten by just a few thugs? Girl, are you alright? One guard asked Gu Jiao. I'm fine. She shook her head. She found their clothing a bit familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Just then, a carriage stopped at the alley entrance. The curtains of the carriage were slowly lifted by a pale, delicate hand, revealing a weak but handsome young face. Gu Jiao's eyes lit up.
Could it be?
A little sickly beauty?